Some interesting situations at the moment, but we'll get to that here soon. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. What's up, man? How you feeling this morning?
I'm good to go. It's nice. It's nice to actually be in our own region, so we get to wake up at regular times. You and I have been so used to waking up in the middle of the night to get ready for some European casts. So I actually, I feel rested. It's a new experience here.
Yeah, I feel that. I mean, I had a little bit of a bumpy road this morning, but that's more of an off-stream discussion, I guess. But today I am excited because we are eventually going to make our way to the upper bracket finals, where we get to watch Shopify and Nouns duke it out once again, the El Clasico of North America. Now, before we get there, though, we have a couple series we have to go through, right? So we have our current lower bracket elimination series, which is going to be different versus Team Unknown, the winner of which will advance to play up against Apex Genesis. So a little bit of time before we get to the upper bracket finals, but talk to me about, what's going on with these current teams.
We're waiting for them. I'm in the lobby. Don't know where they are. This is the NA qualifier experience, but I see some people slowly trickling in. So hopefully we'll get some games here. Which I think a lot of people probably don't know these players. I myself do not know all these players. That's kind of the way qualifiers go. You get some people maybe trying for fun, maybe trying to break into the scene. You never know. So it's kind of cool. Maybe it doesn't work out this time, but down the line you'd be like, oh wait, I'm seeing this name again and again. Here's someone who's like grinding it out, making their way up the MMR ladder. Now, you got to do a couple qualifiers, but you just get stomped. That's the entrance to competition. for anyone who's done anything competitive, right? You got to go, you got to get stomped a couple times. You're like, oh, this is the real world of competition, outside of my little pond where I'm the best. And it's part of the growing experience. It looks silly to start. We're like, he has no chance, but eventually you get there, and maybe that'll be our talking point in like 2-3 years where we start seeing some of these names again. But for now, they are pretty unknown, and I really don't know what to expect from these games.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm a little bit curious as to what's going to end up being the game plan for a lot of them. But yeah, I think for now, like the lower bracket is going to be a little bit scary for pretty much any of these teams. Like going in, they may win this series, but their next series is against either Fart Studios or Apex Genesis for the lower bracket, and most of them have not been super competitive. They got kind of handled in their first meetings with these teams. Now, it does reverse seed, right? So it's not like you're going to get stomped by Apex Genesis twice, but you may get stomped by Apex Genesis in the upper bracket and then get stomped by Fart Studios in the lower bracket. So, they have to step up. They have to surprise us. They have to kind of play at a higher level than what we've been seeing them do so far. But it's I don't know if it's one of those things where at the end of the day, like if they manage to knock out one of those two teams, they still have to go against either Shopify or Nouns. And those two teams are not going to lose a series to them. To be frank, it is just the nature of it. Like you might be able to surprise them in one game, but they will not drop like 2 games, I think.
Definitely for Nouns, since they've been playing together for a while. I think Shopify, as a team that has recently come together, there's like a little bit more of a chance that you could potentially take a series if they're not connecting. But the players on Shopify are fairly experienced individually at the competitive level. So even without being able to play as a team since you just came together, there's a decent chance you just like individually outskill your counterparts. So it would be surprising to see either of those two teams lose more than a match or two, I guess, like in a best of 5 setting. It probably will just be Nouns versus Shopify is what, a lot of North American fans have come to expect. But Apex Genesis trying to make their way up there, maybe up and coming Fart Studios,
You never know. SVG Pudge,
you
dude.
never know.
Very good.
That was a fun game yesterday.
Playing to hook people into the fountain from minute 0. That was the game plan. They're like, we're going to lose, but we're going to hook them into the fountain and maybe they throw. And you know what? They did wipe them and then immediately lost, but it was funny. It was good. It was entertaining.
It was.
And that's what we have come to expect out of the Fart Studios brand, entertaining Dota, and they did not disappoint. We got some time here since we're still waiting for one of the teams to show up with any of their 5 players. So I'm wondering where they may be. But they've recently
been ringmastered.
Yeah, I was like, we had some ideas for Ringmaster the other day. And I'm curious if you had some time to think on those at all.
Yeah, okay. I think Valve should never implement any of these ideas, but they're ideas.
What? Why?
Okay, you got to hear it. You got to hear it, Ricky.
Okay.
So we were talking about like Ringmaster, the trailer made it look like, oh, there'd be some kind of mind control, but then in the actual kit, the hero that came out, there's kind of a taunt on the ultimate, right? It's like, ooh, I'm making you look at my spinning, whirling ultimate. That's volume 500% louder than everything else, right? Kind of. But I think a lot of people wanted like more mind control. So for the Aghanims, I was trying to think of like a good idea of like, what could you do with that? If you're just taking over a hero, that seems kind of busted. You can use their items, just like pop BKB Satanic. That's broken, right?
Yeah.
Make them walk around, reposition. Kind of broken. Use their ultimates, like just Black Hole. It's kind of broken, right? So it's like, what could you do to control someone but not be absolutely broken and make them drop and break their items, So I was thinking like shared vision. We've been recently playing with that kind of idea where your heroes like Night Stalker and Mars now prevent people from seeing different things. So maybe you could see everything they see for a moment. Vision is a huge part of Dota. It's often overlooked by a lot of pub players, but that would be potentially really strong. I think there is an idea there. That one actually could be implemented. But then I was thinking,
that one could be done.
Then I was thinking, that's boring since it's already been done. It doesn't really make sense thematically. instead of controlling the hero, right? I think we should expand. We've been adding new mechanics into Dota.
Okay,
I
I'm with
think
you.
the actual human interface should start being adjusted. I think the player's camera should just randomly shift in the middle of a team fight. You are controlling the player, the actual player. So you're just trying to take a team fight, then suddenly you're looking at your own fountain. You're like, oh, you're gonna get snapped back to your own hero. Just little annoyances like that that don't totally grief the game completely, but could screw you over. Your screen turns off for 1 second, just black screen for nothing. Just your mouse stops moving, starts triple clicking.
Dude,
3 second debuff.
what if it just like moves it like swaps your mini map to the other side for the remainder of the game? You're just like,
Oh,
haha, you've been clowned. Gotcha.
yeah, or there's like a game mechanic where you'll get hit with something and your controls will like swip around. Like left will now be right, down will
Oh,
now be
invert
up.
controls.
Yeah, like invert your controls or just change your hotkeys. Q is now E, stuff like that.
Oh my god.
You gotta quickly look at all your inventory. You're like, oh, BKB, what button is it?
You just die because your BKB gets set to like number pad 3 or something, and you're like, ah.
Yeah. You're like, I don't even have number pad on this keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, I don't even have a number pad. What do I do? Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be fun. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I
down
think so
for it.
too.
I hope that they just do something wild and wacky for it. We've talked about Ringmaster. I'm still a firm believer that Clown Shoes as the Aghanim Scepter would not be broken. It would be very funny. And it would make
Was
like
that to make people walk around?
yeah, as the one that make like you can control their movement for a short duration. But I think it would also be really funny if they added like a sound of like I don't know how to describe it to it, but like you kind of know what
they're
sound
clown
I'm
shoes.
making,
They'd be
right?
like loud footsteps,
Yeah,
like clacking
loud
around.
like
Well, I guess we're on the dirt.
clacking
Maybe it's not clacking.
footsteps almost.
It's just
like
thuds on the dirt, I guess.
yeah, I don't know, something. Just add like a quack to it. Just like every step, that'd be good. I'm actually mostly want to theorycraft Kez now because I think this hero
Okay.
is really interesting because I think he's just gonna be a better version of some other heroes, and that's what worries me because he is going to likely be an agility carry, and agility carries are terrible right now. Like all the melee agility carries have been unpicked for the last like pretty substantial duration of Dota, but what has to change in Dota to make like either agility carries back into the meta or like I don't know, like what are we missing right now? Do we need poor man shield back in the game? Do we have to change the innate like damage block? Like what do we have to do to make these types of melee agility heroes not completely useless?
I would say the general idea, every hero is unique, of course, but the general idea is that agility heroes scale the best in Dota because agility gives you attack speed and damage because you're an agility hero. And then the way attack speed plus attack damage plus critical strikes, on hit effects, like all of that, they tend to have the best scaling, the most effective health when you combine like some stats for strength plus all that armor. Um, but right now, it doesn't feel like it's easy to reach that point because there's a lot of early strength, either from tanky heroes, offlaners, active mids, building auras, and they just run at you while you're still in this ramp up period, which has always been the idea of slowing down scaling carries, but it's just even easier now. And so it takes you a long time, or in theory, it takes you a long time to get there, which is why the few agility heroes we see now are all really fast farmers, like Luna, right? She's an agility hero, but she's pretty sturdy in the lane. And then even if she has a bad lane, she has such natural farming speed that she can get to her late game like timing. But that late game is really not that far for Luna. It's like 25, 30 minutes, she starts getting pretty scary. And that's just like where any viable agility hero, that's like the latest you can come online. Because if you're later than that, you're like, I've already lost a lane of barracks to the strength and universal heroes who are just pushing me, and I've been AFK this whole time from my team. So if you introduce mechanics that help with scaling, either you can get gold faster, you nerf those strength heroes, the auras, things like that. I think all of that starts to bring back agility heroes.
I'm trying to think of like a single melee agility carry that's been picked. And I think it's only Slark. I think Slark is legitimately like the
Um,
only hero that gets picked. You have an occasional Faceless Void pick out here and there, but it usually loses. Monkey
Monkey King,
King is
maybe.
like a mid laner though. He's like not really a carry anymore.
We saw some Spectre for a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, Ursa in the right matchups we have occasionally seen, but it's dropped off. Yeah, besides that, it's usually quite surprising to see any of them be picked.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, oh, Lone Druid, right? But he's universal and mostly just ranged anyway. So it's like I honestly, yeah, I've been trying to figure out like what needs to change, but it does just feel like 80% of the agility pool is like not pickable right now, which feels really weird to for Dota, right? Like that's like the first. I think this is the first time in a really long time we've had almost an entire attribute pool be like mostly unpickable.
Yeah, I would say another thing that could help them out is a shift in supports. It's not a strict rule that you have to have one melee, one ranged hero in a lane,
Yeah.
but it does tend to be the easiest to execute on, especially as you're going into the draft trying to like you reveal some information but not too much that it becomes unplayable, right? Following that rough formula is very helpful, especially in the safe lane because the off lane can go double melee and if it sucks, you just creep drag, but the safe lane does not have that option. So circumventing that, you could add a way to do that, but that would change a lot in the pro level. Pubs probably wouldn't even notice it, but at the pro level, that could open up like double melee a little bit easier. But to avoid the double melee without the creep dragging, you switch it. Ranged five supports, and then like melee fours come back in, which lately there's like some ranged fives, but there's been a lot of like strong supports who want to fight and I think we're missing a lot of like classic babysitting range supports
Yeah.
that enable the melee carries. Now there's a couple like maybe enchanters when you want a really strong laner that kind of works, but we're missing a lot of like the old crystal maidens, ancient apparition, disruptor, lich. A lot of these aren't so popular, but they do kind of pair well with many melee carries. Um, if
Even
there was a
heroes like
switch in the
Warlock.
pool like that, it could be easier. But then also like not just the fives, but the fours, right? There's a lot of ranged fours like sniper who just bully
Yeah.
a carry. And if it's a melee carry, it's so easy for them. So you have to pick a ranged carry who's further back and doesn't get poked as much by this like sniper hoodwink type character. So if the fours start becoming like the I don't know, Clockworks, Earth Spirits again, right? Then it becomes a little easier to pick the melee carries as well.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say I feel like the other main issue is the fact that four positions are absurdly strong. Like they all have like every four that's like pickable in the game right now has wave clear, farming potential, and they have absurd laning presence. And it's just so difficult for any of them to participate in the game. And agility, like you can't really if you're an agility like melee carry or just like a melee carry in general, because even like a lot of strength melee carries have fallen off as well. Things like Lifestealer has vanished completely. Like he just doesn't get picked at all. Chaos Knight has fallen off. Even Dawnbreaker in certain games like was a thing. Wraith King doesn't really exist. Carry Tiny doesn't exist. Like Sven doesn't exist. Like all of these melee carries are just gone because they cannot farm a creep wave without losing like a third of their HP instantly. And at that point, it's like, what do you even invest into? It's like you can't even just keep varying regen because there's not enough regen in the game. Like you just
Yeah, it's
lose money. You don't
limited.
have enough money. And then yeah, like you're limited to the amount of regen that's actually available. And then on top of it, like is your items just like you buy four bracers and hope that it sustains you and then you get like a 30-minute battle fairy? Like I don't know.
Yeah. And then a way to sidestep that would be healing supports, which are not very meta
Not a
right
thing.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of different ways. It's why Dota's like so complicated. There's all sorts of interconnected things and not like one single thing would be the change, usually like a bunch of different stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of different things. I also think the item build right for ranged hero is just easier. Like Maelstrom
Everyone
Gleipnir.
just builds Gleipnir.
Yeah, the melee heroes, the Battle Fury just takes too long. Because like, okay, you get the item, that's fine, but then it's like, well, actually, I gotta farm
I
another
have to
item
farm
or
like another
two.
4,000
But the
gold.
Maelstrom is like, okay, I could fight, but I could farm, right? It's been that middle ground. It always has been. But Battle Fury is just too hard to make it work right now. And there's not really another option. So I think if they introduced another option, I was talking about Orb of Corruption being very underutilized right now. Maybe you could get that as a melee carry. It doesn't help you farm, but maybe you could fight. You get a couple kills, go back for that Battle Fury a little bit faster now. You're hitting your farming timing faster. That makes your next timings faster, but it just kind of sucks right now. So
Yeah.
maybe if you buffed it up in some way, like maybe you should give some regen, right? So you have, that's another thing that helps with fight. Maybe you get one kill, but you lose too much health, can't try again. So if the Orb of Corruption, maybe give some regen, makes it a little easier to build in that laning stage, help you farm the wave, even if you don't fight. You mentioned that, taking a lot of harass damage. That could be, another thing you could try for melee heroes.
I think what is gonna end up happening is we're gonna go back to the Vanguard meta, but it's gonna be on the melee carries. Is legitimately what it's gonna be. Like I think almost every, like if you want to play like a melee carry, you're gonna be building things like Orb of Corrosion, Treads, Vanguard, and then like going into an actual item after that. And we're just gonna accelerate, like you said, to fight instead of farm. I just don't know what where your scaling comes from. Then is the point, it's like, why would you pick any of these heroes if you just need to like build 2,000 gold worth of defensive items to just be a regular strength offlaner? It's interesting. I hope that there's a conceptual change in Dota fairly soon, like in the Tuesday patch on the 1st, because I think it's getting to a point where it's pretty cookie cutter in terms of what is viable in Dota right now. And I don't know. I like variety in my games.
I think maybe I'm indifferent because not a carry player. I think roaming has been
Roaming's been
kind
dead.
of, yeah, it's not been very, like, you do it eventually, but everyone kind of like starts in the lanes just because it's so important. Lotuses, everything. I'd love to see roaming brought back, and that might also shift the hero pool around. Support duo revealed right here. Rubik Tusk. Kind of makes sense though. Sand King, first pick. They should respond with the Rubik, which I think is interesting, but I mean, Burrow Strike is one of the best steals, and then Tusk is one of the best supports. But I feel like it would have been safer to grab the Tusk first, but I guess they got it in the end anyways. Different teams got some strong supports to start themselves off. Snapfire is quite nice versus the Tusk because you got the cookie to get over ice shards, and Sand King's got Burrow Strike. So actually, both heroes in that lane shouldn't have trouble suddenly getting ice sharded off and then killed.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I'm a little bit curious where they want to go on the side of unknown here, because like revealing your support duo immediately is usually a little bit questionable because you like can get a lot of flex out of supports sometimes. But they're just gonna go ahead, pick up the Bristleback. And the Lycan, interesting. Not a hero we see all that often, but you don't really have supports that can deal well with it at the moment. So if he does go the Alpha Wolves, I believe is what it's called. Yeah, the Alpha Wolves facet. Things should do pretty well against heroes like Treant Protector and Snapfire.
Yeah, Snapfire can sort of deal with the wolves, except you typically want to go full bore right now, which would have a hard time hitting the wolves once they're on top of you. So very annoying for them. But the overgrowth can be strong versus the Lycan, since it is a disarm and AoE route for like the time you're trying to be hasted and moving around. And then maybe like Sand King can follow up on that. But we're gonna see a PA. So you and I were just spending a whole lot of time talking about why melee agility heroes aren't that great. PA has the dagger to help her pick up some last hits, and she sees her matchup of Lycan Tusk and she has the Treant to help her, the break from the Shard is very good versus Bristleback. But I kind of worry you're going to get tempoed by this Bristleback Lycan if your lane does not go really well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this one because I feel like your lane has to go really well, and I don't know if it actually does. Like on paper, I actually don't feel like it's that bad of a matchup for the Lycan and for the Rubik. I think they can kind of just do perfectly fine there. Maybe you just go Tusk Lycan actually in the off lane and you just play into the Treant Protector. I think you can probably do that. You can just go Tusk Lycan in the off lane, then run at him with like Drinking Buddies and Shard, and I think he just dies. Like this hero has almost no armor, and these two have an immense amount of physical damage early.
Could see that working. I mean, as long as you break those trees, you'd have a hard time walking out. It's actually very annoying because the wolves can also break your passive. So let's see how good Lycan's micro is, but you can do all sorts of stuff like block the camps. Then Treant can never use it. Treant's so slow. The wolves are fast. Like you just pretty much never get to use the pull camps. And then if they cut your trees, you have a hard time approaching in. And like you said, if you bring the Tusk and you do break the Treant passive, then he has no way to get out of. Who are these heroes? Necrophos? He is good versus these two in a way, like with the ult, but
I mean, you can pick Necrophos if it's like a massive counter pick, but you are picking this blind into the enemy mid laner.
can't you snowball save people? Does it count as like a leash
Yeah,
that you can't
absolutely can.
pick people? Yeah, okay. I'm not sure about this. PA and Necro are some big question marks to me.
Necrophos is widely considered the bottom 3 worst heroes in the game. Like, I think every pro team would put him in the bottom 3. Yikes. Okay. So maybe they're aware of like a mid Lycan or a mid Bristleback or something from these guys. I'm not 100% sure. Or they're gonna try and run a mid Huerta. Hold up. Let me see where these guys go.
No, carry Muerta.
It is carry Huerta. So it is gonna be
offlane
mid
versus
Lycan.
mid Lycan.
Okay, so they do know about one of them just being a weird mid Lycan spammer. All right.
They did it in their game. I'm checking last time when Unknown played Fart Studios. They also picked Lycan, and it did go mid.
Okay, and I'm gonna guess it did not win. It did win. Oh,
it actually won that one. Yeah.
Okay, so they were aware of the mid Lycan, and they counterpicked it with a Necrophos, which okay. I hate it less. This is definitely a massively favored lane for the Necrophos. There's not a whole lot Lycan can do here, but Lycan can also just jungle since it is a Lycan. So I think for the most part, he'll be fine the first like 1 to 2 levels, and then at that point, he's probably kind of backing off, farming the jungle a little bit here and there, and just preventing his tower from dying because Necrophos does not rotate and he does not push towers.
I mean, Necros has to do well in the lane. This hero, I don't know. Later on, the snowball save is just. I think like you don't even need blink anymore because you have drinking buddies, right? It's so easy to get to the very telegraphed animation of the Necro ult so long as you're in the area. And I think you do get a quick blink to make sure, just in case you're not close enough for drinking buddies, you can still blink over and snowball save. And Necro kind of needs the quick pick-off to survive through a team fight. Yeah, you get the regen, you start doing more damage. If you don't have that, I think you just fall flat. I think this Muerta destroys you. Like, not only the Necro, that she can bypass his save with Pierce the Veil, but then that's also super good versus Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, this is like a dream Muerta game. If this guy can play Muerta at all, he should be pretty chill. The lane's not going to be super easy since it is a Sand King, and generally Sand King is just very annoying. But yeah, I mean, if he farms decently well in the Muerta, he should be able to just go right through a lot of the heroes on the Dire team.
Drinking buddies with gunslingers is kind of a cool idea, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen that interaction since Morch is not very popular right now. But that's kind of a cool one. Both teams for the bottom runes. We might see a big fight break out at level 1 here, which I'm not sure who I think that favors, actually. Maybe the Dire?
Well,
Depends how you line up your spells.
Yeah. It depends. I would say it depends on what the Muerta goes level 1. If she has the calling level 1, you do not win the fight anymore. Okay, she went Deadshot, so you could take the fight. Achy Bone's going to walk in, look for the Bro Strike. Nah, isn't going to chase any further. They'll just go ahead, grab the 2 runes offensively. Bristleback's just going to walk at the other 2 since no one was there. He actually denied one of the runes on the Lycan instead.
Well, he didn't know where all the heroes were, so he probably thought, no, making time. Though maybe he could have just left the wolf there. Well, I'm not a mid Lycan player. I don't know. I guess maybe he needs both wolves in the lane right away. Versus the Necro, you were saying, is a rough matchup. So, I mean, trying to get as much as you can before that Necro becomes unbearable. You know, maybe that's why he needs these wolves. Look at that. 10 damage done to that Necro. Critical.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how he intends to play this lane. I mean, in general, Necrophos, very mana-hungry hero, needs like to secure last hits, and he is getting offensive denies underneath the enemy tower, so that's quite good.
At some point, can't you just creep drag with the wolves, though? Like,
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Like, invis yet? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was like, at some point, you just ignore the Necrophos, and you just don't play the lane. And you just drag into creep camps, and you farm them that way. Because Necros doesn't push towers very well. Like, he's a very slow tower pusher, and he is incredibly slow move speed, so he doesn't rotate, right? Not without like having boots of travel early. And if you go boots of travel early, you're kind of griefing because you are super fragile. Yeah, I'm curious. We'll see how this goes. He's going to do well for the first few levels on the Necrophos. We'll see how the Lycan adjusts afterward. But top lane, Bristleback being very annoying, just spamming the quills here into the PA. Now, bottom lane, that is a kill onto the Muerta. First blood for Achy Bones on his Sand King. That is very big. And top lane, they're going to turn around, try and get down a kill onto the Rubik. Pops the Fairy Fire. He's going to live, but a lot of low heroes in these lanes.
Top, there's going to be like endless spell casting. They all have wands because they're all spell spammers. Cloud, go for Cloud. Can he get enough quill sprays out? Not nearly enough. Needs maybe like 2 or 3 more. This is where the Leech Seed's really good for all these scrappy fights. And there's actually a decent amount of melee heroes. For as much as we were trash talking melee cores, it's the PA, Treant, and Bristleback. That's when you can get the most value out of Leech Seed. At least in these early fights, as Bristle scales, Quill Spray just does too much damage for the Leech Seed. But at least for now, as you see, it helps them get these early kills.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Those early few levels, Leech Seed is super potent.
Bottom lane looks like they don't want to contest Lotus. Same with top. Lotus for the Bristle, very good.
For a moment.
I thought they might, because they had their spells, and if you combo it, it's pretty strong. But I guess there are a good amount of creeps pushing into them, so it could have been a bit of a disaster.
All right, another attempt here onto Cloud, keeping his back turned, but a nice jump away there from the PA. And, 6 quill stacks, but not enough to get the kill. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they actually find one onto the Sand King. As they're going to continue to just put as much damage as they can into him. Nice dead shot, but off the mark with the full bore. So he's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, Lycan might be getting a solo kill onto the Necrophos. He's got
Is this real? All right, I thought he was about to just dive with those wolves, but I guess they're not that strong to the tower at this stage, so. But that's crazy. I can't believe it was the fact that it was like almost happened
If I had to guess, he tried to dive the tower and got like body blocked or and almost died or something. Otherwise, there's no way because Lycan can't do that much damage to a Necrophos, like just auto attacking him. Which we might see. He's fast.
One nice thing about Lycan is with Feral Impulse, having that HP regen as part of it, it's like your passives just cancel each other out from the Heartstopper aura of the Necrophos. So usually you might like chase someone under tower to try to get the kill when they're that low, but it just doesn't do enough damage thanks to his extra regen.
Dude, the wolves might just kill him. It's actually wild. He got his level 3 wolves, and he's just running them constantly at the Necrophos now. His 10 stick charges.
Matchup's better than we thought.
Not swapping the bracer out, though, is a little bit weird. Bottom lane. The calling going to silence them up for a moment. Great fear onto the Sand King. The shards are out as well, but they don't have the damage to finish the job. Ooh, Achy Bones. Yeah, they got him. He has no... I mean, he could Drinking Buddy's a creep and go for it. I thought he would, but no, he's going to let it go. Telekinesis to buy some space here in this lane is Cloud. Again, just trading with the duo.
Ooh, nice snipe in the bottom. Use dead shot to grab the retreating Sand King, who is still really low.
I'm not sure if you're seeing this, but Lycan is solo killing the Necrophos in the mid lane. So this is absolutely not supposed to happen. Top lane, you're not going to see them grab the Treant Protector as well. And Cloud, he's got a little bit of survivability. 10 stick charges here on this PA. She's doing her best, but she's going to die for it.
At least she got the kill first.
Yeah.
But Rubik is the lone survivor here, which means he's getting so much. And actually, you love to have an early level 6 on Rubik because you get so much value out of the stolen spells at this point. You go steal Burrow Strike or Death Pulse, any of this stuff. And, I mean, PA has like, what, 850 health right now? So Fade Bolt and a Death Pulse, you like chop her down to half her health. And then you just do that again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, he was ready to try and deny the wisdom. I mean, if that Snapfire wasn't there the instant it spawned, it would have been dead. That would have been a really cool play. Bro strike into the bottom lane. The calling into the silence does connect. A great fear as well. Ends up missing the cookie as well. Like, that is too many things going wrong there. Oh, they jumped in aggressively again. They've got to fear away this Sand King, but he can't. Cookie in 2 seconds. Ooh, that's not the right way, but
okay, they still get him.
Still enough, yeah.
Oh, full bore snipes the Tusk in the lane too.
Dang. All right. Yeah, this is kind of just the classic problem with Muerta. She's really not that strong at this point of the game. Like, she does just need a little bit of time to get to her items. Like, you just mostly want to kind of farm as much as possible. She took her Ofrenda to respawn bottom, so she's like by their tower.
Yeah, fortunately, they actually have an observer there, so she kind of had some information to know if it was too risky or not. So she is able to spawn and then just walk back. And actually, they're going to sneak through the Twin Gate. Treant's waiting for it, thinking it's just going to be one, but... Oh, they don't quite react in time. Otherwise, I think you can pop the ult and grab a quick kill on the Treant. Actually, maybe they get scouted, because PA is not leaving.
I don't think it did. Bristleback
it's
is
really
not...
hard to go on her, though.
This gank is so weird. Like, your Bristleback is farming Ancients. So you're not, like, connecting with anyone. You didn't have vision on the lane.
Maybe that's the extra surprise.
And now she just TP's back bottom. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, this is just a lot of time wasted. You just missed, like, a full wave bottom for that rotation.
Sand King's farming behind their tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels like a weird rotation. I appreciate trying to get a kill really quickly with Pierce the Veil since the stacks are retroactive.
Yeah. Very nice kill top lane. Putting the first use of Mortimer Kisses. Now, Lycan has also kind of just been jungling quite a bit here. Achy Bone's going to get caught for the moment. They're going to go ahead and pop the Lycan ult, but they got to find the Sand King hiding in the trees. He's just juking him. He's getting body blocked by his own creeps, I think, but will finally be sniped by the Muerta, so they get the kill.
I'm very interested in how Lycan will do this game. He had a better laning stage than we thought. Like you said, he has been kind of jungling. I don't see a lot of mid Lycan, so I'm not fully sure the game plan. But I've seen some alpha wolves, and they're actually so annoying. So I wonder if you just need to like power level your way to max level wolves, and that's where you like really come online.
11 or something, right? When
you level 11.
I mean, they're just bringing heroes into the mid lane. They just got themselves a free kill onto the Rubik, and this should be a tier 1 tower going down here with the help of the catapult. They fortify for the moment, looking for the Lycan. Drinking Buddies pulls them in. The Snowball gonna be going up to the high ground, but you've got an Overgrowth. They will finally pop it. Do you use the Reaper Scythe? They do, but it doesn't actually finish the kill. And now, as a result, the stolen Overgrowth from the Rubik. It delays so much, and now for all of that, you lose your Necrophos in the process.
Tier 1 tower didn't die either. Oh, wait, like?
Oh my god.
Dude, the cookie full bore combo, very nice. Full bore does so much. It is catching people off guard.
Achy Bones just gonna drag this creep wave and kill it in the process.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Achy Bones is going for the Bloodstone first. I kind of wish it would be a blink so you can actually have someone who sets up the Snapfire ultimate, but I guess he's doing well and wants to rush the Bloodstone and will become very difficult to kill once he has that.
Bottom lane, they're gonna find the Muerta here, trying to play in the trees and dodge this out as much as possible. Burrow Strike whiffs, but you still got the Sandstorm, and that's usually good enough, so they will find themselves the kill. Ooh, Lycan, I think, has his wolves. Yeah, so I think these are level 4 wolves now, not level 5. Because they've got the root, right?
Level 5 now.
Oh, they are, so he's 11 now?
Yeah, well, not. Maybe those wolves are something earlier.
Oh, it goes to 6. I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it goes to level 6.
Yeah.
Closer we to Ags on the Bristleback. About 1,500 left.
Oh, that's a Burrow Strike. No Epicenter, though. Great usage of the calling. Just kind of late into the Sand King. Fears it back the other way. But the Sandstorm into just a Reaper Scythe is enough to find the kill. A stolen Reaper doing almost nothing there. And they get themselves another 2 kills. So with that, it's the first Reaper's kill of the game.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a misclick. I feel like if he used it on Sand King, he may have gotten the Sand King.
It would have been close for sure.
Well, it won't be close next time because now he's got the Bloodstone. He's going to be healing up like crazy. This is a pretty good Bloodstone timing. He's the richest in the game. 13 minutes in, 7,500. I want to see a blink next. Someone's got to start these fights for the Dire. I mean, I guess they're doing okay even without it. He just walks up and ults like it.
Yeah, he's dead. I mean, Overgrowth to cancel out the immediate transformation. They just take a big Ancient stack as well. This game's completely fallen apart for the Radiant. And I mean, most of this is just the Sand King and the support duo, like, getting really active.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Muerta, but just not having a good enough lane. So we'll see if they can drag this game out long enough where she catches back up. But for now, full momentum for the Dire. 4 heroes will start just making plays together. The Radiance on the Necro should be on the way. The Bloodstone, and I hope the Blink eventually on Sand King. And then PA will just farm. She does have her Battle Fury at a very nice timing. These wolves are actually just chasing down Necro. I think they're going to do it.
Is he just dead to them? Oh my gosh, 50 HP. Oh, Bloodstone out in the mid lane, just healing through all of this. A 3-hero Burrow Strike. Puts him at full HP,
wolves,
and now the Wolves chunking him down, trying to do as much as he can.
Dude, even if it loses this game, Alpha Wolves are pretty whack. He's not even
They're cool.
he doesn't even have the max level wolves yet.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Uh-oh, Muerta in trouble, gets the calling off, but the PA jumps in, Reaper Scythe to secure the kill once again. Necro with the Radiance, 2 stacks on the Reapers now, giving him a little bit of extra regen, and Sand King's gonna walk in, find another hero here, gonna be the Sand King. We've seen this one before, the Overgrowth immediately after the Shapeshift, and now they're looking for the Bristleback. He's got the Ags completed. But I don't know how you killed this Sand King is the problem. There's Mortimer Kisses available. It's just now going to be raining in on top of the Rubik. And Necrophos just walks in onto the side as well.
Cutting the wave as well. Tier 1 is actually still up in this lane, but they're just feeling so strong. Very aggressive wards play throughout this game, allowing them to constantly find this Muerta, this Lycan trying to farm up. And this is where I wasn't really sure how a mid Lycan would work out, but who makes the plays? You know, oh, maybe you just find the Necro for free. Okay. Playmaking not needed. But seriously, Lycan, Bristle, Muerta, right? They all just want to farm, I think, right? Like, question marks on the mid Lycan, but who makes the plays? No one. And that's why Difference Team has just had free reign in a lot of these movements.
Yeah, I feel like your Muerta needs a lot of space. Your Bristleback spent the first like 15 minutes farming the Ags on the jungle, or on the ancient stacks and stuff. And then your Lycan is versus a Necro mid. He ended up doing better in the lane initially than expected, but he has had no game since then. They're going to see them actually collapse and respond to the gank into the triangle, this time taking down the Treant Protector.
Really good chunk of gold for that. They are 9k behind, so you need everything you can get, even if it is just a support kill. Muerta's getting close to Gleipnir. Maybe there'll be some cool combo where you Gleipnir a bunch of heroes into the Bristle Ags, and you know, Lycan Wolves get to go at you. I think that's got to happen soon, because this PA really, she's been left alone with a really early Battle Fury. Everything, like, she's gonna become a problem pretty quickly. I like this. She's got Manta queued up, and then she's gonna get a shard, because that break is really good for her team. Kind of forget about it a lot since PA has just been out of the meta so long. But I do think once either she gets buffed or just agility carries in general, that shard is very strong, because there's not a lot of sources of break. And
no,
it feels like
not.
that's been a little bit painful lately in the current meta, where you want break and it's like, well, who do we take? Like Viper, Nyx, right? It's just a little awkward.
Yeah, I think you're right. On top of it, she also just, methodical is such a good facet as well, like in terms of being able to like securely kill heroes. So yeah, I think PA could definitely be a hero that rises quite a bit in the upcoming patch. And there's no way they don't
see
make
her.
agility heroes good with like Kez coming out. Phantom Assassin? I don't know what she was waiting for, but she was sitting there for like a minute straight, I think.
I don't know how long she was waiting there, but at least those last 5-10 seconds, I'm not sure what she was looking for. I guess she was scared and she's trying to like see what was happening on the map. Unfortunately, sitting right on the ward, so they just walk up and jump her, have enough crowd control to finish killing her with the Morta ult. Actually gonna get a second one for their troubles coming down here.
These are some big kills because they all just went into the Muerta, and she just gets a massive amount of net worth from it.
Can you just go do Roche? Actually, you have a Lycan Bristle Muerta.
Lycan, right?
Yeah, but maybe they just want a tower first.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This Phantom Assassin needs to be very careful. They can easily burst her again. The stolen cookie comes out. The dead shot pulls her back, and she dies again. Back to back. This time, the kill going to the Lycan. Now, Tusk is in a little bit of a rough spot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Drinking buddies! Saved.
Great TP in from the Rubik to give him a drinking buddies target.
Attack.
Now the rest of the team is coming.
He's gonna pop the
Oh, what a
Bloodstone, but
silence.
What a good silence. Oh man. That's the big kill.
That's really nice. I think ideally maybe you don't have to come back because you can maybe take that tier 1 and then steal the Tormentor. But I don't think it matters too much just because how far they were behind. So like you take anything, and it's actually a 6k gold lead now, which is not too bad. That's playable. Maybe you're
This
gonna get a
Necro might
Necro
be
kill
dead.
now.
Yeah, I mean, you're
Is he
just
not a
Cloud's
TP?
just gonna pop the bristle back in a second here, and I think he dies. Yeah, this hero has 0 armor. Like this is the problem with Necrophos. He's sitting there. He has 8 armor total. Gets hit by like 3 or 4 nasal goos and a howl. Right, howl already reduces 5 armor. Nasal goo puts him into the negative territory, and then he takes 1,400 damage in 3 quill sprays.
Yeah, I thought he would just teleport right away. Maybe the cooldown was just like a second or 2 off. I think if he can press W and TP right away, he lives. There's a slight delay on it. I'll assume for cooldown reasons.
Under attack.
But I mean, to talk about what's been going on the last like few minutes this game, the PA has died twice, the Sand King has died, and now the Necrophos has died. While the Radiant lose absolutely nothing in that process. So they have completely stabilized the game. They're going to find the Sand King again here with the Muertas hauling, trying to silence her up, but
Don't really
Did not
like the
have the
angle of the
heroes
fight.
yeah.
They're just going to back out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Falling back like this does mean you might be giving Roche over to the Dire. It's kind of a slow Roche, though.
I'm kind of surprised they're not contesting it, but instead we'll grab the tier 1 tower in the mid. I mean, that's the first tower they have taken this game. That just shows how bad their lanes have gone. So maybe giving up the Aegis for like a mid tower and maybe a top tier 1 tower isn't that bad. They're going to actually come through the Twin Gate here to defend on the Necrophos, and they know. Gleipnir's out, wall response into the silence, and he is super dead.
They're just bleeding a lot of kills.
Has fallen.
I
I mean, their
think,
gold lead's completely gone now.
yeah, even with the Aegis.
Tower is under attack.
And now we're kind of back to the point where I think like Muerta's going to be really good this game. It looked like her timing was going to be completely missed and they would have ways to deal with it, but because of how many kills have gone back the other way, I think she's back on track. And you have these alpha wolves. I think he'll probably get a shard at some point, right? To always push out his lanes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'd imagine the shard is coming very soon for the Lycan. He should have the pipe almost done at this point.
Dire's top
He does. He's actually going the bongo boots next. So he has the drums, the Vlads, the pipe, soon to be boots of bearing. But yeah, I think the shard is just way too important to pass up, especially when you go Alpha Wolf. Because it doesn't get the wind run, but it does get the other passive, which is the like root and bonus damage. Oh, they found the Snapfire. The wolves are there. The damage from the tusk to help them out. More than enough.
What's the PA working for? BKB, but she's a BKB away from BKB.
Yeah, she went Manta and Shard.
Blink on Tran almost done. Like, when do you start bringing things back together is what I'm wondering.
This is literally the exact problem of like the melee agility heroes we were talking about. Mid lane, they're gonna go on Kid, but he just gets immediately rooted from the overgrowth. He's still got some time on that ult left to see what he can get, but the Reaper Scythe comes in to finish the job. Very nice pick off. Burrow strike up onto the high ground. They're not getting much out of the Lycan at the moment. The Epicenter doing some work, but a jump in from the Phantom Assassin gets the break, but in comes Bristleback. This guy's scary. Can he chase down the remnants of these heroes? He's trying. He does have a hairball in a moment. It will finish off one, but that's not enough. PA jumps in. Wait a minute. Telekinesis into the Walrus Punch. That's a really bold move. He's got a BKB. They're going to be able to grab the Aegis here. But, ooh, blink up on the high ground. They don't go for the chase. Interesting.
That could have gone better for the Dire, except the Necro tried to boots travels in, and then the Lycan Wolves were there to kill the creep immediately. So it takes longer to kill the Sand King than they were, or sorry, the Muerta than they were hoping for, which allowed everyone else to respond, and you end up with I think a pretty fine trade, even though you did lose your carry, which is maybe a little sad.
It was like slightly favored for the Dire, but not by much. It's most of the fact that PA was able to come into the fight late and clean up some extra kills, get some good assists. She's level 18 now.
PA at least got a lot out of that, because her BKB timing's a lot closer than it was just a minute ago. She's now only about like 1,500 gold off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tier 2 tower under siege. Doesn't look like they want to defend here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And the Lycan Wolves scouting out that the entire Dire team is here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
That nullifier on Bristleback is kind of sick. If they get this, oh my god, what?
I mean, Necro still doesn't really have armor. He is still very weak to physical. Yeah, he's still very squishy with the build he went for. Like, he has Radiance, Blink, Bots, and Yules. Like, there's no strength or resistances in any of those besides, like, some evasion. But the Quills don't even care about evasion.
Yeah, Tusk did 680 damage on that Walrus Punch. That's like legitimately half of his health pool. Now in the river, we're gonna see them find the Snapfire as well. Quick pick off. This Tusk is going crazy. PA actually skipped her BKB. Did you mention that?
Is under attack.
Oh, she changed her mind? Oh,
She went for a basher.
I don't know about that.
I feel like you need a BKB. Like, one bad fight, and this game snowballs out of control because they can easily take your base. Muerta, however, did not skip her BKB. Bought the Chrysalis to amp her damage. Has a BKB now. As Smoke's gonna
push
pop.
really quickly.
PA finds him. The Burrow Strike is out. She's just dead.
That's a good find for the Dire here. I thought they were about to lose the Necro, who was just beelining it down. I thought they were about to jump him and just repeat what we saw earlier.
Yeah, they kind of were positioned in a weird spot on the Radiant. Like, there was a... Like, the Dire's making this rotation on over, but the Muerta is the one standing deepest in their jungle, and neither of the supports were close by to help her.
Man, I really don't know how this game's gonna go. It's been really back and forth with these pickoffs. I feel like it's gonna drag out for a while, and we're gonna see like one major fight. Death timer is gonna be so long, that'll be it.
All right, nice overgrowth
Big
there
overgrowth.
to bail out the Sand King. It looks like that's gonna be enough.
Oh, Muerta's going for a solo kill in the bottom lane. Oh my god.
This
that
silence
one
is gonna
crit.
hit him. He's dead.
Ooh, or is he? Oh, he is.
Wait, did she not pop the calling initially?
No, she had it. She dropped it right away. Oh,
Or not the calling, sorry, pierce the veil. She didn't pierce the veil initially, is what it was.
Oh, I thought she did.
No,
Maybe
she
not.
didn't.
Maybe I didn't see it.
She just was going for the solo kill because when he came back down, she popped the pierce the veil and just it's kind of weird. I think if she just uses like when you're going for that solo kill, I think it's worth to just like all in that hero. But yeah, that's a rough death from the Muerta, at least dying to the PA there, who is starting to get kind of scary.
Yeah, that was a first hit bash to kill the Muerta. Not that the Muerta had any form of escapes anyways. So maybe wouldn't have made a huge difference.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, we're wrapped back around PA scary territory. Never BKB though, interestingly. So she might still get deleted by a Muerta who she did get the Crystallis, but she's gonna go back for the MKB first to make sure she can actually hit the PA, which I think is a good call.
Yeah.
He likes this Ofrenda spot. He keeps respawning down here. All right, they're coming in to contest Roche.
I think you need to. I think this is a really
I don't
good
think
call.
they're gonna make it though.
There might be
okay, actually,
baiting
they're
Roche for the
retreating.
moment.
They did get hit by the roar, so you'd be losing a lot of damage.
All right, they see everything. There's a ward sentry up on the high ground. They're actually not dewarding these quite yet. As Mortimer kisses are coming through, Muerta just pops the BKB, pierce the veil, takes the Aegis away. They rip right through two heroes. And this is when you got to be scared of this guy. Muerta is strong in these situations. The Stolen Epicenter just takes down the Treant Protector, is now in the trees. Is going to be this Snapfire and this Phantom Assassin. Looks like they're just going to settle for the snap here. Maybe they can get more if they're lucky. PA jumps on in aggressively to try to take down the Muerta and dies for it. Oh my goodness.
You even got the Necro to buy back, but then he decides not to join in. So that's just a complete win for Team Unknown.
5-0 and Roche.
Here's the thing about Muerta, right? When she pops her ult, this hero has insane damage once she's reached this point. She even got that Grove Bow for extra damage. And so when you're coming in to contest Roche, like, you're actually just coming into the Muerta, who otherwise, without mobility, can sometimes struggle to enter a fight and get damage done in the short time of her ultimate, 8 seconds. But when you come to her in the pit, she just ulted in the pit, stepped out, and then the Sand King and Necro got deleted.
Yeah, the Necrophos walked up and got 3-shot, like, legitimately. It was just a walrus punch again into like 2 taps from the Muerta. Sand King managed to get his whole kit off. He's like got the Bloodstone going, but it just didn't matter at all. Now we're going to see a kick out of the base. There is going to be a Reaper Scythe onto the Bristleback, but it's not enough to kill him. And you have lost 2 already. Oh my goodness. Muerta's here, baby. Triple kill. And I think that's just the game. Yeah, I mean, tip the Necrophos. I don't know. The hero just doesn't do much, it seems. It's kind of just the nature of the hero. You have to go boots travel because he's so immobile, but he's insanely weak.
The funny thing is, though, so I don't love the Necro pick overall, right? But I actually think it was in a decent spot to do quite a lot, right? They were at a 9k gold lead on Difference Team. But I feel like between a mix of itemization and the way they were playing, they didn't really make use of that gold lead and then just slowly gave it away, right? By being picked off across the board. As opposed to like, let's group up, let's go. Do we have our auras? Are we itemizing against them and they can't fight into us? And we just start clearing out towers, continue to grow that gold lead. It didn't really come into play and they're split up. And I think we saw like, you mentioned at one point, like every single core died at least once, if not more than that, along with like some supports who died, like, oh, trying to save the core, you know, then they feed, right? So although at the end, I am back to like not liking that Necro, I actually think the draft was working for whatever reason, draft, playstyle, like they were doing it and then they stopped doing it.
Yeah, I mean, the game was massively in their favor, and Dota Plus put them at like over 90% to win. But there was, I think it was the Blink reveal on Tusk just killed this team, and they had no response. Like, you have a Necrophos with Radiance and a Yules, which, I mean, doesn't tank this hero up in any capacity. Like, you need items that make you tanky in this game. Like, he needs a BKB, he needs like a Kaya Sange, maybe like even an Octarine or a Bloodstone. Like, I don't know what you need to make this hero good. The problem is it's too many items and it's just way too difficult to get to that point. And there just isn't the auras. Like, you have a Guardian Greaves, which is nice, but there is no pipe on this team against a Muerta. And I mean, you look at the alternatives, right? Your team is mostly magic damage, right? The Necrophos, Sand King, Snapfire, Treant. Obviously, the PA comes in eventually, but they already have like pipe Vlads. They've got double BKBs. They've got multiple blink initiations and a nullifier. Like, there's just, the itemization is just way better from Unknown this game.
Yeah, I think if you change, I think if Sand King goes blink first into pipe, Crimson, maybe swap those two, I'm not sure, but at least the blink first to actually have someone who starts things for his team properly, and then the Necro, maybe you still get the Radiance, but I think you should have a Shiva's, right? And you're starting to just answer what the enemy has with the different itemization from your team that's going to group up. I think the support itemization was fine, but then when you take those fights, right, now we're talking about like pipe, Crimson, Shiva's, you're answering everything. The high physical damage from Unknown, along with the Muerta's ultimate, like her magic damage, they just won't do enough damage into your team, and you can just go take towers and not lose heroes one by one.
Yeah. Well, overall, a really good pullback here from Unknown. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll see what happens when we come back in game number 2. And stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the North American Qualifiers here, everybody. We are jumping into game number 2 here between Difference and Unknown in just a moment. Game 1 was a little bit of a roller coaster. It was looking good, but things kind of fell apart at some point. So talk to us, Zach. What happened?
Some good old NA Dota, man. I don't know. It was a little chaotic there. I think draft-wise, I liked what Unknown team had with the Muerta, but then the lanes did not go all that well. But maybe I just misunderstood Lycan mid, and maybe Difference team did too, because those wolves were really being annoying. They're like almost killing, the mid Lycan, or sorry, the mid Necro on their own, right? And maybe this Alpha Wolves Lycan really just needs to get to level 11, and it takes quite a while, but the payoff is worth it for the team, right? And it's kind of how they started to get back into it. Some of the kills they found were off the Wolves scouting and then finding kills, connecting. I don't know, maybe, right? But again, at the end of it, we did say it feels like there were some itemization issues and play style issues for different team. Like if you just come together a little sooner, I think you can close it out with the draft you had. But just slowly giving away the lead, and then that Roche fight was a real disaster to just it just kind of ended off of that Roche fight.
It really did. Everything kind of fell to pieces when that happened. They walked in, Muerta had already popped BKB Pierce the Veil to finish the Roche quickly. And they like blink in on the Sand King and the Necro. Necro gets immediately caught from the Walrus Punch. And then they both die. And then they hand over the Epicenter to the Rubik as well, who then just solo kills the Treant Protector with it. So it was just this, like everything that could have gone wrong did. The Phantom Assassin played really greedy on her build the whole game, trying to avoid going for something like the BKB, realizing that they need damage. Maybe a Satanic would help her live through some of these fights, but this is one of those heroes that like you have to be able to go in and guarantee kill some heroes. And BKB is like the only thing that really allows you to do that in some games. And it's not like on the PA's itemization as much as it's just, I think it was a whole team decision in terms of what items they needed to pick up. I think the Necrophos is one of those things where you're like, it's a Necro. Like, do we even know what type of items this hero needs to build in this patch? Because like it has been played maybe 5 times in the pro scene in the last year. So it's just not a hero that we see that often.
I think something like working a blade mail or something. I don't know, right? It just felt weird when we looked at it, and there's no armor on any of the first 4 major items versus Bristleback Lycan. And you can say, well, he has the W, I guess, but he has no mobility, so like he's gonna have to deal with it after that W ends, especially once like nullifiers come in or the Muerta's there, and it's like, okay, you don't have armor, you also don't have magic resistance. Right? Like, you got to have some kind of answer somewhere. It's like, oh, Yule's doing that. Well, then you're going to fall, you're going to get shredded by physical damage. So there needs to be something. And those heroes are too tanky. Like, you have the Radiance, and in theory, I'll like live long enough to do enough damage and scare them away. But they're so tanky, they don't care. In the case of Lycan, he walks away in that time and then walks back in. So it just didn't work as a counter. And maybe he got caught off guard by this mid Lycan, right? Like I certainly would. How do I lane versus a mid Lycan? I don't know, right? It's weird. So this Alpha Wolves is cool, but hasn't seen a lot of play. So I think it is still surprising for a lot of people.
I will be surprised. Like I was like definitely caught off by the mid Lycan, but they clearly knew it was going to be mid Lycan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have picked this Necrophos. So I'm a little unsure as to what their game plan is this time. If they are going to let the Lycan through, if they want to pick up the Lycan again on Unknown, we'll have to see. But this time, first pick, Unknown. They ban out the Sand King, which is a little bit surprising, right? First pick teams usually want to try and keep it in for themselves, but they go and ban it instead.
Yeah, if you don't want the Sand King, I guess that's fine. Maybe you're going for another strong support. Shadow Demon's out, but Tusk, Naga Siren, they're both in still. Rubik ban is uncommon, but maybe targeted towards Difference team.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Okay, there's the Wind Ranger, the Tusk. So I think you could take the Naga
10
if you
seconds
want it.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What else could you grab? So far in these qualifiers, they typically open with a support pick if they're first.
Okay, they
And
banned the
actually,
Naga
all the
instead.
supports.
Dire team
Okay,
pick.
so then Omni? Okay, yeah, there it is.
Nice.
So he's
yeah.
kind of like that last other one that's pretty good. Okay, Mirana's not a bad response. If you play position 4 versus Omni Knight, then usually you're fine. Although yesterday we saw a game where Omni paired with a Bristle
that was
and
so funny.
they just slowed the Mirana and she couldn't get away from Omni Knight and got bodied.
10
But
seconds remaining.
I think a lot of that was the Bristle enabling that, which he's still in the pool, so maybe it could happen. But otherwise, as a 4 support with Leap, you're typically okay versus the Omni Knight, or potentially as a carry. You're not even interacting with it. Though I will say Omni Ult into the Solar Flare is pretty good because you kind of want to get a lot of damage dealt during that time. Though Solar Flare does last longer than the Omni Knight ult, so maybe it's okay.
They go back to the Treant Protector, huh? Okay, so just very comfortable with this hero. They open with what is likely their support duo. Again, like you said, it could be the core Mirana, but I think it's less likely into the Omni Knight. And they grab themselves a Doom. Okay, that's a nice pick. Doom Dark Willow. That's a strong offlane.
Yeah, especially into the Treant. If he just walks a little too far up, get caught in a bramble, get caught in the scorched earth, right? Lots of things to just accidentally break your passive, and then you're slow and you can't get away from these heroes. So could be a little tough for him. His ultimate will be good later on, though. Omni Knight, the repel is no longer a dispel, right? So if you try to use it on a hero, you can overgrowth it just like any other BKB ability, and just kind of like waste some time there.
Dire team pick. Radiant.
And the Snapfire once again into the Bristleback. Okay. So they had to deal with this last game. They're going to take it for themselves. Likely Bristleback off lane, I would say, based on these picks, but you could run it
10 seconds
as a carry if
remaining.
you wanted, but I think right now it's a Mirana core. Like Mirana 1 with Treant and Bristleback Snapfire off lane.
I think so. I'm just, this is the first pick Omni Knight, and the ultimate is actually so good versus 2 cores. So it's a little scary. Dark Willow also has Shadow Realm to dodge. At least the right clicks, you could still get killed by the Quill Sprays. I'm a little worried about that. I'm trying to think, like, who could you pick at the end? You need someone who's going to deal with the Omni Knight to take him out of these fights. So a mid hero, I assume, who has a jump, maybe a silence, get to the Omni Knight, don't let him join in. Maybe something like, I was going to say Puck, but I don't know if Puck deals with what I assume is going to be another mid Lycan. Maybe like one of the Spirit heroes.
10 seconds.
Spirit heroes don't like playing into Doom, though. This is kind of nasty, right? You need a hero to get to
Yeah.
Omni Knight, but a lot of the mobile heroes don't like Doom and probably don't lane well enough against Lycan mid. So maybe another route you could take is just someone high magic damage, and then you don't care about Omni ult. I'm trying to think. Leshrac. Oh, Leshrac doesn't like Doom either. I don't know. I'm running out of ideas here.
Are they planning on putting either the Mirana or the
10
Bristleback
seconds
mid?
remaining.
Is that the idea here? Because they're banning out heroes like Muerta.
5 seconds.
Maybe you could do mid Bristle versus Lycan.
I feel like
Bristle's not going to
Lycan-
love dealing with Doom,
Yeah.
but I guess a lot of people don't like dealing with Doom, so I guess you got to pick your poison.
One could
Okay, if you do
that.
mid Bristle versus Lycan,
Radiant team ban.
Huskar ban.
who's an offlaner you could take?
Dude, the thing with these teams is like they just put heroes in weird spots and pick weird things, and so it's impossible to kind of read where this draft is going. Like for me, I would be looking at a Slark for unknown. It's not a hero that's that common, but it is really good against an offlane Bristleback if that's the case, and you'd have an Omni to back you up. but
Fortunately for Difference Team, their last pick. So I
Yeah.
guess they'll get to see everything. Because Lycan actually doesn't have to be a mid. It's just what Unknown has done twice. Like sometimes people play like, I don't know, carry Lycan. It's not really common now, but I think all the heroes in this game so far have not been that common. So
why not just pick a
I
Shadow
don't know.
Fiend?
Seconds remaining.
For Unknown,
Yeah, just go Shadow Fiend carry.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Oh,
think.
okay.
Oh my God,
Nature's
Nature's.
Similar idea though. I was like, just pick a strong physical damage melee laner or like ranged safe laner is what I
I
wanted.
totally forgot about Nature's actually.
Yeah, that's okay. Brood Mother. So where is that going? Okay, he's
Mid
gonna
or
be one
off lane, I
position
guess.
Mirana.
Little bit of discussion here. Like, where do we want to put this? You don't have the best heroes at dealing with the spiders, but again, the Omni ult is actually good versus all 3 cores here. But maybe Broodmother can get a quick Orchid and just like run over to him. You don't care about the Sprout. You can just get through that.
All right. Well, interesting drafts again. Kind of as expected. The last pick of the Brood definitely kind of throws a wrench in things here for Unknown because this hero is definitely someone that can take over the map if you get enough space. But it is going to be mid into a Lycan, and so the Lycan versus Brood 1v1, not something we see all that often. I feel like for the first while, it's going to be better for the Lycan since he has a little bit of extra help in CS with the wolves. But I don't think you ever like stop the Brood Mother from farming since she has insatiable hunger and can just pop that to kind of reset herself in the lane.
I think so. Like you
I feel like
said,
it
I
has
really
to be
haven't seen
better
this matchup.
eventually, but I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll
I
see.
think Lycan has better base damage between the wolves and his passive, so the first level should go his way. But then at level 6, Broodmother just pops off, and Lycan doesn't really have a way to punish that. Like, I guess you try to take the tower while she's gone, but she could potentially just cut your creep waves and then show up to lane as needed because she's so fast in the webs. And I think she'll surpass the Lycan at that point. My concern again for Difference Team is who is the playmaker. These are 3 farming cores.
It has to be Brood.
Who
The
does
Brood
stuff,
Mother just
right?
has to go really aggressive. She has to take the mid tower at a reasonable time, and then she has to move into the enemy safe lane, like to where the Nature's Prophet is, and trying to start pressuring that lane as well. I can't think that there's any other plan besides that, because you don't want to go into the Doom lane and just get doomed and die, because like that'll definitely happen. So I imagine Brood needs to win mid and then move to take bottom side of the map.
I could see that. You just put all your webs to that bottom half. But it does mean like you're not rotating at 6, which is what a lot of other more active mids would do. You're farming at level 6, getting to your max webs, and then maybe you need like Orchid if you want to be aggressive. I think Orchid would be good versus the Omni Knight as well. But Bloodthorn did get nerfed on that hero.
He did. I like the fact that it actually chose the Feeding Frenzy facet this game on the Brood Mother. Because you pointed out, they actually have really no good way of dealing with the spiders, and this is one of those games where this could actually be a huge facet in terms of your ability to push towers and like fight with the spiders. So this is cool.
With that said, Necrotic Webs is actually probably pretty good versus Lycan,
Lycan,
with his extra HP regen.
The battle begins.
Yeah, I initially thought the same thing. I was like, oh, he'll probably just go Necrotic Webs in lane, but then he didn't, so here we are.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing it. See how it pays off. Dark Willow did go Thorny Thicket instead of the Throwing Shade we see more often. I'm going to guess it has to do with her team's lack of crowd control that she's going to try to cover with the extra Bramble Mazes. But it does mean your laning stage is a bit weaker.
I feel like those
I guess your damage is
alive by the spiders too.
Yeah, your damage is also gonna be absorbed by those spiders, so throwing shade, amplifying that won't really help you.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That's a nice courier get. Some extra regen now going to be missing in the bottom lane. Ooh, arrow connecting onto the Dark Willow top lane. They get themselves first blood here for the Mirana. Bottom lane trying to do something similar. It's a second kill now onto the Nature's Prophet. Very nicely done, utilizing the level 2 there. Actually, it might not even have been level 2 of the Bristleback. That was just Quill Spray, baby.
Quill Spray plus that full bore slow, allowing you to run him down. I was going to say, yeah, like the Ironwood Treant is annoying, but you do have to be really careful of your positioning, especially once Fire Snap Cookie comes out, because if you just throw the Bristle on top of the Natures and you slow them with Nasal Goo, and then you just Quelling Blade the Sprout to like keep chasing, there's no mobility on Nature's Prophet, and he will be run down. So they have to do a good job of just like maintaining equilibrium near the tower to prevent that from happening.
CS wise, Radiant doing quite well at the moment. I think once you have level 2 in this top lane, you might be able to put a little bit more. That's exactly. He just pops the blood grenade casually, throws it onto the Treant Protector, grabs a courier. Bramble Maze not gonna connect, unfortunately, there for the Dark Willow, so that hurts a little bit.
It's harder to land in the open lane. You usually want some creeps to help body block enemy heroes into it, or like in the tree line.
Some trading happening over the 3-minute lotuses. They managed to grab it. All right, so this is what I was saying. At this point, you have Insatiable Hunger. You're level 4 on the Brood. You no longer have to worry about regen. So
I think it's so funny. Usually we like glance at the mid lane. They're both like half health. Like, oh, I'll do this. Like, I'll bottle trade here. Like, I'm eating this tree. And you're playing this very like high thought out game of like trading resources. We're coming here. They're just both full health the whole time. They're hitting each other. It's like, okay, well, that's not doing anything. He's healing. I'm healing. We both have just a bunch of extra tangos because none of us even need them. It's actually just a farm fest here.
Yep, no bottles in sight, just some people building bracers and soul rings, and yep, no one takes damage. They're just gonna sit there forever and farm. And then Brood's gonna hit level 6 and eventually expand her her webs across the river into the enemy jungle and start taking some camps.
Yeah, you don't want to fall back to your own camps because you want to leave that for the Bristleback. I imagine Snapfire will try to stack him when she can. And I think going towards the Natures is the right call since this guy has no mobility, we were saying. And if he tries to TP out, pretty sure Brood with like any amount of spiders, especially with Feeding Frenzy, will be enough to kill him before he can get out.
They bring in the Treant Protector in. The question is it going to make a difference? There it is. The Nature's Grasp on top of him. The heals from the Omni's not enough. And now the dive looking for the Omni Knight. He's got so many Quill Spray stacks. Achy Bones gets himself a very nice kill there. And a lot of experience going their way in this bottom lane thanks to these 2 kills.
Nice rotation from the Treant. That was a little bit of an aggressive teleport from Nature's Prophet, getting back to the lane. Just wanted to poke a bit. Didn't expect to get slowed from the back. And again, we see he actually was kind of close to his tower, but just no mobility whatsoever on that hero. Any amount of slows is so scary for you. Now he actually has to walk back, the hero with 2 teleports. That's a big kill to get on him.
Yeah, that hurts a lot.
He's very slow. At least it's nighttime, so it's a little faster, I guess. Level 6 Lycan. Looks like he did manage to get a couple extra denies over the Brood, but she is one last hit away from getting 6. And we should start seeing her just shoving waves, head to the jungle.
Ooh, they get the Treant, but it's going to cost you 2. He doesn't have a spot for the Lotus. Oh. Yeah. Maybe if he gets the Lotus swap in, he can make it into the trees and TP or something, but yeah, without it, really rough. And here we go. Broodmother's level 6. The fun's going to begin now. I'm a little bit surprised she didn't turn that other Wraith Band into a Null Talisman, but for now, just going to go straight into the Treads and an Orchid queued right after that.
Yeah, I think that's the right idea. Oh, look at the Lycan. Cookie not close enough to connect. Pretty short cast range on that, so... At least you're forcing a Lycan ult, and it's defensively, right? He's not really rotating to a side lane, getting a kill with that hasted Lycan form. So even though you don't get a kill, I think you're happy with that. You'll know your safe lanes are okay.
Bottom lane. Snapfire with the full bore, but the repel is there. It finally expires. They get him with the cookie. Another kill going their way, but they do manage to snipe the Wisdom Rune on the Nature's Prophet, which he kind of needs. He's a little bit behind at the moment. Holding his TP will finally go back to the jungle to continue farming.
This mid tower is about to fall so quickly with this feeding frenzy. Look at it go.
How much damage do these spiders get from it? I'm kind of curious, because the Insatiable Hunger is percentage based, right? Only level 1, so they're getting 40% damage and 40% lifesteal. Is that right?
Yeah. So for now, it's not the best. Level 1 spiders kind of weak, but over time it'll be stronger. But since there's so many of them, right? Even when they're only getting like 6 damage, doesn't sound like a lot. But when there's 20 spiders, right, that does add up.
Yep. Doom putting the first Doom to use, gets the kill onto the Treant Protector. Not like the best kill, but you'll take it. The Mirana, of course, doesn't want to be up here anymore, so you're just going to do your best here to try and push that tower. You have a Brood problem, guys. There is spiders knocking on your tier 2 here. As there's your Insatiable Hunger. All right, let's see. So yeah, they're currently getting 5 extra damage, which, like you said, it adds up on all of these. I mean, this thing's dead.
Eventually it'll go up to 70% extra damage for the spiders. They do rotate in. It's a little late, though. Can you maybe get a Brood kill? I don't think so.
You don't have Doom anymore, right? So I don't know how you do. This Broodmother has taken tier 1, tier 2 mid. It's only a matter of time before she starts expanding some weds down towards bottom. You could just honestly plant your Bristleback in the mid lane. Or you're like just anybody really, right? Like just plant someone in the mid lane to defend the tower. Maybe just put your Mirana there, your Bristle's jungling. But well, Broodmother gets caught, does have Insatiable Hunger, and doesn't pop it to try and survive. So
caster cursed.
Yeah. This is what I was gonna say, like just plant in front of the tower. Like you have no real reason to cross that river ever right now in mid lane. Like you don't have any vision. There's no objectives there now. You know, it's like just play it safe, farm the jungle. But ends up getting caught.
Yeah, I think it would be good to... Yeah, the Bristle, you see him in the triangle, so he'll just bounce between the triangle, the Ancient Camp, and then the mid lane. And then you could have your Brood playing in that jungle with the supports. I guess she just wants to finish Orchid, though, so you just let her farm max efficiency until that point, and then maybe you start playing more with her. Alternatively, she goes to the enemy triangle because you actually already got that bottom safe lane tower. And you steal that away from the Lycan who's been farming it up. It's about 1,000 gold off the Orchid. Slight
Pretty much
lead
a very
for...
Oh, good.
No, yeah, I was going to say it's pretty close in terms of farm if it wasn't for these towers that have dropped. It has to solo ult himself to get out of here on the Omni. But
Well,
that's the
it's
only
not
way he
gonna work
lives.
for much longer. He's about to have the Orchid.
Yeah, that's the last time that'll work.
Yeah, they immediately smoke towards bottom. I like this. That being said, Doom's ultimate is available. So if you happen to get caught on the Broodmother without paying attention, well, he's just going to TP out, and there's no way to cancel this. Nicely done. I was going to say, very similar build from the Lycan is what we saw in the previous game. He's got himself the Vlad, the drums, this time queuing up the Assault Kuros. Slightly different than what we saw before. Top lane, Bristleback falling low, but who? Okay, it looks like it was just a Dark Willow, but he's coming in on the Nature's Prophet and Achy Bones. He's going to go down. Mortimer Kisses out the supports. Just kill this Nature's Prophet on their own. As Lycan's going to come through. He's got the Wolves just blowing right through this Snapfire's health bar. Big overgrowth onto 3. The Terrorize is going to connect and help finish the job, but that is some huge turnaround kills. The Nature's Grasp actually taking down the Dark Willow at the tail end, but they needed this and badly. Your Nature's Prophet is really struggling this game.
Orchid's being delivered on Brood. They're going to try to get the Doom in the meantime since all that action happened top. Morana's over here.
He has to
Orchid
Doom him,
delivered
right?
now.
Okay, he's dead. Because he didn't have Scorched Earth, so that makes sense. I was like, maybe if you just Doom Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade, you just do what damage you can, but he did not have his Scorched Earth cooldown, so unlucky timing there for the Doom. And the first Orchid reveal is success.
If you can work in a shard somewhere on Doom, I don't know where you do that, but if you can, it's probably a lot of healing off of these spiders. Might help him tank up in some of these fights.
Oh boy, Doom.
Oh no, Doom. This is not the place to teleport to.
He doesn't get a lot out of this. The spiders, however, just getting ripped apart by the Nature's Prophet. So, actually will survive. They end up TPing in on the Omni and the Dark Willow here. Dude, do you remember the patch when you got damaged based on the number of units killed?
Yeah.
On the Nature's Prophet? And you would just
That would've been
ult
good.
wherever the Broodmother spider camp was?
Yeah, you just get so much damage. Now you'll hit everything, so I guess that's kind of nice. In the past, it's annoying because your ultimate gets absorbed by spiders and may not even hit a hero. But now you will at least hit everything, though you won't get like 1,000,000 damage anymore.
Bottom lane.
Ooh, spiders nuked by purification.
How close are we on this Bristleback Ags? I feel like it's got to be soon, right? Oh, it is being delivered this very instant. Okay, that is a lot of damage into this Lycan. Will not go for the dive, though. He's still, yeah, I think he was just trying to bait out the shapeshift, but Orchid connects onto the Omni Knight. Terrorize comes through. The Cookie not going to connect as a result. So a nice save there from the Dark Willow. That's a big cooldown, though. Terrorize down, though, for this next fight.
Yeah, and it's such a small commitment. You're literally just running spiders at him and pressing your Orchid.
Mortimer Kisses come out. Doom hits the Treant Protector again. Do they even finish the kill, though? They do. Omni Knight will walk in, get the job done. Ultimate will protect the Omni, but it's going to leave Doom exposed. It feels like a forced play just trying to get the Treant Protector, but, I mean, all of this has been space for this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Nature's and Lycan just farming up, not showing up to anything yet.
He doesn't go for the Wisdom Rune. I guess he doesn't have another TP, so he might have to wait.
Yeah, it would be pretty scary.
I mean, they scanned it to see if it was open, and it didn't hit a hero, so I thought he might just go for the Wisdom Rune, but he had just TP'd back to base, so maybe a little bit of an improper order of operations there. Like, if he had TP'd to the rune, he could have TP'd back to Fountain immediately after, but Then I guess he's stuck in Fountain for a few moments.
Yeah, but at least that Fountain would be safe. You can walk out. Stuck on the
Yeah.
enemy's Wisdom Rune is very scary.
He might still go for it, to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me if he,
Dire are scanning.
on his
At
next,
this point-
teleport scroll, goes for it.
Maybe. At this point, it feels a little awkward, though, because you don't know if they've gone or not, so it'd be kind of a shot in the dark. Looking at Lycan.
Does have shapeshift. Able to get away, but how many times did we see this last game? The immediate overgrowth to counter.
Dire's courier has been killed.
As long as you're strong enough to kill Lycan, overgrowth feels great against him. If Lycan's running away with the game, then it doesn't feel great because you're overgrowthing, but he'll just kill you afterwards. But for now, I'm pretty happy with that. The Lycan kill. This is the weird thing about mid Lycan. I know it'll be strong at some point, we saw in the last game, but it's been 16 minutes and I don't really feel like I've seen a Nature's rotate to a gank that's happened. I don't see like the mid making plays. It's just felt very weird. It just feels like everyone's farming and the Brood sometimes makes plays. That's a lot of what this game has been.
Ooh, the Shadow Realm cuts off as the Orchid somehow connects, so he makes it out. Yeah, you're exactly right. That's kind of what I'm feeling, right? Is you have a very passive play style from the Radiant until they like kind of just pick up one or two items, and then maybe at that point they try and group. Doom's gonna come out topside here onto the Bristle. I don't know if this is enough damage.
Fast.
You're gonna need some help. Nature's Prophet not TPing in as he gets caught on the backside here by the Broodmother, and he's going to be forced out as well. So Doom does not secure that kill, and now Aki... Oh, he goes in, gets stomped! Oh my goodness.
They do get
Well,
the Natures.
It's a trade. Nature's dead again. Cloud likely to get chased down here in the top side. He is underneath a ward. Orchid is out, tries to TP, but no way.
Is under attack.
And that's going to be tier 1 and maybe even tier 2. Like, Brood can build up another army of spiders off this next creep wave and has Insatiable Hunger coming back off cooldown. You can put a lot of pressure in before the heroes are... Oh my god, these wolves dodging everything.
Dire's middle tower.
Really check for the Wisdom Rune. Finally goes over on the Nature's Prophet to start farming the enemy Ancient Camp.
Oh,
Oh
Brood's
my
going
god,
back
no
for it.
way Broodmother just guesses this.
How does she even know?
She doesn't.
Did they scan?
I have no idea. I actually have no idea how she knows. They definitely didn't scan. Maybe he just TP'd back to defend the wave that was pushing, but
I swear he ran straight at that Nature.
he did run straight to the Ancients as well.
Was there a... No, I was about to ask Lycan Wolf. Like, wait, that's his team. Hang on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I have no idea. I must have missed something. I feel like he directly walked at that. Maybe just the hardest read. Nature's not showing where's the safest place he could try to farm. Running at him again in the mid lane, and this time no TP. Silence. Moran doesn't even have time to come and help. Okay, maybe the Shard leap helped. But this amount of spiders plus that Orchid, you just don't get a chance.
Yeah, this is where things are just so scary. Like, for this Nature's Prophet hero, it needs to have a better start, and it just got owned in lane, and it's been spending the full game on recovery. And the rest of the team is also just farming. Like, your Lycan's not really pushing towers. There is a single tier 1 tower down in the top lane. But mid is still very healthy. Bottom is still very healthy.
I mean, you got Broodmothered is
Yeah,
what this
I was
game
gonna-
is coming down to so far.
Wait, they don't Doom? Oh, she has an Aegis. Okay, never mind. That makes sense.
Wolf's gonna try to get her though.
Nature's Prophet dead again.
Dude, he's having such a rough time. They have his number.
There's your Doom. We've seen this before. It didn't quite work out last time. We'll see if there's enough damage from the Dark Willow, but it doesn't look like it. In comes the Lycan after taking down the one hero in that Snapfire, looking to try and force the Aegis or get the kill onto the Bristleback. Just doesn't quite happen. And now they just need a full retreat.
Bruce is just farming next to them that whole time. I thought she was going to come over. She's like, nah, you guys are fine. BKB done on Brood. How long on Aegis? 2.5 minutes. Maybe you poke a little, but you don't really have your team here.
I mean, now that Doom's down, I don't feel like Broodmother's threatened by anything. As bottom lane, Achy Bones will finally go down. Burns at the last second, and they get the Mirana's Aegis as well. But Broodmother's coming. And just like that, 3 dead.
Finds the Dark Willow too.
Yeah, 3 dead. They're going to buy back on the Dark Willow. Lycan's alive, but your base is not going to live for long.
Oh, this looks like it's going to a game 3 here. I'm not sure how you're stopping this Broodmother. She's not even helping her team bottom. She's going to try to get the mid.
Ooh, the Yules.
Everything all at once.
Nice play there from Heaven to try and bait out that overgrowth, but it ends up catching Mistake in the process, so he ends up just dying. They drop essentially, clean up these wolves. Curse Crown connects onto the Treant Protector, but there's just not enough damage. The Broodmother is just getting to town on the base here. Bristleback pushes in the mid lane. And yeah, I think you're right. I think we are heading straight to a game 3 here. I don't know what you can do to hold this one back. They pump the BKB on the Doom, trying to burn through the Treant Protector. It's not enough. And instead, he might just die to the right clicks here of the Broodmother, trying to make his way back to the base. The Repel will actually keep him alive. Achy Bones goes into the fountain, ends up killing the Omni, but dies in the process. Now your Doom is available, throws it on the Broodmother. She returns with her own BKB. Lycan comes through as well. Gonna try and find a cleanup here. Gets one. Might get the second support. I mean, this is some signs of life maybe, but Doom's expired on the Broodmother, and you have no way to fight this hero. She gets a Bloodthorn delivered at that very moment.
These spiders with Insatiable Hunger, she bought the shard, so it makes Insatiable Hunger better, which then gives the even better bonuses to the spiders. So they have 20 base damage. I saw them go up to plus 25. It's more than double damage for these spiders. So imagine an army of 20 spiders is really an army of 50 spiders towards the end of the Insatiable Hunger. It's just such an insane amount of damage on top of the Bloodthorn.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like we talked about, there's very little that you can do to deal with the spiders in this game, and in scenarios like that, like you'll make your lane maybe slightly harder, quote unquote harder, in this game because yeah, you don't have the necrotic webs, but it's so worth it for the payoff of having that extra damage in the late game here.
Yeah, I think it's a good identification of how good spiders will be in this game, but also, yes, my lane's a little harder, but it's also this Lycan mid who, like, what's he really going to do to me? You know, we saw them just farm. It's not like necrotic webs would have changed that. Maybe you get him lower just a little bit, but the plan was never to kill him in the lane. It was to hit 6 and then go do this, right? Just farm up like crazy and eventually show up.
All right,
spiders.
there you go. We got ourselves a game 3 difference. Grabs game 2 off the back of a really good 24-pick Brood. And I don't know. It was, again, one of those things. You pick the Lycan mid here, not knowing your matchup, and rather than pick a dead hero like Necrophos, they're like, guys, we could have just Broodmothered him. Why not? So now we have the Broodmother you have to worry about. I don't know if we're going to see the mid Lycan in game 3, but what do you think is like the main thing that went wrong here for Unknown?
think their lanes just sort of fell flat. This Nature's had a really rough time, but could have recovered off of the classic reason you pick Nature's, that you rotate around and you get kills, right? And so you can farm and participate. But where do you go? Doom lane was kind of okay. You know, maybe you could have gone there, but the other hero is the Lycan, who usually would have set this stuff up for you. Like a Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember, Puck, right? They would have gone to a lane, dropped the coil, the Nature's ult would have been going off, you would have teleported at the same time, and then you take a fight. You pick up 1-2 kills, you take a tower, something like that. But the Lycan just went to his triangle and farmed. And that was the weird part of this Nature's pick. Even though he's, you know, many people consider him a broken hero worth first phasing, it is off of joining fights. And that just did not happen because everyone farmed. Doomed farmed, Lycan farmed, and Nature's like, I'm being killed. I need to farm, or I'll join fights. And like, no, we're farming too. It's like, oh, okay. You know, and it was weird. It's interesting because we're at the end of the patch. It feels pretty established that the meta, the ideal way to play, is building these auras, picking some active heroes, and like your best ranged carry. But that's not really what's been happening this last 2 games. It's been a really, really different style of essentially cheese picks. It's like, how do we deal with their cheese Lycan mid? We tried Necro. Oh, that didn't work as well as we thought. Now let's try Brood. Oh, that went great. You know, so let's see what's in game 3 coming up here.
Yeah, I also think it's just Nature's Prophet is not a hero that you can build Midas on, like, realistically. Like, you just need to get to your Gleipnir, like you said, and start joining fights. And because you go this Midas, like, your team is even more put on, like, the just sit around and wait. Like, you could just make plays off of the Lycan Wolves. Like, the Lycan Wolves could just be scouting, looking for a support, and the Nature's Prophet could just TP in and clean up one, like, either the Treant or the Snapfire. Like, that's realistically stuff that could have been going on early in this game, but they just didn't really connect on it. So we're going to go to a game 3. We're going to be going to a short break first, though. So Unknown versus Difference team, game 3 coming up just after the break. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the NA Qualifiers, everybody. We've got game 3 of Difference and Unknown getting ready to start, but it might be a little bit of a delay, so we'll have to see. We're kind of waiting on the teams to let us know, what exactly is going on there. But game 2, very different from game 1, a complete reversal. Difference had the lead in game 1 at one point, but then kind of struggled and it all fell apart. This game 2, they were ahead from minute 0, it felt like, right?
Yeah, it took a little time to really pick up, but it was a last pick brood in a good brood game, and it's very difficult to do anything about that, right? Dota is one of these games that there are some very strong heroes, cheese matchups, things like that. That this is why the draft is important. Sometimes you just end up in a situation you are supposed to lose if you are on roughly equal skill level. And Broodmother is one of those heroes. Huskar could be another. In the old days, like Tinker, Meepo. It depends on the patch of like how good a hero is, but Broodmother's good enough that given the right game, this is what happened. She hits 6, she farms up, and is like, we can't deal with the spiders, and it's really up to the Broodmother to make a mistake more so than anything you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Overall, I think it was a good draft from Difference this time, and they itemized much better. We'll be interested to see what they end up doing in game 3, if they're gonna try and go back for this Lycan on Unknown, which it worked game 1, it did not work in game 2. Clearly, the Broodmother was a great idea to counter it. I don't know. Maybe go for the Lycan, you ban the Brood. I don't know. What are some other ideas that they could come up with, right? Like maybe they're just gonna push them to maybe go back for the Necrophos that won the lane, but really struggled in the game.
I think if you want the Lycan mid still, I think it's very important to have playmaking support. In game 1, you had Rubik Tusk, who can at least kind of do something, even though I didn't love Muerta Bristle like as a combo. But if you want Lycan mid to be what you're doing, I don't think Doom is the best offlaner because Dooms often get the Midas first. And yeah, you can kind of like resell items. Yeah, you got Doom, you get a Centaur Stomp, but it's just like slower than other offlaners.
Yeah.
The support duo was Omni Knight, very save centric hero. Dark Willow, kind of, right? But she's more of a follow up than the person who starts it. And that left nowhere for Natures to rotate into. Even if you replace Natures with a different carry, it still comes down to who is making plays. It is not the mid Lycan, it's not your carry. So it's got to be from the off lane / support. I think that would be one thing to address coming into this new draft.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what they end up doing. I think for the most part, they're probably going to rely on comfort. That's what a lot of times what we see with teams that are maybe a little bit less experienced in the professional scene. Like they kind of just stick to what they know, even if it's a little bit off meta, which is why this series has seemed so different than say some of the others with the picks just in general. The bans slightly different as well, but yeah, I don't know. I want to see what the teams come up with if they have a chance to do something different. It's gonna be Difference team with first pick, and I know if they get the opportunity for the Sand King, they're gonna take it, but they may get just banned out by Unknown here in phase 1, which wouldn't surprise me.
Dire team ban.
What did we end up with last time? Omni Knight, Marana. Well, Difference team is the one that won, so they don't really have to change anything. First, we got a Treant taken out. He did help win the lane and some good rotations. They've picked him in both games, so something they're comfortable with. Unknown going to try to force them into a new support. Does mean something else should slip through. Maybe it'll be the Naga. Shadow Demon's already out. Husk still available. Rubik has been really prioritized this series. Both teams, I guess, like the hero a lot. Oh, we're actually getting a Sand King Kunkka ban. All right, so one of these broken supports is slipping through for sure here. I say ban Omni, take Tusk,
I agree. I'd be down for that. I
or
mean, we
swap
know
that.
Unknown wants both of them. But yeah, but I think I would prefer the ban onto the Omni and take Tusk. I think Tusk is a stronger hero.
Or ban Tusk, take Naga. I like that trade too, because then when Omni ults, you can respond with Song and kind of waste that.
I like
Repel,
that.
of course, does kind of save you, but in the early game, do you want to be the only person who's not affected by Song? You know, you're gonna get killed while your team is just sleeping. So I kind of like that as a reaction as well. And if you ban Omni, take Tusk or Naga, and they take the other one, then I feel like that's an equal trade. Like I think you take Naga here then.
I agree. I think you take Naga as well. I'm surprised. I for some reason I kind of just figured the Naga Siren was not available, but yeah, slips
I mean,
through.
it usually isn't, right? That's the funny thing as we cast a lot of series and you get later in the meta, the first bans kind of become cookie cutter, and you're just so used to like, yeah, it's bro, it would never make it through, right? It's so broken, isn't it? But so you gotta, it does shift.
Wow.
Yo, they're just gonna take the first pick Brood or response pick, but
I mean, yeah, Brood on 9 is interesting because as second pick team, you only get one ban to protect this.
You don't have to run mid Brood. If anything, offlane carry are more common.
Yeah,
and if you spend too much time responding to the Brood, you open up holes in your draft in other areas. So let's see how they run it. I'm leaning towards an offlane Brood if you're going to pick it this early.
I agree. I think if you are Unknown here, you have to ban the Mars. Mars is probably one of the all-around best counters to Broodmother. The God's Rebuke will one-shot your spiders at all stages of the game. Spear is super annoying because it pretty much always pins you against the trees when you're running through them. And then Arena just always locks in the Broodmother, and you don't want to have to build an early BKB. They get rid of Bristle, and they will take a Dark Willow. Okay.
Bristle's not too bad either, and has been a fairly contested hero. We'll see if they do want to get the Mars. I am up for it. Heck, Unknown could take the Mars.
Right now. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, you also was just thinking the threat of like Unknown taking Mars on their next set of picks here, depending on what difference grabs. Because then you have Broodmother safe lane and Mars, who just brings so much team fight.
Yeah, you need something to deal with spiders, and you also want strong lanes, because the more you can delay Broodmother's level 6, that is her launching point. So if you pick really strong laners, that's another way you can deal with her. You have Tusk, who can flex a little bit, but if you just pick another strong support plus maybe a flex hero, I think that'd be okay. I'm still open for the Mars. Okay, Snapfire's not too bad. I think Snapfire works well with Mars too, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, now I'm really open for like Snapfire Mars here. You have Tusk 5.
Who else? Primal Beast is kind of okay versus Brood, but a little bit annoying dealing with the Dark Willow. Essentially, you need to be able to chase Broodmother into trees, and that's something you can kind of do with Onslaught Trample. Plus, you have some lockdown. Plus, you easily kill spiders. Okay, cool. Good call.
These are great ways to address a first pick Brood, or like first phase Brood. And this is why I was like, yeah, I think you have to ban Mars, because if you don't, it doesn't really matter what lane this Broodmother is going to. For the entirety of the game, you are like playing disadvantaged versus the Mars. Like, your spiders are always just food for this hero, so you cannot go the Feeding Frenzy facet. So you have to go Necrotic Webs, which is not like the worst thing in the world. But you have to go Necrotic Webs, and then if you do not have BKB, Mars is like going to kill you on repeat.
So I'm like an Omni plus a mobile hero. Like, I want to move Brood to offlane. Omni Repel gets you out of so much stuff from difference. Okay, they're going to go for Rubik. I mean, there's good spells to steal as well. Looks like a position 5 Rubik. I think I would have liked Omni a little bit more, but there is a bit more playmaking potential from Rubik when you have the Broodmother. So that's kind of nice. And maybe,
10 seconds.
I mean, it's a Mars off lane, so you could pick potentially a safe lane hero who does well in that matchup.
I don't hate that. The Wind
Maybe
Ranger was banned,
Morphling?
right? Yeah, it was. Okay. Morph is good. So is PA, which we saw once this series, but I like the Morph way more.
Yeah, you could. I don't know. You kind of have to grab it here, otherwise it might get banned. I'm sure there's other heroes you could grab. I'm just kind of blanking on them right now. So if they want to, maybe pick something else and then save the carry pick for later, they do have last pick on unknown. So it would be kind of nice to keep some flex open, especially because Broodmother can arguably go to all 3 lanes.
Dire team pick.
Okay. Beastmaster. So that's going to be a safe lane Brood or a mid lane Brood then. I guess that flex is still available. But now, if I'm difference here, you can pick that safe lane counter to your Beastmaster, which
I think so.
10 seconds remaining.
one of the ones that comes to mind is a Monkey King. If you want to go for that, it's not bad into the game against the Broodmother either, since Boundless Strike will also one-shot the spiders. But you could just go for a safer route, so like a ranged hero of some kind that just holds their ground against the Beastmaster, takes advantage of tag team, like a Luna. I feel like Luna is the no-brainer here, right? Am I missing something?
I think it'd be very safe.
It's like Luna or Razor or...
Dire team ban.
Oh, okay. There's the other pseudo-ranged carry. I see. Dragon Knight. All right.
It kind of comes
That's
down to
quite a
how
good pick.
safe you want to be. Like Luna and Dragonite, I think, get through the lane. I think Dragonite is on the safer end, but can't punish as hard. Assuming this is carry Dragonite, which
5
could be mid. Maybe they're thinking kind of want to match this Broodmother, and the natural cleave from Dragonite and his natural tankiness means he can kind of deal with the Brood.
team ban.
There's other carries you could have taken to punish the Beastmaster harder, but maybe force you down a more specific path. I think Morphling is still all right.
Yeah, I agree.
10 seconds remaining.
There's
think
some
you can definitely
tanky
run, like,
heroes.
Very Morph.
5 seconds remaining.
Mm. Do they ban the
Red team
Lycan?
ban.
Are they worried enough about a mid Lycan?
Arena's pretty good at dealing with Lycan. He doesn't like to build BKB, and from the last couple games we've seen, he just kind of gets these auras for his team, which I've actually quite liked. I think it's a very non-greedy way to play.
Remaining.
Well, I mean, the start's greedy, but at least you're helping with auras later on, which has been cool.
Yeah. I feel based on the fact that Mistake was playing heroes like Lycan, he might just be taking the Broodmother into the mid lane, and now we're going to be seeing a safe lane pick. They ban out Monkey King and Huskar, which I like the Monkey King ban.
Foolish. Okay, we're thinking too meta, man. We got to get into some weird heroes. Yeah, like the Huskar. I mean, we've been talking like mid Lycans, Broods, and stuff. Like, who's the weird one
10 seconds
that is still
remaining.
cheese? These guys seem to be pulling out a lot of cheese.
5 seconds
Dazzle
remaining.
would be one.
Dire team pick.
Ursa ban. That hero is dead. There's no way you ever ban an Ursa. For difference, I feel like they for sure need a mid laner here. The
10
question is, what
seconds
do you want to do? You could just pick something relatively safe. You could also just pick a sniper, honestly, which I wouldn't hate. because I don't know what you can pick. I mean, then you just run Brood mid, I guess, right? So, yeah, they go for the Lina. This does give you the ability to flex the DK and the Lina between mid and safe.
Yeah, I think both would be okay versus Beastmaster, but one might be better in the mid lane, and we'll see in a moment where that's going to be. Lina, oh, you know what? You might get like an insane amount of damage from combustion versus the Spiderlings.
Yeah,
that might be really good.
I mean, they're out of time. There's the Shadow Fiend. Okay. So, yep, mid Brood. And it is going to be mid Lina.
I think Lina... I think she should be okay to start. I don't think you can deal with the... Like, if Orchid comes out at a reasonable time and you can surprise the Lina, she will then, like, instantly die. But as long as you know where the Brood is and aren't getting surprised by that, you can always throw out the Dragon Slave as you see you're coming in. This is where some micro might make the difference, right? You split up the Spiderlings and, bait it out. You kill off some, but it's like, aha, I had 10 more. I see she's already taken Necrotic Webs, recognizing, like, this game, those 3 cores, it's not nearly as good of a game for the other facet, which I'm currently blanking on the name of. What the heck is that thing called? Insatiable Hunger? No, that's the skill. What is that one?
Feeding Frenzy.
Feeding Frenzy. There we go. Yeah. I don't think your spider's going to live very long, so I think the value from Necrotic Webs will be much better this game.
The Shadow... Okay, I was going to say, the Shadow Fiend is toggling back and forth between the facet he wants to go. So it looks like it is going to be Lasting Presence, though, which is typically what we see out of carry Shadow Fiend.
This is the most normal draft of the series.
Dragon Knight's going Corrosive Dragon. Oh, and now Fire Dragon.
You.
Can the game start, please? Can these guys please start the game? I don't want to get baited.
You nervous.
What is going on here? Are we paused? No. Okay.
All right. I mean, I could see, depending on how these lanes go, both teams have the potential to just run away with it. I'd say the Broodmother team a little bit more on Unknown, right? If Brood... So, same game plan for Brood, right? You hit level 6, you're going to farm up your item.
Oh my god.
Beastmaster, you get the eggs. SF, if he's having a good lane, if you can land some good raises on the Mars, then you just pop off and your team would destroy buildings. On the flip side, if you manage to pull an early lead, you have so much playmaking potential from Difference team, and the start of the game is just the 3 cores trying to farm up, hit their timings. If you can just keep making plays, push objectives, invade their farming space, you could be the one who just runs it down while they're all just scrambling to finish their first items.
Well, currently paused for the moment. The reason we were delayed initially is because one of the players apparently needed to use the restroom. Instead, that looks like they just started. Now they're going to go ahead and use the restroom. So, taking a moment before we actually jump into this game. Starting items, everything looks pretty much par for the course with this patch. Lots of bracer components, right? Circlets and tangos.
I think you should see a aggressive play from Difference team. I think their level 1 is way better. Brood takes webs, doesn't really do much. She just has to like scout people and then run through a cliff to get away. But she doesn't really want to fight. I think you should try to get a first blood, get things going for yourself. G immediately. All right, here we go.
All right, we're finally jumping into this game. It's a game 3 here in the lower bracket eliminations, and one of these teams will advance to be taking on Apex Genesis here in just about 2 hours. We'll see which team is it gonna be. It's got the Grandmaster Rubik.
Smoke it from Dire. I think that's part of why he was so contested. I think both teams must really like Rubik, and Grandmaster certainly suggests that. He's got a lot of good spells to choose from this game. I think LSA will be very nice.
And Spear.
Yeah, both of those. But since he took Arcane Accumulation, right, you could have some pretty large LSAs.
True.
That might be a good way to win this fight first.
Full bore. Dude, that thing's coming from downtown.
Shit off the screen.
So, Mistake actually coming through the top side of the map here. Not ever sure as to why, but
it's gonna be scouted.
Yeah.
I guess he was placing webs.
Yeah, he placed one bottom and one top, but I'm guessing
doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, maybe he has just not read the patch note that this does not work. So
sometimes you forget.
Wastes about 80 mana. It's not the end of the world. Broodmother doesn't really use any mana.
And the question is if he's gonna forget.
No skin. So this guy, dude, why is there no cosmetics on any of these players?
Maybe it bugged out. Sometimes this happens at the lobby. So I certainly can't be the one to critique it too much, seeing as I mess up and I forget like small interaction, right? Dota has so much in it, but it is a little concerning because Broodmother is a very
you have to know how to play the hero.
Yeah, it's a high execution hero, and if you don't know a certain mechanic, that's like, you know, it's concerning. It's like, how much do you play Brood? Will you slip up and not execute it well? Right? We'll see if that comes into play. But yeah, this was a very cool trick that I wish they kept in the game, but they decided to nerf it.
Yeah. Looks like Tusk might be giving up first blood here. One more dive bomb from the Hawk and an auto attack to do it. Yeah, Cloud's going to grab first blood here on the Beastmaster. He'll be very happy with that. Lena did go the Laguna
Thermal
Blade.
runaway?
Thermal runaway facet. So that's good. Glad to see that. I feel like, yeah, he's gonna put multiple points in Insatiable Hunger here to try and sustain through the lane, but Lena just keeps auto attacking him, so he's kind of just like trading even when he has the Insatiable Hunger up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this early game will be a bit annoying when you have to deal with all the harass from Lena as a melee hero. It's very easy for her to line up the spells to harass and secure CS. But again, you're just trying to get by. Don't lose too many denies. Live long enough to get your level 6. At that point, Lena will have a hard time invading. She's not the most mobile. You'll kind of see her coming into your jungle, and you'll be able to choose to either fight by rotating heroes in, or you just walk somewhere else if you have the webs because you haven't left them in the top and the bottom lane doing nothing.
Did you see the really interesting bug involving like Lena and Fatal Bonds recently?
No, what's up?
So if you like have a Lotus Orb on Lena and you like Fatal Bonds cast on the Lena and it reflects, Combustion will proc off of all the Fatal Bonds damage like recursively. So it just kills everything in the game.
That is interesting. I have not seen that one.
Yeah, it basically wraps and does like 100 million damage in a matter of like a couple seconds, and then the server crashes. So very cool.
Must not know about it because no one's playing Warlock.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter, and they don't really need to patch it because I mean, yeah, like you said, who plays Warlock nowadays? But
I do want to point out while we were talking about that, Cloud's courier got killed and it had a helm of the Iron Will on it. He was rushing it for the regen. Kind of makes sense since a lot of the damage coming out will be the physical damage. So if you can just match the tankiness of Dragonite, it can just become a farm fest here. But that's going to be delayed for a little bit.
That's unfortunate for him. He doesn't have great CS in the lane, but he did have the first blood gold that, you know, is going to help him out quite a bit at least. He'll do okay. I mean, we see Beastmasters pretty much always kind of just recover no matter how bad their lane is. If they manage to get some stacks out, that'd be great. For the moment, that ancient camp in the triangle is still blocked, as well as the ancient camp on the other side, and they have not noticed.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about, then I forgot because we were talking about the Brood. I like that play. Oh, looks like Tusk. Okay, he had a stick. Should be okay there. Oh, actually still has the Healing Lotus as well, so he's fine. But yeah, they're blocking it because they recognize, we were saying earlier, it's like they're just going to farm. All these heroes need to farm. So if we block the camps and then we can pressure the lanes, like what are they going to do? So I really like that choice to block those camps.
Really nice grab onto the Tusk there again, but they just don't have the damage quite yet to finish the job. Shadow Realm comes out from the Dark Willow. It's still not enough damage. The Dragon Tail right next to the towers. The TP is going to come through from the Snapfire. Full board connects. Clown finishes the job finally with the help of the summons, but it's a 1-for-1, and you actually force the TP of the Snap, so it ends up being pretty worthwhile.
Fortunately, the Mars is in a good spot in the lane, so this rotation not going to cost you much in the lane. And actually, instead of twin gaining back, looks like they want to stick around. Maybe as Tusk reconnects, he filled the mid lane bottle. Oh, never mind, they're going without him.
Yeah, they're gonna go for it. I mean, it's a lot of damage. It's still gonna be enough. Okay. Dragonite is strong, man. 84 damage at the moment. Snapfire, of course, brings a lot to the table. Mid lane, though, with the drinking buddies trying to bring down the Broodmother, but he just dives him under the tower, gets the kill, shards on the mark, but it's still not enough to finish him.
Oh, it's Snowball. Trying for it.
Oh, what a telekinesis there from the Rubik to hold him back. Ends up being an unfortunate illusion rune, the least useful illusions you could ask for. 47 HP.
Walk up somewhere, just instantly feed away, like 12 gold. And that was so close. One auto attack difference there. This is why all the small stats, all the little extra attacks you get in the laning stage can add up. Lina does make her way back in, hit 6, and now that'll dissuade the future dives as much because you know how much burst can come out of that Lina. But great kill from the Brood, hits 6 first and just immediately capitalizes on it.
Yeah.
They're just leaving Mars alone. This Snapfire has not left this top lane.
Yeah. Well, they're going to go for it here. He has the Snowball, of course, to dodge this as the Curse Crown does not connect. Drinking Buddy's doing so much damage here thanks to this Dragon Knight, and Dark Willow doing her best to kind of play through the trees, buy some time here, drops that Bramble. It connects onto the Tusk. They get the kill. Extending a little bit too far, potentially, as now in comes the Broodmother. Thought he could maybe juke him on the side, but absolutely not.
A little bit of a miscommunication there. It looked like they wanted to dive with a Snapfire, but then she didn't want to come in because she wanted to secure the Wisdom Rune. So then you're just diving with 2 out of 3 heroes, and that's not really enough against 2 enemy heroes, especially as they rotate in more. So maybe a bit of indecisiveness there, or too many people deciding on different things.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Who got the Dire side Wisdom Rune? Was it also the Dire?
Yes, Tusk and Snapfire both grabbed the one. So there will be a level advantage for them through that, though maybe when giving away kills, maybe we won't notice so much of a level difference.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
All right,
under attack.
top tower. Slowly working it down as you've got the Helm of the Dominator creep here. A Laguna Blade on the backside trying to bring down the Dark Willow. He needs a little bit more damage. The Dragon Knight's going to be there to finish it off. The Haste Rune paying off as they'll protect the tower. Looking for the Beastmaster now. I don't know if you're going to get this guy. He's pretty deep into the jungle. Has a TP at the ready as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Did opt for the helm on the Dominator. Not something we see so much. It's often just arcane boots into Ags. But I guess this build does give you more early pressure, right? I was complaining that everyone's just going to farm, but the classic Helm Dom build does allow you to push, try to get kills with your Roar a bit sooner. So I kind of like the idea. See if it pays off compared to the usual build. For now, you are just like wasting this Dragon Knight's time. So otherwise, the old, the classic build, you'd just be like sitting in your triangle and Dragon Knight would be farming as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they switched because he found out early that his camps were blocked and they just never got around to unblocking them. But nice shard block there from Dead. All right, well, Lina lost her mid lane tower, which is expected. That's just
Cloud? He's been back here this whole time.
She's just like, guys, there's a Beastmaster at our tier 2 tower. Anybody know how he got here? Spirit comes out. They've still got Dragon Tail available. I don't think he's making it out of this one.
But
he is being annoying, though.
Yeah, he stole some farm, and he finds a Lina kill, who is very confused right now of why there's a Beastmaster roaring her at her own tier 2 tower. And all this is space, right? Like the Brood and the Shadow Fiend, who we mentioned, they want to farm. They have been doing so. They've been left alone. Shadow Fiend needed some recovery as well, getting back there. Brood, let's see, what does she decide to go for this game? Not the Orchid, but the Phylactery instead.
Oh, that's a cool build when you get the 10 talent. So Broodmother has, like, I mean, you play Broodmother. The Spiderling spawn damage talent at level 10 is quite scary. You pair that with the Phylactery, and it ends up being a pretty low cooldown, but very potent nuke.
Yeah, especially versus this game where the spiders are not going to live very long. So the Bloodthorn build, not very encouraging, even if the silence were good. But also, this Dragon Knight just being so high armor, right? Having more magic nuke versus him might let you get some kills. Lina, very long range, right? Throwing those nukes from afar. Cloud getting hit by some nukes from afar by the Snapfire. Actually gets to live for now. Oh, okay, Dragon Knight finishes it off.
Yeah, man, he almost got out there, actually. That would have been really rough for the Dire to commit those spells and not get a kill. The Lina's the hero that's struggling quite heavily right now. Like, her mid lane, obviously, into the Broodmother, didn't go super hot, and she is going to eventually go for something like a Gleipnir. It's just taking her a while to get there.
Yeah, and we see Brood instead just playing on the enemy's half of the map, pushing in multiple lanes. Just trying to get rat this tier 1 off lane.
Arise? It doesn't come out. Okay. I'll just back away on the Dark Willow. He wants none of this. Well, he throws it now and just gets Arena speared for sticking around instead. Roar out from Cloud, trying to find an opening here on the Tusk. But you are 1v4, my guy. The Dragon Knight is here with a completed armlet, and another kill goes their way. Okay, we are up now 6-9, a slight gold advantage for the Dire after these series of kills as they take the top tier 1 tower.
It's a close game. This might be our closest game yet. Oh, Tusk found by the Brood. Or I should swap that maybe. Brood accidentally found. Thought that was his own base. Wrong. This is Brood's jungle.
I'm trying to think of like what the first set of big items are going to be from this Lina. It has to be Gleipnir, right? Oh, we have a blink actually on Achy Bones, which I like quite a bit. So he did go for some more of a tempo blink initiator for his team, which I think they have plenty of damage to follow up the arena, and it is a very good arena game, so I like this a lot.
Tier 1 just got killed off by Brood. That was the full health tier 1 that he has been slowly just backdooring with spiders. I like this blink as well. Arena's coming up. They're getting ready to smoke and make a play. You want to try to find Brood, but I think you need... Okay, you do have Snapfire ult. That should be enough damage to kill her.
With the snap, yeah. I mean, he's got 1800 health, which is a lot, but between the full arena spear combo and Snapfire and a DK who can maybe come in. Yeah, they got her. Blink, stun. You don't even need the Mortimer Kisses. You had the damage from the Tusk. Okay. Now, immediate rotation at the top just to make sure that this Lina is not getting dove, I think was the scary part.
It's really nice. And you don't have Arena, but Blink Spear plus God's Rebuke is still enough combined with Snapfire ult to get a kill. So you can keep looking.
Yeah. Yeah,
even a support kill at this point's fine.
Is big.
Yeah, because you already got the brood kill you wanted, so anything you get extra is just like free. Or maybe you try for brood a second time.
Oh.
No, okay, they try for the Dark Willow, but just miss the spear. Cloud's rotating back. It looks like they want to defend their triangle. Oh, Marsh just left. This might actually work out really well if you don't leave right now.
Yeah, that's a spooky TP out. He goes for the Wisdom Rune, but his team might need his help. No, looks like they're done. They actually make it to their side of the river fine.
Spiderlings spawn and instantly die. A very short-lived life there.
That's the
nature is cruel sometimes.
The what is my purpose meme, you know? And it's like to die. Like
you get me the CS.
Yeah, you secure me last hits.
All right, where's our SF? He's going for... He has a Yasha, now working for a Dragon Lance. Been a quiet game for him. Wondering when this will start lining up. I imagine Aghanims on Beastmaster is when your team starts feeling a lot stronger, and we might see them, you know, group up and play around that, try to get some kills, get some those temporary stacks on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, this is a little bit difficult to play the map when this Blink Mars is ready. Mid lane, Broodmother tried to make a go at the Lina, but a lot of damage that she does, and there's the Arena. Just comes out, the Spear immediately executes the Brood, and she finds a regen rune, of all things, on the bottom side, so he's chilling. Full reset for the Lina. Brood goes down again, and this is why this just comes back to the draft. It's like, if you're gonna pick this Broodmother this early, you have... Oh, this is sad. Oh, no. He's got nowhere to go. Snowball at the ready, dodges a stolen LSA even. Very, very cheeky play there from the Tusk.
Cloud's almost there now. Needs 200. Oh, sold something. So he's got his Ags now. He has Roared available too. So probably stop at the base, heal up, immediately smoke out. See if you can find a Roar play. Get some momentum back. Lina would be maybe the best. I guess any of these cores would be quite nice.
She dies on the last auto attack. Yeah, I mean, Gleipnir, that's the reveal of it. The Snowball again blocking off the Rubik. They're trying to find an opening. That is the Roar. Like you said, Stolen Laguna actually doing some work. Dragontail out from this Dragonite. He just lays into him with the armlet, but they've got the Fear the Requiem. Catches the Lina on the bottom side. Mistake able to finish the job. A nice zoning shards there to kind of block off the chase. I do have Mars coming through, which... if he's able to get into this fight would be massive. I mean, we can see the Dragonite's damage right now, right? Like, it is pretty scary if he's able to stick on a target, but...
Now we also see the spiders just don't do anything. 2 Dragonite attacks just kill them, and that's why Brood is not itemizing for them at all, just itemizing for her own damage. She did just find an Amplify. Oh, immediately dispelled by a Yule set.
Ooh,
misses
a little awkward.
The spear.
Yeah, I mean... the Dragonite did not come for this either. So that's Arena down. They saw the amplify damage topside and were going for it, but yeah, missing the spear there is really rough.
Yeah, well, at least you remove the amplify damage, I guess. I think that would have been enough. Just like blink Yules, walk away. Misclick, me too. It is a little awkward. I have done the accidental misclick tip. I'm not gonna lie. It's just like right there. You know, you're trying to move your mouse around. It just pops up. Roche here at 19 minutes. A little later than we usually see for a Beastmaster team, but they will be the first to secure it. Dark Willow dies in the meantime, but we can consider it space made. The enemy team is right here, though.
Wait.
Can they catch everyone?
Oh, the Requiem comes out. They managed to stop and block this Shadow Fiend completely inside the pit. And now one more Walrus Punch to help secure his fate. I mean, you TP'd out on your heroes. They've got him, man. Laguna connects. They're going to get the cookie as well. You got Aegis, but the cost is massive.
I mean, even if the Rubik had stayed, it just would not have
Yeah, you wouldn't have the numbers.
worked out. Yeah, Brood maybe needed to be there. This is something we've been saying where it's like the team plays are not quite fully connecting, and maybe if you can draw attention away because you're like, oh, I'm pushing your tier 2, come get me, you know, you get the rotations, then that works. But if the enemy's missing, she maybe should have been heading over there sooner, and then rather than TP out, you try to take that fight with the Aegis.
The Maelstrom proc, does he get? I mean, he's going to get anyway. Nicely done. Well played. I mean, the Lina is fully online.
Fully back.
Yeah.
She's so
Has
back.
the Boots of Travel, Gleipnir, even gets himself the Vampire Fangs, so... I'm curious what her next item's going to be. I'd be fine with just a BKB, honestly. If she gets BKB or a Pike, she can just stand her ground completely.
How would you feel about a Silver Edge?
Is that what she's actually building? I would go Pike before Silver Edge, or I would go... I mean, what are you trying to break this game? I actually have no idea. I'm either going Pike, BKB, or like Chrysalis into Pike BKB.
Not fully sure, but it will let her find pickoffs. Like I've seen Lina's pop off like this, where you now just have so much map pressure between your thermal runaway letting you nuke people and then just right click them to death. You have Boots of Travel to move around the map, and then your Silver Edge, so you can Boots of Travel to a creep wave far back, Silver Edge, run in, and you just find supports, right? But you do need to find kills off of it, otherwise it just doesn't work. They didn't even say G, they just went.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, well, why not?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
No one's got BKBs yet for Unknown. I think they do. Like, this arena is just going to keep doing so much work until BKBs actually come out.
Is Shadow Fiend even close to his?
He's not even,
Or
he's not even working on it, man. He's getting the Daedalus.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Attack. Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, no. There must have been a misclick in the purchase. He got 2 Blitz Knuckles on Lina. Sometimes you accidentally double click. That's painful.
Yeah. Now he attacks really fast, though.
He's so fast. Some would say 35 extra attack speed.
Well, that Broodmother is not going anywhere. That extra Blitz Knuckles definitely paying off at that moment.
Is under
Oh,
attack.
she'd ever Shadow Blade now. She didn't have to.
It's all right. You
But
can turn it into
yeah.
another item, right? So,
Yeah, PvP later's not too bad. Is there anything else?
I mean, I like the Witchblade Parasma that she has queued up. I think that's super cool.
Oh, yeah. That could be cool. Do you think she wanted to do that, or was that like, oh shit, I've got 2 Blitz Knuckles. I guess I gotta do this.
I mean, I think you should have finished the Silver Edge, but it's not bad.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Dragon Knight just working on the mid tower here. Has that Sanj and Yasha completed. So the status resistance will help out a decent amount. Cloud, he's going to get popped. The spear a little bit off with the arena timing. That's an awkward one. Roar's going to come out. Mortimer-Kiss is doing some work, and you do not have Magicus for this. And the Lina now just going to try and stand toe-to-toe with this Shadow Fiend. You're not winning. Dragon Knight's going to come in now. Nice Dragon Tail stun for the moment again, but without that arena, so much of your team fight is just missing, and a stolen spear onto 2. It's this Shadow Fiend finally. He's the one you've got to bring down, but he's just had free reign this whole fight. Turns attention back. Spear does connect, but doesn't pin him against the wall. Shadow Fiend, you're just dying to a Snapfire, man. Turn around.
Is he, though?
They got to kill him. All right, he's going to get him.
I'll be honest, I don't know what just happened in that fight. I saw the SF windup and I saw the blink spear and I was like, oh shit, what a combo. I was like, wait, they're on different teams. The Mars jumped the Beastmaster but pushed him not towards his own team. I'm so confused how that started. And then at that point, the Shadow Fiend without BKB just freely hit people because no one went on him. What just happened?
Yeah, I mean, he tried to do the spear into arena formation, but it was way too late. And he, like you said, he speared them away from his team, so it wouldn't have even allowed them to like collapse onto this Beastmaster and kill him in the first place. Shadowblade reveal here, takes out Heaven. So this works. I mean, you're getting there. He's got an MKB queued up. Like, I think he sold the Blitz Knuckles.
But then he's queued up an MKB anyways.
Did he actually?
Where'd your other Blitz Knuckles go? Was this a visual bug? No, he definitely had 2, right?
He actually just sold it and then
did he sold it to buy the Shadow Blade? Then he's like, oh shit, I need an MKB.
Yep, that's what happened. Because I'm checking his courier everywhere. He does not have it. So he bought 2 Blitz Knuckles by mistake, then sold one and is now gonna have to rebuy it anyway. Oh, Lina gets caught. That dust. What a read. I mean, I have no idea. There was no vision at all that would have, made you guess that this hero was here, and Lina just dies as a result. How does he know?
I'm not sure.
Like, there was no wards, no sentries, nothing. He just randomly pops a dust and finds Alina.
Where exactly did that happen again? There is a sentry in these jungles, but...
No, she came down the lane and then up the bottom stairs. Oh,
jump onto the Beastmaster.
This should be plenty of damage. He's healing through a lot of this thanks to the Crimson Guard as well, but will survive as the mid lane tier 2 tower in some trouble. They have an amplified damage here on the Shadow Fiend. This is quite nice.
He got nearly 500 attack damage. Yeah, that's a lot. Are they thinking about forcing this? They could poke a little bit, maybe. Yeah, it is kind of scary into the potential blink spear back.
I like the call for the top tier 2 if they can get it. It'd be... Oh, they do easily get it.
Should set up for future Roches, which... It'll start to spawn again in 10 seconds. We'll see if they get lucky. He's almost got his Daedalus done on Shadow Fiend. It worked out in that last big fight, but I think if Difference is better about jumping the Shadow Fiend, this is a really greedy build.
Speaking of greedy builds, this Dark Willow has an Octarine. Roar comes out. She's going to try and just TP away. It's not going to happen, but they've caught the Dragon Knight. The Arena Spear, though, perfectly done. It actually just splits them, traps the Shadow Fiend inside, and you do not get to freely hit, my friend. You guys do not have BKBs. You do not get to participate. And mid lane, a little bit of chip damage here onto the tier 3, but again, the spiders just die to everything.
Yeah, they're going to go check Roche. We'll see if they stick around because it's actually spawning in 7 seconds. Tusk. Yeah, look around. Go change your Spotify songs. Just like chill for a second. All right, that was kind of delayed, but here it is. I feel like that was like an extra second off the timer. But anyways, they scout it. They're going to get started on it.
Roche is just going at his own pace, you know?
Oh, Lena's changing to a Daedalus. She's like, oh, wait, I just sold my Blitz Knuckles. It would be silly to buy them again now. I'll get a Daedalus instead.
I never had 2 Blitz Knuckles. I don't know what you're talking about. Just gaslight everybody.
They're going to rotate through. Oh, they find Cloud immediately.
That's a very nice find.
Oh, and
Mid
an
lane.
immediate smoke. They want to go connect mid.
Mars does have that Wind Waker. He's going to give himself a little bit of space, and he's actually out. He has an arena in 8 seconds, too. They could easily turn this. Shadow Fiend, you're going to regret this one, potentially. Why are they not going in? There it is, the arena, the spear. They finally got him. They waited for the rest of the team to close the gap. He gets the Requiem off. It does some work. The BKB allows them to find the kill onto the Mars, and for now, the Lina doesn't get any damage out. She finally turns her attention back onto the Shadow Fiend. They get the kill.
That actually ends up kind of okay for Unknown. Oh, especially if they find the Lina. She has her Aegis.
I think they got her. Yep. Dark Willow, however, stunned up. Taking a decent amount of damage from this Mortimer Kisses, and the Lina will help finish the job, as they should grab the tier 2 tower here as well.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I think if the initiation was a little cleaner, that should go more smoothly for difference. Like, I think the original arena was solid, but Lina and Dragonite weren't quite there, so SF still gets some abilities off. Still, this is sort of okay, except for Dragonite maybe in a bit deep here. He is tanky, but there's the roar.
Yeah, I mean, he is okay, apparently it's fine. The Lina's combustion did so much damage to these stacked up heroes.
I think that could have worked out even better because Snapfire threw a cookie, I swear, at the Lina.
It was at a creep and it died.
But it must have gone to a creep that got killed by the Ags of Beastmaster. Otherwise, you get like a double stun there, and your Dragonite might even stay alive through all that. But even without him, you will get
right. Oh,
that could work too, but SF is just gone. So you'll finish up mid now, and you can immediately go for bottom too.
I think you just end the game.
End?
Yeah, I mean, you can get this second lane of barracks, but like you should just go tier 4s here. There's no Shadow Fiend's buyback. Now you don't know that, but you can try and find out.
Yeah, I think that's the scary part. They won't buy back.
Oh, the support's trying to make a play there onto the Lina, but they don't manage to finish the job, and now it's just a few more auto attacks.
This.
I'm sure they just got to finish off the Rubik, right? Yeah, they get him. Heaven's in pretty deep as well. Cloud comes in, looks for the roar. That's the Lina, and she's just left to die on the backside. And meanwhile, the supports just get cleaned up deep in the enemy base. You spent way too long going for this Rax, and you don't get anything for it. They're all dead.
All right, that was peculiar. I don't think the supports should have tried to fight when it was 2v4. It kind of shows you don't have buyback as like they're being killed and no one's reacting. But they split their attention. They don't chase one support then the next. They're going at different supports while Lina's also hitting tower. So then it just kind of drags on, and then you are pretty deep in the base as they respawn. So just all choosing different things. This is where, as a qualifier stack, you probably haven't played together that much, and the team coordination, the singular focus, bringing 5 people onto like the same idea, that's tough to do, and it'll affect you in moments like that, where I think a team that has played together will very cleanly decide, ignore them, just get the objectives, or, okay, quickly kill Dark Willow, now kill Rubik, now objectives.
Dragonite? Okay, I was like, he has a Satanic, does end up getting caught for the Terrorize, though. So they're okay. Cookie doesn't quite connect, but if Dragonite can get his hands on a target, they are looking really scary.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But I'm okay. The rest of the team's coming up here in a moment. I think you are still substantially stronger than the Radiant, so I think it's pretty likely for them to open the fight. Big Requiem, though, splits everybody up. The Wind Waker will save him for a moment, and there's the Satanic to save him. The Mortimer kisses. You're stuck in the Dire's arena with nowhere to go.
Snowball save next.
The snowball save, yeah, helping out. Mistake trying to hobble away. It looks like he's going to make it.
Oh, just missing the vision on that Broodmother. Okay, Snowball was down anyway, so probably couldn't finish that. Very well done. We see how tanky Dragonite is, so they have to commit a lot to kill him. And then the purchase from Mars on the Wind Waker, great choice here. You save your Dragonite, that's one save. Second Snowball save comes in later, and it buys enough time for the Lina, for the rest of the team to connect and just start throwing in all the damage. Straight back bottom. Dragonite ult up in 15. Should be enough time to get this bottom racks uncontested. Lina's going to go for a sneaky pickoff in the mid lane. I think the sentry in the base just caught sight of her.
Polar Crest Drinking Buddies, like 700 damage on this Dragonite or something, 600 damage. Not bad.
It's a lot. Oh, Lina's got to be careful with her courier. Trying to deliver Daedalus. All right, she just noticed.
She's looking top. She is hoping to find someone go for that Wisdom Rune, but they're going to run into Cloud. He gets the blink out, though. He'll be okay. We're going to try and scout out here with these spiders, but they are currently smoked up on the support duo, so not going to be super easy to find, as they will get to work on the towers. Does Shadow Fiend have his BKB, or is he even going BKB yet?
He had it queued, but he is less than halfway there.
Okay.
Smoke up by difference. If they find a big kill, they can probably just end the game.
There's a smoked Mars on the high ground. He's going to get so much vision here to play with. They go on top of the Lina. The Wind Waker to save her. The Requiem does come out. The Spear's a little off the mark, but it stopped the Shadow Fiend and the Broodmother from getting in this fight. They've turned out 2 kills already, and it's now time for them to turn their attention to the Shadow Fiend. They almost managed to finish him off. Actually, well, the Broodmother doing a lot of damage here. A second Wind Waker save to keep the Lina alive. Mars is just on save his team duty. I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Achy Bones, great build. We'll talk about it in the post game potentially here, because it looks like they're pushing. There's no buybacks besides Clouds, and I'm not sure I believe in the chance to 1v4 here.
Yeah, not without any of his spells either. Like Roar's still on cooldown. Uses the Crimson Guard to try and stall this a little bit, but that's going to be the first tier 4, the second shortly after. The Cookie, just to try and give what healing they can into the Lina. And without a fortification... Oh, well, they GG out. They kind of grief their allies, throw some heroes in, but again, they already called the GG. This one's over.
Once the GGs are out, it's no longer griefing. That's just celebration. That's okay. That's okay. All right, let's talk about this Mars build real quick. I really like it. This whole series, I've been talking a lot about you want a playmaker, right? You need someone to do things, to get active for you, to enable your supports while your other cores are farming. So Mars this game, Mr. Achy Bones, he gets the early blink. He just blink arenas. You got the Snapfire coming in to help you, right? Have enough damage because you didn't really build those items. That's okay. That's why he's able to go for the Yules to help him set up, but also then finishes the Wind Waker and then the Octarine, because the lower cooldown he has, the more he can just set up plays for his team, have more arenas, and have the saves from the Wind Waker. We saw 2 come in that fight. If you don't have the Octarine, you're probably only getting 1 of those. Your Lina dies, and then maybe that game drags on a little longer. But because he recognizes this is my one job, like I just initiate, I don't need to do damage. I just need to help my team as much as possible, keep throwing out spears, God's Rebukes, that is what the Wind Waker for the mana and the survivability is for, and that's what the Octarine. Maybe you could mix in a BKB there to help you. That might be like the next item after, but I really like that build, and it really helped his team win there.
I was looking more at itemization from Unknown this game. When I saw the Octarine get completed on the Dark Willow, I had to like do a triple take. I was like, really? Is that an Octarine of all items? And I like looked through their team. There's no pipe this game on anybody. Like Beastmaster has Crimson Guard, Ags, went back for a Helm of the Dominator. Or I guess
he had that one.
He started with Helm of the Dominator, then went back for Ags and Crimson Guard. So his items are really delayed this game. Your mid Broodmother is full like carry build, right? Like BKB, Basher, Manta, and it kind of worked. But your Shadow Fiend has no BKB either. You need a pipe like this game. You're against so much magic damage from the Spear Arena, just the Lina spells, plus Snapfire ult. Like there's multiple times in this game where like Dark Willow just died to a Snap ult, but I mean the Octarine is just so greedy.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure I understand it. Dark Willow has some funny builds for people who play her a lot, and you know, like it could sometimes work, but I do think the easier path forward is, you know, what we've seen a lot of teams do, which is the supports build like Solars, Glimmers, Forces, stuff like that. You have an offlaner building a couple auras, and the thing is, it's like one item. Like, let's take pipe. Pipe, okay, you have a pipe. But what really makes it work is when you have other items that make that pipe even better. So you have pipe and glimmer. Now you have two barriers, more magic resistance on like a given target, like a pipe onto your support who also has the glimmer, who also glimmers themselves. So now your magic barrier is even better because there's more magic resistance. Your bracers, they're better because you have extra armor from the auras, the magic resistance from the pipe, right? So like all these items synergize together and make them all better. So having one is like fine, but when you have multiple, they're better. They are more than the sum of their parts. That's why like half-assing it is kind of, it would almost be better to not do it, which is what you see at the highest level, the tier 1 teams. You're like either full in on auras or you're not even doing it. And this like middle ground's very weird and has its weaknesses like we see here.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. Well, with that being said, Difference team is going to be the one that moves on to play against the Apex Genesis in the next round. And that is going to be in about an hour, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like the other series was a forfeit. Grin Esports gets the default win over Mouses. Looks like they didn't show up for their series. So Grin Esports will be playing against Fart Studios in the other lower bracket elimination game. And then finally, at the end of the day, you and I will be covering the Nouns Esports versus Shopify, the main event, I could say. We're saving the best for last there. So make sure to stick around, everybody. We're going to go to a break for about an hour, and we'll be back with our second series here, the DreamLeague Season 24 North American Closed Qualifiers. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
where she's from. I flew back to the city by the lake. When I got there, she was gone. Found her at the coast by the avenue under the trees. She was safe in the salt for everyone, drifting away like a whisper lost on the breeze. Ooh, yeah. She was the first of the high achievers, but she never seemed to belong. She wears roses to remember where she's from. I flew back to the city by the lake. When I got there, she was gone. She has a high taste for adventure. She makes everywhere a home. She wears roses to remember where she's from. I flew back to the city by the lake. When I got there, she was gone.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the break as we are jumping into the second series of the day here for the Dream League Season 24 closed qualifiers in North America. My name is Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. We've got Apex Genesis taking on Difference Team, which they were the first series of the day, right? They managed to take a 2-1 over Unknown. With a really interesting series in general. I'm curious to see how it's going to go now against Apex Genesis, a little bit more experienced opponent. But Zach, what can we maybe expect this time around?
I think a much more standard draft from Apex Genesis. They have some things they like, right? Like Enigma, that's maybe a little more out of the meta, but most of their picks should follow what we've seen a lot of the top teams do. I expect to see a Lone Druid. I know they can play it. Yeah, that's a good. I don't know, that last series, it felt half meta, half not meta. A lot of weird cores being picked that we don't usually see. But I feel like towards the end they started to pick more
Yeah.
of a regular draft, and that's what I would want to see again. I think Apex Genesis, if you try to pick some weird stuff versus them, like they're not gonna let that fly.
They're just going to play like their normal regular Dota and be like, okay, well, if you want to pick some weird stuff, you know, we've got the meta heroes, we've got the game plan. We want to play early, play quick, and play with auras. Like that's just kind of what we've seen. Like this, we saw them with Lone Druid yesterday, just completely stomp a team, and they did the same thing with Alchemist in the previous game, right? Like they just played really aggressive, really fast lineups, and yeah, we'll see. They also got their Enigma out yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, against Shopify, which they almost managed to take game 2. They were actually in a pretty good spot, and it was pretty dang close, but Shopify did manage to clutch it out in the end. So they're a good team. They're up there. We might see an upset later in the lower bracket. We'll see.
Yeah, we've been talking about them as, you know, probably the number 3 spot, pretty secure for best NA team, and obviously not going to be fully satisfied with that, wanting to push that. And as they play more together, right, I could see it working out a bit. Shopify recently bringing in a lot of different players, so it's going to take them a while. They did work out last series they played, but I'm sure if Apex Genesis, takes that series, learns from it, and like you said, it was close, they have a shot to play them again, and probably Nouns as well. Like somewhere in there, you gotta beat Nouns and Shopify Rebellion. But I think they could at least beat Shopify Rebellion. I think Nouns will be a tougher opponent as the most experienced team having played together.
Yeah. You know what surprises me about Shopify is that they chose to play in the North American qualifiers, right? Like this team could have probably free rode straight through the MENA region and like they very realistically could beat Nigma, but they play for NA and it's like this is going to be a much more competitive region, which is surprising, but yeah, I'm kind of shocked. Like they have no NA players anymore, right? So it's like, why not just pick the free ride straight to finals? Like they actually could have just not showed up to any of their games and gotten straight to the grand finals apparently. So I think like it's a little bit surprising that they're staying in NA, but we'll see. Maybe it pays out. Maybe it's just easier for the org since the org is NA based. But we see orgs move regions all the time.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. I as a competitive team, you might consider different regions. Shopify Rebellion as also like a company. I don't know if they want like a certain impact in like a different region or something. You know, they want to be based somewhere. I don't know. That goes beyond me. I just sort of know Dota. I can't even claim to know Dota that well. I just sort of know Dota and talk about Dota.
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think it's kind of interesting. We'll see what Shopify ends up doing as an org because they are just trialing several of these players, right? Like that is one of the things. Like they're kind of still piecing together the roster, but for now, like this is what they settled on, and they want to see how well it does. I do feel like Tomato is a clutch pickup for sure. I think he's one of the better carries available after the shuffle, and if he decides to stay with Shopify, we'll have to see, but he's exceptionally good. So I would like to see him do well. I want him to end up on a good competitive team. So we'll see what they end up doing.
Yeah, I think the shuffle time after TI was very short, right? So
short.
I think that can also be a reason why some teams are trialing because like I think we're good, but I'm not fully sure, right? They didn't really have a lot of time to do these discussions, do the like behind the scenes tryouts, talks like that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe teams that qualify, right? They continue to stick together, but teams that are close, didn't quite qualify, they might continue to shuffle, right? After it's like, okay, quickly pull something together for this, and now it's like, okay, now I got a bit more time to like, what do we want to do? Who do we want to play with and build around? It does seem to be like some of the top teams are already settling out, but you know, beneath that, it's slowly taking a little bit more time to form, I think.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting on this game to get started. It looks like the admin's sorting some stuff out. I think from the previous series, potentially. I'm not 100% sure, but Apex Genesis
random junk.
Yeah, both teams are like ready to go. They're wanting to get the game started, so we should hopefully be underway here soon. Yeah, I don't know. I think if I'm Apex here, I'm looking to just I'm probably just looking to play quick again. Like I'm super okay with them just giving Sammy heroes like the Alchemist and the Lone Druid and just trying to play a tempo draft. I don't think you need to kind of like adjust things to the weird meta that that's coming through from difference, but I don't know. Would you enjoy seeing like a odd draft for them, or what do you think is like their game plan?
I mean, I enjoy seeing odd drafts just because it's different and you get to see some like wacky stuff. But the competitive side of me, which is like, oh, I want to see like the most try hard, best plays. I don't think that's like too weird of a draft right now. I think there's some heroes that are really good. Sand King, there's several broken supports, right? Omni, Naga, Shadow Demon, Tusk. Like there's some like follow-ups, treants, things like that. Like I think a lot of the supports should be pretty set in stone of like pick your favorites, pick which makes it through, and then like a fairly stable flex pick. And as the draft develops, if you then want to get into a little bit weirder stuff to address, like that's fine with me. But nothing too weird as an opener, especially because Apex Genesis, I don't mean to speak for them, but I'm sure they imagine themselves as like the better team. And in those cases, you don't need to go too crazy, right? Just like pick strong heroes, outlane them, snowball the game. We have better teamwork. We have like better laning, whatever, right? Like there's no need to pick this oh, it's going to be really tough lanes, and then we'll outscale them. It's like, why do that? That's where you give yourselves the chance to lose, that the enemy does well in the lanes and then it snowballs you. Like, if the meta is good for snowballing and you think you can beat them in the early game anyways, like, just do it, you know?
Yeah. Well, it looks like we may be having to throw to a short break here as the admins sort out some stuff before I guess we can get this game started. So we'll keep y'all posted. I'll let you guys know in chat, in like the Twitch chat, as soon as we come back and kind of get things underway. So stay tuned with us, everybody. It's not going to be much of a delay here, but yeah, just hang around. We'll see you in a sec. Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to the qualifiers. Apologies for the delay. As we said, there were admins looking into a potential issue from our last series. Looks like we actually just got the ruling this second, which is Unknown submitted a case against Team Difference, which after review did result in Team Difference or Difference team being disqualified. So Unknown is now taking their spot. They are going to be going up against Apex Genesis here. And, it took us a moment to get here, but we've made it. So it should only be a few minutes away, hopefully, before this series actually starts.
Yeah, Mid-Lycan's back. You guys were thinking,
Mid-Lycan
oh,
back on the
no.
table.
That'll be the one time I see Mid-Lycan. Wrong. This just in. Mid-Lycan's back. Oh, we'll see.
back,
We'll see if
baby.
Apex Genesis is going to let it in. I don't think they'll care. I think, yeah, go ahead. We'll just pick whatever.
Yeah, I think for the most part, they're perfectly okay with picking up a different team. I think for Apex, they have the experience of playing against enough teams. Their mid laner is pretty solid. Wish has been around for a while. He's been on a lot of good teams, and he's got a deep hero pool. So I think if you want to go this Lycan mid, I'm sure that they have something planned to run it with.
Yeah, I think in the end, it doesn't really matter right now for them. Apex Genesis should just be more focused on their own draft, make sure we have a cohesive plan, make sure our lanes make sense, make sure this guy can build auras, this is going to be the playmaker, here's the guy who's going to be focused on farming, right? You just need to make sure your own draft works and they can outskill these opponents. Again, no offense to anyone, but I do think that's how they should be thinking. Until Shopify Rebellion and Nouns is where they have to start really thinking of okay, we need good heroes, but also we need to consider their draft. It's the same way in your own pubs, guys, right? This is why people say oh, just focus on yourself, because you can really climb quite a few ranks not caring about the meta and just playing well on your own. But then eventually you do reach a point where it's okay, I got to start thinking about the draft as a whole. Got to start making sense. Works on the pro scene too. There's a big enough difference, experience wise and skill wise, that Apex Genesis should just focus on themselves more than their opponents right now.
Yeah, I 100% agree. So we'll see how this ends up going. I'm a little bit curious as to what they're going to end up doing on Unknown now. They've kind of just been sitting around waiting. I was wondering if they were even going to join, or if they kind of given up on the day, being oh, looks like no DQ, we'll go do other stuff. But they actually joined the lobby pretty quick, so they've been sitting around here thinking hey, someone's gonna notice this, right? Someone's got to say something, and
not
finally,
us.
Yeah, no, we just Zach and I, we had some lunch, we came back, we're getting ready to start, and then we're hold up, admin issue.
There's
BRP.
drama.
Yeah, right. We get some drama. Finally, here in the NAC, we get some drama. Normally, that's all that there is, right? The last few different sets of qualifiers we've had forfeits and DQs in round 1 and round 2, but now we finally
we're a real region, we swear.
Yeah, we're
real region.
But now we had some drama, but it's all set. We finally get to go into the draft now and watch and enjoy some Dota. Finally, it's been 40 minutes overdue. So,
all right. So, jokes aside, I do think, they seem to like running mid-Lycan as much as they can. I mean, there's tons of other mid heroes they could have picked. I think almost no mid heroes were banned in the previous series, and they still went for it. So, does seem to be what they want if you just leave it in.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right.
Sniper banned out first. Shadow Demon Omni. I don't think Unknown took the sniper when available to them. Again, just focusing on themselves. Maybe thinking about Puck. I think that's one of the worst matchups.
Yeah.
For Puck. A lot of supports being taken out. I think you just grab the Tusk, right? Pick your ban, take out Tusk. Nature's also in the pool if you want to do that. Ban Tusk, take Nature's.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
I'm a professional. Let's go.
You're so good.
So good.
This is why they pay you the big bucks, Zach.
I write down 8 most banned heroes, and then I pick pick one at the end. Let's go. All right, they're gonna take the Dark Willow. That's not too bad. She's not one of the broken supports. She's in that like tier 2 of like doesn't really get banned, and then these are the best supports left. Dark Willow, Snapfire come to mind, Treant, right? We end up seeing them more than the broken heroes, and then it's easy to get confused, like, oh, these are the broken heroes. Like, well, they're the next set of broken heroes. The first set is all banned out here in the first phase.
Mm-hmm. Dang. Well, I'm curious if they want to go the mid Lycan, you know, like they could. It's not a bad hero against Nature's Prophet, but whether or not that's where they end up going with this, we'll have to see. I think it's unlikely, but I like the Broodmother ban. I think that one makes a lot of sense. We saw this hero kind of own against the Nature's Prophet earlier. It just makes the game very difficult. So yeah, I'd have to imagine they're thinking about the Lycan and they have a plan for it.
I mean, we've seen like the mid natures, right? How do you think mid natures versus Lycan would go?
I think mid natures would be okay. Like they don't have a lot of damage at dealing with the Ironwood Treant, you know, and I think nature should be able to pressure the lane. The problem is it's similar to what happened in that Necrophos matchup where it's like if he gets to level 6, suddenly it's not great.
Yeah, it just runs at you, and Lycan actually has a very open inventory, so you don't mind holding the Quelling Blade. You're often building just like some expensive items real quick. All right, grabbing the Kunkka. Well, we've seen this hero a lot. Just typically quite stable. If it does end up being the nature's carry, you should be okay. And if you have the X mark, then right, he can't like TP away from you, things like that. You can be very annoying. Set up with the Dark Willow between X, Torrent, Boat, Bramble, the Cursed Crown. There we go. I was forgetting one. Cursed Crown, Terrorize, right? A lot of crowd control already from the first 2 picks. Kunkka can build you your auras as well. And it's a lot of magic damage. So I kind of like that opener, even though I am still a little iffy on the early Kunkkas.
Yeah, I was going to say the Kunkka in general that we've seen has not looked super great. I feel like Apex did this yesterday into a Kunkka and felt very confident against it. And we could just see something like an Alchemist or the Lone Druid come out. So they grab the Enchantress, a very strong lane hero, which I like a lot. If you could shut down the Kunkka to where he just doesn't have like a lot of like early game momentum, like if he doesn't get to his core items, I feel like the hero falls flat every time.
10 seconds remaining.
Feels like it.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm up for the Lone Druid. I'm wondering like maybe you could do Monkey King, follow the Kunkka around.
Yeah.
Dire team pick.
Oh, a Leshrac.
That's an
That's
interesting
new.
pick. Yeah, now this is something that we've seen ran in the safe lane occasionally, so I could actually see this being like a potential flex between the Nature's Prophet and the Lesh,
10 seconds
but
remaining.
I think for the most part, it's probably Wish's hero in the mid lane. You could see it as a support even in certain situations, so we don't see it that often, but I do like the pick.
The magic damage will wreck the Dark Willow, who is hoping to just enter the Shadow Realm and not get killed by Impetus and Nature Prophet right clicks. And now you're just getting destroyed by magic damage. There it is. There's the Lycan. I think this is kind of like the preemptive counter. It's like, I'm pretty sure a Lycan's coming up, and this matchup can actually go a little bit both ways, but Leshrac pumps out so much AoE damage that you don't care much about the wolves. You can shove the lane, which Lycan can't deal with that well, though you have high regen, so you can kind of tank it. But then you can also take the towers. And it's also kind of scary to run at the Leshrac, because if you do bring a bunch of wolves and he eventually gets a Bloodstone, right, he actually just heals so much from how much damage he's doing to the summons that he tends to be fine. But if you do fall behind, then that is where the Lycan can just like sprint straight towards the Leshrac and kill him. In fact, maybe that applies to all these heroes. A little slow for the untouchable on Enchantress, but if the Lycan does have a good game, These heroes don't really have an escape to get away from Lycan.
Team pick. Radiant team ban.
Ooh, okay, a Lycan, or not like a Phoenix, but an immediate Monkey King response. I feel like that's your mid hero. I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure it's Monkey King into the Lycan, and that's what I was saying. Like this Lesh Nature's Prophet, I think it's all just a bait on where these heroes were going, and now they should have their mid matchup that really counters the Lycan.
10
So
seconds remaining.
I don't think that's gonna go very well, dude.
5 seconds
I'll
remaining.
be honest.
Lycan doesn't like to build boots, which he'll be forced to against the Monkey King if he doesn't want to give away too many Jingu stacks. I guess there's a world you could run like the Nature's 4. We've seen some Nature's offlane, but I don't love that. These heroes, none of them are going to build the auras, which Kunkka actually will. And we've actually seen this mid Lycan build some auras for his team. So I do think you need a proper offlaner who's going to build auras. You can flex some of this stuff around, like Nature's Leshrac, Monkey King. One's a carry mid or 4, right? Like you could cycle it around, which is pretty cool. But I think I would be pretty happy with just an offlaner who will build the auras for his team.
Dire team ban.
You know, they're thinking something similar. Centaur. That could work. I don't love Centaur versus Kunkka, and actually even Dark Willow. There's so much junk on the floor. But Stampede is pretty good for chasing the Lycan while he tries to run away, and then disengaging from the Phoenix Egg. Like once they commit that, but you just leave, then you can just go back in once the egg pops.
5 seconds remaining.
I will say as well, for Unknown, I like now in hindsight, right, the Dark Willow and Kunkka opener, which I mentioned has a lot of crowd control. You then see the Lycan and the Phoenix, no crowd control really whatsoever. And in fact, you need help. Like once the egg comes down, you got to keep them near the egg. That's what Dark Willow and Kunkka will be good for. So as they enter this last pick, which is most likely their carry, unless they want to move Lycan over, the carry doesn't typically bring a lot of crowd control to help you protect the egg and keep them there, or to keep the target still for Lycan to hit them. So it's good that they already have that in the Dark Willow and the Kunkka.
Team pick. Dire team
I like the bands of the Viper Morphling, and now they just get themselves even more team fight, the Mars, which this kind of brings my suspicions back. It is a support Leshrac for the side of Apex Genesis, and the 4, actually. So carry Prophet with Enchantress, Lesh 4 with a Mars, and Monkey mid into the Lycan. And you don't really have the flexibility on Unknown to match this. Like, they could move lanes around quite a bit on Apex, but they probably don't need to.
Yeah, I'm mostly joking around. I think Leshrac with Mars will actually be a sick combo. You just wait for the Mars to land a spear, or maybe you lead with a Alchemist. Lead with a Lightning, slow, God's Rebuke, then you can like both double stun into the Diabolic's Edict, stuff like that. There's a lot of damage coming out. Is it enough to kill an Alchemist, though, who's pretty tanky? I think before 6, yes. Once he has his 6 and his ult is going, I think killing him becomes a lot harder unless you're bringing over Wish, or maybe like Samson rotates in, which you could definitely do. Well, you have a good enough lane, though, in the meantime.
I don't think the thing is I think your other lanes are going to lose too much for this Alchemist to really kind of take over, right? Like, a lot of times when you have an Alchemist, you kind of rely on your other lanes going reasonably well, and even if you have like an okay lane, you can come back, right? But I think right now what I'm looking at is this is going to set up a pretty easy game for Apex, as long as they go like relatively even in this Alchemist lane. Like, as long as they don't like feed the Alka bunch, I think the other lanes are gonna win, and then they can just take over and rotate into the Alka lane pretty easily with with Simeon Stride and with Global Teleport from the Nature's Prophet. And that's a lot of physical damage early between these two heroes.
Yeah, I agree. I also don't think it's set in stone that Alk's gonna have like even a decent time, right? There is the window of just being outplayed. We were mentioning that. I think Apex Genesis is a little bit a step above Unknown here. So you do have to get through that laning stage.
for battle.
You fought well. You fought well and true.
Starboch.
Well, well.
Starboch.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
All right. Taking a look at the starting items, nothing too out of the ordinary. Alchemist, of course, getting his casual bracer to start things off since he's got that seed money facet. Is any of the facets like kind of stand out as being odd? Because from what I saw, it all looked pretty normal. Did the Kunkka go the Grog or the Tidebringer? He did go the High Tide. Okay.
High Tide. The most interesting one is that one, Dark Willow again went for Thorny Thicket, but kind of makes sense with what we described earlier, since it will give you the most extra lockdown. But also, Fade on the Mars went for Victory Feast, which is not something we see all the time, but I mean, it's kind of cool if you like pick up an early kill.
Well, speaking of early kills, that is a Blood Grenade, the slow, plus the full Diabolic Edict into the support of the Dark Willow, and the kill given over to Wish on the mid lane Monkey King, who should already have a pretty good lane. So this is going to be a fantastic start to him. He's going to send out a full Wraith Band, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what I saw him sending out. And he'll have an early boots as well. Yeah, so Wraith Band tangos, and after that should be a pretty quick pair of boots to just deal with this pesky Lycan.
Ooh, I also like... we were talking about earlier about Orb of Corrosion and how I think it could be buffed a little bit, but Wish actually has one queued, and it'll help him bully this Lycan, but also the anti-heal will be quite good versus the Alchemist and the Phoenix.
Yeah. I'm curious how the Nature's Prophet lane is going to go. I think that's the other one that I'm a little bit like almost unsure of, because I feel like we've seen Kunkkas like both win and lose the Nature's Prophet matchups, but I think with the help of an Enchantress, it might just be a little too much, so we'll have to see, because this hero is incredibly strong in the lane. Yeah, they are just clicking them to death. Does go for a Shadow Realm there to try and buy a little bit of space, but
I think if you can get them to walk through a couple brambles, sure, but they don't really have a way to force that. And you also have the Treant to actually walk in the brambles in front of you to tank it for you. Even some creeps later from the Enchantress, so I think Samson should be okay on the natures there. I may have just cursed him.
he's dead. Yeah, that's a very nice kill. Get the Shadow Realm off as well, just to avoid Yams from finishing the job. But top lane, they get a kill onto the Alchemist. So both safe laners going down. At least get a bonus return kill there of the Leshrac. So that's going to help out this Phoenix quite a bit. Fade's in a good spot. Lane underneath his tower. He's going to actually be able to combine the waves just outside the tower here, unless Phoenix can find some way to reset the equilibrium, which doesn't look like it. He's got the double bracers. He's big chillin'.
A lot of denies in the mid lane, but Monkey King is slowly building up a lead, just like we expected. And he does have Simeon Stride. Nothing too crazy about that, but it does mean he should be able to rotate over to the sides and still make it back to mid without losing his tower. And I wonder think his rotations will be sneakier than the Lycans because you are coming from the trees.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I wonder how many of the denies from the Lycan are on his own wolves, like that he has to kill or something.
Oh, that's true.
Because I know the first like wave or two, he probably has enough damage to secure some CS, but he needs to be very careful, of stuff like this, where Wish can just get the Jingu and could just boundless strike the wave. Ooh, a little bit off the mark there. That's going to hurt him a little bit, but the thing is, he's got the Orb of Corrosion. He just continues to walk at this hero. He plants the
50 gold.
Easy 50 gold. Damage equals done. Nah, and there's the boots, right? Coming out on the courier soon here for Wish. He knows all he has to do is just keep walking at this Lycan. The boots will be pretty much the only thing he needs to do that. And I'm curious, does Mistake on his courier right now? Does he have boots coming out?
I'll be honest, my client's bugged. I can't check.
He does. Okay, so he is going to pick up boots early on the Lycan courier.
Yeah, you need it, but the issue is Monkey King will also have his, so you're actually
my
slower than the
goodness.
Monkey King.
This Alpha Wolf, jeez, that's a lot of damage this early for that Nature's Prophet. He's like, get back here. That's illegal. You can't. Oh, wait a minute. TPN from the Dark Willow. If she hits a Bramble, they might be able to turn this into a kill. Wish. That is a big mistake. He was so close to getting his boots, but he decided to send the courier back to finish the Orb of Corrosion instead.
Under attack.
And it ends up costing him his life.
It's like Bignum's going to come and make sure this XP doesn't go to waste. And actually, Leshrac is a support that really likes the early levels, so
Yeah.
maybe this will be a blessing in disguise. Maybe you'll be able to pick up a kill with Diabolic Edict now that you have a quick level 3 and, maybe more levels to come.
Yeah. I mean, Wish is still in full control of this lane, for sure. Like, it's not like he's in a bad spot. Bottom lane, Cloud in a bad spot, getting caught by the enchant once again. The auto attacks just from these two heroes. Gonna bring me extremely low, but he will survive. I was like, there's no way he completes that TP, right? Yeah. They get him. Ignum actually going down in the jungle. Almost manages to kill the Dark Willow there, thanks to Edict, but they have forced the Alchemist completely out of the lane.
Yeah, I think both supports found him, so they're splitting the damage and they're able to win that fight. But like you said, Alk only level 4.5, so still pretty far from his high regen ult where it becomes much easier to jungle, yet he can't really play the lane that well versus the Mars, who's been given a lot of solo time while Leshrac's been moving around. And he's quite high level, going to end up with the ultimate pretty soon, compared to Cloud, who's level 3 and running around, trying to not be killed. Kunkka pretty fast, though, so looks like he should be okay, but you're totally out of the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane, amplify damage here on the Dark Willow. He's going to try and get himself a little bit of HP, stunned up. Oh, they fortify the wave. He can only bound the strike the Dark Willow and instead walks into the Bramble. 2 deaths on this mid lane Monkey King. Top lane, Arena comes out. They will grab themselves the Alchemist, as they now turn their attention to the tier 1 tower and they fort themselves to try and protect their mid tier 1. But that might end up dying anyway. That tower is falling very low and fast in mid. Yeah, they got to deal with Catapult.
Unknown is doing a good job of helping this bad matchup, but it is coming at the cost of their side lanes, right? So these 2 kills are great, but then I ask
Cloud's level
myself,
4.
is Lycan gonna give this back to his team? It's very different from like a Storm Spirit who's being Huskard. So you got to go help him, get him a kill or 2, and now he's level 6, and now he comes zipping into your lane. It's like, okay, your support's left you. Now I'm here to help you get a kill on the carry, and now you're back too, right? That's team play. But Lycan is going to jungle, right? That's not a flame to the player. That's just like what the hero does. So how will your Alchemist and your Kunkka get back into this? Who is going to help them?
I'm curious if he goes like the aura builds he did earlier, something like the Vlad's drums pipe, because I think he might need to. You've got like an Alchemist who's going to be going for the TP out. He's fine. All right. Classic. But let's say you have an Alku who will contribute damage, so you need your Lycan to be bringing in the auras this game. But once again, Nature's Prophet comes top. They find the tower. Now Wish will find the Dark Willow here. He's going to get stunned up for the moment, but does have the Boundless Strike. Gets the Jingu stack here with 1 more. Oh, that's interesting. The stun connects, but it doesn't count as a Jingu hit because you can't actually attack the hero in Shadow Realm. So it stayed at 3 stacks.
That would also be why he didn't heal in the mid lane. I thought he just healed
Yeah.
like so little because he only hit
Yeah.
the Dark Willow, but yeah, he probably just didn't heal. He stunned
He
her.
only
but...
gets like the Boundless Strike's base damage or something, not the auto attack damage portion of it, which is, you know, the majority of the damage. All right, well that's cool. That's an interaction I did not know about.
Learning a little bit. All right, they're bringing the Enchantress. He does have his ultimate, so he should be able to just leave.
Yeah. Boundless Strike connects. Enchant is out. He's going to be forced to pop the ult. He's going to turn it around here. I don't think you win once the Jingu stacks are up. That being said, Yamsun, got to be careful. Leaps back
So
towards
many
his Monkey
spirits
King.
come out.
Yeah.
They have the troll here. This mid tower is not going to stay up very long if you don't bring some help.
You really want to pressure the Lycan, but just a couple more seconds on that shapeshift will get him out.
Dire's middle
They're bringing in the Leshrac as well,
Dire's structures
and they will scout the Phoenix rotating in, who is level 6 now. So you got to be careful of the egg. Oh, Alchemist is going to get scouted as well. That's a much bigger one. They have to know something's up. Way too many heroes showing up. Alex going to channel the concoction, throw the stun. It's going to connect onto the Enchantress in mid. The Wrath of Nature doing a decent chunk. The boat connects. Fade comes in with the arena. Traps down too. The egg on the side. They've got to finish this off before anyone can stun them. They do. All right, nicely done. Wish with Boundless Strike gets the Jingu here onto the Kunkka. He's going to survive for the moment. Taking through a lot of this damage, but he is left alone. Ends up being a 2 for 2.
Not bad for unknown, considering
Yeah.
who died. It's the Kunkka who's so far behind, right? He didn't even give that much gold for it. I think you're pretty happy with that. See if
Yeah,
doesn't look like you can get a
defended the
tower
tower.
or anything. Yeah, but yeah, like you said, defended.
Uproot and after them.
It's still a rough sign though that it's a 3k gold lead for the team that doesn't have the Alchemist. So that is still the concern here. Let's see, how far is he from Radiance? Over 2,000 gold, so quite a bit behind where he'd like to be.
He's a blade mail away from blade mail on the Kunkka right now.
That is
Oh,
a
that
rough
hurts.
spot to be.
And it's a great
It
blade
is a
mail
good
game.
item though, yeah. But you'd prefer to have it now, right? Where it's much earlier, it's much more effective the sooner you get it. When the health pools are low and Kunkka is so tanky himself, by the time he finishes it, you know, the enemy supports probably have a couple extra bracers, and now Leshrac doesn't mind doing damage into the blade mail. So it is a rough spot to be. I can't really think of a better item for him to go for instead, though. So
Yeah, I mean, right now they're just doing a really good job at pressuring the lanes. Like they've managed to secure the mid-tier 1 tower with the help of the Enchantress creeps. They're still forcing Alchemist to farm on the top side of the map, which, you know, isn't that bad. And they're wave dragging bottom to try and prevent this wave from coming in and crashing their tower. But yeah, you just
Big
do it again. You
ancient
just
camp
keep
here.
summoning the tree and doing it. It's delaying the push quite a bit. Yeah, they just are soaking the whole wave next to the tower, and they can't actually do anything about this. Enchantress just free farming it. The tower is unfazed. He is at least, like you said, getting a massive stack on the ancient camp, which that will give him some absolutely necessary gold for the moment. He's getting there, slowly but surely.
slowly but surely. If only he had a blade mail or some extra damage to speed this up.
Yeah. Monkey King is going the Diffusal Blade, by the way. I don't know if you saw that, but how do you feel about the Diffusal?
I guess it makes sense in terms of a fighting item that you want to come online early. I don't feel like these are the most mana dependent heroes, though at the same time they are pretty low mana, so if you hit them a couple times they're pretty much out of mana and can't use their spells.
That's kind of what I was
Like
thinking.
Dispel?
In terms of, I mean, Disperser eventually seems kind of cool, but I was thinking in terms of the heroes you're fighting against, it's like these 3 strength melee here. I guess Lycan's universal, but you know what I mean? Like they don't have a ton of mana to work with, and mana burn is really useful against these types of heroes. Like they actually are very reliant on being able to get their spells off. Smoke instantly pop, the dive in fade's gonna be able to get a good defensive arena off. But the Terrorize, the Sunray, it's doing some work. He goes for the egg. They managed to take down one. The question is, can they get more? Alk's gonna self-stun. Looks like that's gonna be an end to that. 5-hero rotation, netting the kill onto the Mars. Pretty worth it. Nice, not bad.
It is a lot of heroes, but fortunately, the rest of Apex Genesis was also in that area. So it's not like they were free farming across the map in that meantime.
Yeah.
It's not too bad, but this Gleipnir's getting closer for the Natures. I think that's when they're going to pick up a lot of speed.
That's go time, baby.
For Apex Genesis. But
Wish. He's going to chase the Alk. That diffusal's done. He pops the concoction. It stuns him for the moment, but this is what I was talking about. It's like at this point, without having any mana on Alk, it's really frustrating because he has to actually like ferry mana items.
yeah, your ultimate is not enough to give you mana. Okay, quick kill for them. Another good find. The ultimate from Alchemist isn't really enough to restore.
Well, it doesn't even give mana anymore.
Move that?
Yeah, they removed the mana regen from it. Yeah. So if
all right,
that's
well
what
then
makes
even
it
more so.
really rough. Boundless Strike's gonna connect here onto the Kunkka. He's gonna go down. The rest of the team wishes they could grab this Lycan, but too fast, too furious. Yeah, I realized that I played Alchemist, I don't know, like earlier this year after not playing for a long time, and I was like, all right, I'm low on mana, time to pop my ult. And I was like, my mana's not moving. What is going on here? I'm like, I don't have a lot of mana still. Yeah, there's no mana regen built into it. See, that's where you see, you know, Alks having to ferry extra mana regen or just constantly spam the Soul Ring to try and, you know, keep themselves on the map.
Yeah, he actually didn't get one this game, the Soul Ring, I mean, so maybe go back for it now that you see that diffusal come out.
Yeah, and he's not near Wishing Well either, so he's like one of the few heroes that actually prefers the well as over the Mighty Mines. Mid lane here, Terrorize does connect. He did get the barrier off, but all the damage coming through Magic at the moment. Yamsun will be fine, though. Heals off a lot of this thanks to the sprites. It's only a 2k lead for Apex Genesis, but this is into the Alchemist, and that's where you gotta be feeling pretty confident about your positioning at the moment. Blade Mail is gonna get finished up here on the Kunkka. That's not a bad, that's a pretty decent pickup, but it's coming in late, like you said, so it's not as impactful as you'd like to see maybe a couple minutes ago.
Aether Lens queued up on the Mars.
It's one you don't see that often. A lot of times you see like Yules, like as like a alternate path or mana item, or like, I don't want to say support, but like extension item in a way. But the Aether Lens is interesting. Oh, he does have a Yules anyway. Okay, well there's the Blink, the arena spear set up here onto the Dark Willow. She should just burn. Ends up getting picked off by the Enchantress on the backside and mistake. He wants to run in here on the Lycan. A big Wrath of Nature comes in. There's the dive. The egg dropped right under the boat, but they got plenty of heroes to bring it down. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. Gleipnir out. It's going to trap down 3. They want to finish off the Lycan. Stuck inside the Sprout. They got another Yule.
Q misses.
The spear comes out.
Oh,
he's going to make it out. Oh, man. Lycan lives with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, to be fair, the Boundless Strike also missed, and they were just trying to finish it off. It was close, but does get to live another day. Thank you, Bracer, for giving me all that free HP.
Yes. Overall, still a pretty good fight. 2 for 1. I mean, only supports going down in this fight. But, I mean, you could start to see, right? The Alk wanted to enter here with his Radiance, and without a BKB, it's a little bit scary. He just kind of gets trapped off onto the backside of the fight, and if he walks into that Wukong's, they can very easily force him down. Yeah, they're like, something's going on. They know we're here. Gets a D ward. on Big Num. Okay, Fade changed his items. He's going Pipe.
Okay, I like that a lot more. I do think either you're playing the Initiator, which he kind of is, but not getting the Blink, just going to depend on the Yules and the Phase Boots to do it for him.
Yeah.
Which against this amount of melee heroes, you know, I
Not
guess
that hard.
that's kind of okay. They have to come to you. But yeah, I like the Pipe to, you know, Aura Gaming we keep talking about.
Ooh, Fade. He's going to find the Phoenix. Spears back towards the Lash. The follow-up stun. And 4 points Edict is so much damage to find this kill. So a really good pick off. Heaven's actually TPing bottom to try and help pressure this Nature's Prophet. Which looks like he's actually dead. Just ran down by the Kunkka and the Lycan.
Dire's middle
You
tower
here? Do you
is
go
under attack.
steal the Tormentor if you can? Your carry's gone though.
You have Wukongs.
Phoenix is spawning. They're thinking about it. They're posturing here. And actually, they don't know it, but the Alchemist and the Dark Willow aren't here. So you could just walk in and force it.
I think they want the tower first, right? I think for them, the tower is more important.
That would be ideal.
Tower is under attack.
Okay, Dark Willow's showing mid now. Yeah, okay, they're pinging the tower. They're going to try to finish it. And if you don't... You're just going to give it your Tormentor.
Yeah, you are. They're going to go straight for it. This is a really nice play from Apex. They don't necessarily have to stick around for the Wisdom Rune, but your Enchantress could, is the thing, right? Like, Enchantress could just hang out here, kind of farm a little bit. Looks like they're going to head back across the map. They have their own Tormentor they could play for. They also want to make sure they don't give up their own Wisdom Rune.
Radiant are scattered.
Yeah, you can also just leave a summon, like either Enchantress or Nature's Prophet leaves it, and then you just deny the Wisdom Rune if you don't want to stick around.
Middle tower is under attack.
I'm not sure. Is there timing they were hoping for? I mean, they're smoked now. I feel like they should have been there for the Tormentor, but too late now. So you just have to look for the next play, which maybe could have been stealing the enemy Tormentor if you're giving up yours. Just run right over there. But instead, they kind of smoke back to their own side, and Apex Genesis has already left. So you don't really end up with anything from here, and that's going to lead to a quick 6K lead, soon to be a little more. Oh, never mind. The Tormentors fell. Okay, yeah. So 6K lead.
And they get the shard for the Enchantress there, which is fantastic. She's already kind of scaling as a secondary core, which is what we see a lot with this hero.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think for Apex, pretty happy about that series of events. Who got the other shard? Was it actually
Leshrac, which
Lesh?
is
Yeah.
fantastic.
That's
It's gonna be so good versus. Yeah, it's gonna be so good versus all these melee heroes, and it should be possible to get some really nice chain stuns like Arena, Spear. You throw your Q, Boundless Strike comes in, your Q procs again, right? There's gonna be a lot of chain stun potential.
Is under attack.
Amplify damage, gonna get scouted in the bottom lane here. I mean, this is a pretty big rune if they can make something happen with this. There's not a ton of duration left on this smoke, but they will see Apex in the top lane here going for this tier 2 here shortly.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And they're ganking actually from a pretty good angle. This would not be bad, but there's a good ward here from Apex. They're going to see everything. The smoke pops. They jump into the backside. He gets Sammy, but Fade ends up only catching the Dark Willow inside of the arena. That's not ideal. While your Nature's Prophet just dies to the cores. And now Mars left to go nowhere, stuck, pulled back into the egg. That's 2 great kills for the side of Difference. Yamsun will just TP out.
I think that was even with the Observer, the position didn't quite work out there. Alchemist immediately runs at Nature's, and the main hero who can help protect the Nature's is the Mars, who was not near him at all. He was somewhere else in the fight. I think they were hoping Mars would find someone and the Nature's TP's into it, but
They just ran right by him. The ward missed
Yeah,
him,
once that doesn't happen, especially around that Observer, which is why I'm surprised that they were able to do that. But
The vision-
prioritize the exact right targets on Unknown.
Yeah, the ward gave them vision of like the Dark Willow and the Kunkka, but it missed the Lycan and the Alk, who were too far to the left. So they had no idea the smoke was still on those heroes. And by the time I think they realized it, the Alk was already on top of the Natures, by like you said. So a little bit of a split there from Apex. They do manage to grab the bottom tower now here, as the top tier 2 still being pressured by Apex Genesis. But this game is very even now. Only a 2,000 gold advantage.
Look at all these bracers!
Closing in on the BKB. Yeah, my god, what a dumb item.
So many bracers and Wraith bands.
So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 bracers. Is that what I'm seeing?
14 bracers, 3 Wraith bands. What a time to be alive.
All right. Roshan number 1. That's going to go to the Alchemist. They did lose their top tier 2 for this, so I think an okay trade in the grand scheme of things. I am curious how long until, like, what the item build is going to be for this Monkey King at this point, because like he did exactly what I wanted him to do. He went back for the pipe. He's got himself, like, the Vlads, the drums, now the pipe completed, and it's a little bit more difficult for them to take these fights on Apex. Like, there is a lot of tank on the side of difference.
Sure, looks like he wants to get the BKB first, which would be very helpful versus Phoenix, Dark Willow, and Kunkka. You can mostly ignore those heroes once you have that BKB. I guess the question is, how do you start these fights? A pickoff is a pickoff, of course, but in a proper team fight, are you trying to focus the Alk, take him out? You know, that's really tough, even ignoring the fact that he's got the Aegis. Maybe you kill all the supports, but that means your Alk and your Lycan are just freely hitting you, and the rum buff is going to make it take forever to actually kill the supports, as long as he gets it off in time. So I'm not sure how you want to approach this. I guess if you can get to the Alchemist before he gets his ult, you have the chain stun to kill him, but that is easier said than done.
Looking for the Phoenix. Just going to go for the dive. Sunray out. He'll be fine. Classic. Ooh, actually, maybe a little bit of a misplay there from Sammy. He could have gone for the Curse of the Old Growth into a Sprout on the high ground, and he actually might have found the Phoenix.
Might have been able to, yeah. I don't know if he'll have the actual damage to finish the kill, but you can try.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
After that top tower, they're actually smoking mid. I feel like this should be... You shouldn't have an idea this is happening. Like, why wouldn't you just keep pushing tier 2?
That's a blink reveal on the Dark Willow. And it's going to do a lot of work here. Find Wish. He does have the Diffusal. He's going to be forced to TP on the back end of this BKB. He barely makes it. Oh, man. He had no Boundless Strike otherwise. Obviously, just Boundless Strike TP there, but that was very close. That's first
Alchemist.
BKB usage, though.
Yeah, if Alchemist had his ult going, that's a kill right there. But you do see why he needs that BKB to survive the magic damage, but also not get caught by Kunkka's X mark.
Do you see the Dark Willow has a Holy Locket? Did I see that right?
She does. It's very peculiar. I wonder if the idea is to give mana to your team when they get mana burned. I don't really understand it.
He's like, well, I bought Tranquils, guys. I can't get mana boots, but I will buy you a locket. It's also just more stats, I guess, but like paying that much for the locket recipe is kind of, for the extra stats, it's not something we see all that often.
It's an interesting choice. Like Phoenix, sure.
Yeah,
Dark
right?
Willow is very strange.
Not typically known as
the
the
Dark Willow should be
healing
hitting
hero.
the tower with the Alchemist. This feels...
Yeah.
You just stand in the back.
They're cutting all the waves. They have to deal with the one wave that is here, so they are going to pop the fortification. The Wolves are tanking a lot of this, though. And I was like, they have to clean up the rest of the wave. And it looks like with all 3 lanes being completely cut mid, think they got 2 waves. The side lanes are pushed all the way into the enemy base, so they actually cannot pressure the high ground. So it's Apex just dodging completely, wanting absolutely nothing to do with fighting into unknown right now with this Aegis.
Got 30 seconds on Aegis. Don't think anything else is going to happen with that from here. But whoever wins a big fight from here on... Oh, baits the Terrorize out.
Wow, that is quite nice.
Should let him know that there is an observer there, potentially. Or, he threw that from fog, or from smoke, right? So is that just...
Yeah. I think it was just, I don't want to go there anymore. Ooh, Lesh actually tanks the initial gank. Sammy just got a BKB TP home as the Aegis gets reclaimed. You do manage to get yourself the Lesh. You defend your high ground. Aegis expires, though. And that's kind of big. I feel like Apex are
you
just
know
looking
what
to
it
take
is?
this late. What was it?
I think so. You can hear it being cast. So I think even though it was
Terrorized?
in... Yeah, you can hear the Terrorize. So I think he was looking over there, and because they have vision from the ward, he could hear the noise, and he was like, oh, I'm not going to do this.
Do they have
But
the
I will
life
come get this
gear?
Lycan.
Okay, yeah, they don't even need it. Yeah, that's a really good use of just a very convenient invis rune that they find. Able to just find a really important kill there onto the Lycan. He's a big part of the team fights. A lot of damage, plus the pipe, of course, that gives them the very much needed aura. I thought I heard a Wrath of Nature. Yep, there it is. Just bouncing around the map, trying to shove in the lanes. It is daytime now, which does favor Apex. Like, no more global howl, so you don't, like, your lanes don't kind of, like, automatically de-push.
Does he have the shard? He does. Okay. So your lanes do push out, which I think that's pretty helpful versus the natures, who you don't want to get ratted by. Finally get a Tormentor for themselves. Just going to go to Heaven on the Dark Willow. That's a nice one. More brambles on the ground to be annoying for Apex Genesis.
They know their own is going to be up here in a moment, of course, because they were the ones who took it. You know, they took both Tormentors right around 20 minutes. So the 4th shard for their team, I think Sammy already bought his, so it's either going to go to Monkey King or Mars, both of which are quite good. Getting that extra mobility on Monkey King is always really nice, and then, of course, Mars, potential double spear, can do some big work in fights.
Yeah, I think Monkey King's will be nice. Yeah, he did get it, because now you can use it to...
It's used?
Exactly like this.
Chase the Phoenix, yeah. Okay, they force back some double TPs. Wrath of Nature helping, again, de-push the map a little bit, but Wish has the Harpoon, BKB, and a Diffusal. Now gonna go for a Daedalus, which is not really what I expected. I would have thought like maybe Aghanim Scepter or something along those lines. There's gonna be the Blink, the Spear, it finds the arena trapping mistake, but they've also got a really nice find there onto the Dark Willow. The Egg's not gonna be able to survive this one. The boat comes through, doing quite a bit of damage, but Fate, he gets the BKB off. He's stalling this one out, and Kunkka pops the BKB, but they have their sights set here. They want the Alchemist. There's nowhere for him to go. Wukong's command comes out, the Harpoon to pull him back in. Kunkka will finally die as the run buff expires, but this is going to be a full 5-hero team wipe for Apex as they only lose the Leshrac. That's a full AC done now on your Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it's helping
I like
them
that
a
item
lot. It's helping them a lot to counter the acid spray and all the physical damage from these cores. Alkstead for 50 seconds. I think you can chip a tier 3 a little bit. Roche could be up, but also, you know, what are the odds it's an instant spawn? I think it's okay to just poke. And yeah, it looks like Nature's just TPing in, summoning a Trent. And they should just chip away at this mid tower. I say as they walk away from it. They just want map control, I guess.
They're just going to get all the waves in and then just, I would imagine, send some creeps into the Roche pit to try and scout. Wish actually going to get found out, does like Boundless Strike away, but Curse Crown's going to hold him down and he's dead. He just gets found super far in advance. The leash talent, though, finds the Phoenix. That's a big one. And Sammy, well, gets a return kill, but losing the Monkey King. That's a big bounty going the way of Unknown. Yeah, 1,200, almost 1,300 gold. Huge.
Yeah, that was strange to me. I think if you're not pushing there, you at least need to stay together, because once you split up, right, the enemy may only have had 3 heroes, but if you have 2 in the bottom lane and 2 in the top lane, well, that means they actually outnumber you wherever they go, which is pretty much what happened there. Despite having 2 heroes dead, they find a kill on the Monkey King because Apex Genesis is so split up. So I feel like you're either all moving towards Roche or all hitting a tower together to avoid that.
Speaking of Roche, Sammy decides to just go check it by TPing down there. He finds it, and it shouldn't take him too long to finish up that Roshan. He's got a lot of damage. He's going to get a little bit of assist, though, from Fade as well as Big Num, though.
This will be the banner this time,
Yeah,
which
that'll
there's
help
not
lot
a
with the push.
great way to deal with. So should help them get these, maybe like get the first barracks. That's often the hardest one.
Yeah, I agree. You're running triple melee core, right? It's not super easy to get to a well-placed banner. That being said, you do have to place it correctly. Like, there's a lot of times we've seen a banner get placed too aggressively or too defensively, and then it just gets relatively wasted. But we'll see. Big Num making the rotation over along the side of the map here. Maybe going to try and, I was going to say, maybe place a aggressive ward, but doesn't have any. And he'll just take the Wisdom Rune here at 35 minutes while Sammy grabs the other. Oh, he's just holding it. Monkey King.
They want it for
Fade. Like Sammy. Maybe they're just going to give it to Sammy. He's going to TP
They're
over.
trying to do
He
some
is.
math here real quick. They're not sure.
Sammy's almost 25,
they want 25.
actually. Holy heck. That Treant at 25 is an absolute monster.
Which is crazy to think you would take it over teleport cooldown, but now that teleport's back to a 20-second cooldown at max, and the Treant is so good when you go Ironwood Treant, you do see a lot of people go the left town. We'll see what he ends up choosing, though.
I mean, it's
can
definitely the Treant talent. There's
Show
no
up
way,
around everywhere.
right? I mean, the
I think
teleport
so.
cooldown is cool and whatnot, but like that Treant, like 4 shots of melee barracks. it's ridiculous how much
It is
damage
really
it
good.
does.
He also has the
Because
10 seconds off nature's cooldown, so you can have multiple Treants at a time.
Yeah, so it's got 80 damage right now. It will get 3 times that plus the HP. So it goes to 4,500 HP. Right? Yeah, 4,500 HP and like almost 200 damage, which again, it does bonus damage to buildings, 150%.
He's got it now.
Yeah, here we go. Look at this
Immediately
thing,
shows
234 damage, 4,600 HP. Watch the tower go bye-bye. Yeah, dude, look at this thing. You gotta deal with it somehow. They're trying to find the heroes. Meanwhile, the real hero is that Treant on the barracks, which already takes it down. The egg plays super aggressively. The BKBs come down just to secure it. And now Big Num on the backside takes a lot of the attention here from Unknown. And there's still a Treant on the barracks. It is 3-shotting the ranged barracks. It is dead. Okay. Here we go, into the mid lane. Another one already spawned, ready to go. Onto the tower with the solar crest. And it's gone.
My goodness.
This thing is ridiculous, dude. Nice
Oh,
tree
they
cut.
actually break the tree on Monkey King.
Jules, however, will pull him back. Do they have the damage to finish it off? The blink in. They almost get the Bedlam, but it's just barely off the mark. The God's Rebuke made a lot of space there. The Torrent into the stun, but the counter stuns from the Leshrac. And Sammy and Yamsun just let to attack to anything they want. There's no pressure being applied to them. Get mid lane while your Treants just quickly clean up the other lane of barracks. No big deal. This is exactly, this is what I'm talking about. This timing is ridiculous. If you're this far ahead on a Nature's Prophet, you cannot handle these Treants. They are way too strong. They have double Solar Crest for them as well.
Yeah,
So
I
they're
like
going to pop
patience.
all the buybacks, but it doesn't matter. This throne, it's cooked, baby. Apex Genesis take game number 1.
I like the patience from Apex Genesis to realize I'm close to 25, right? They had just taken Roche, and they had the banner. And there's a nice timing you can go for when the catapults spawn, because you can place the banner further back to just protect the catapults. And it can be tempting to like just beeline after Roche straight to the base. But to see, hey guys, I'm actually pretty close to 25. Like, save the wisdom runes for me. Let me farm a little bit, and then the treants will win us the game, right? That was the much safer way to do it. Even without the catapult timing, you just keep sending in treants. In this case, they kind of just they got it all in one go. So I mean, it looked easy. But if they do defend it, you just keep sending treants. It's a very low cooldown. It's the safest way to do it. If they're really defending one lane, you can even split it across multiple lanes, right? And you will eventually get it, because those towers just don't heal, but you just keep spawning these insanely powerful treants, which is why we typically see that facet taken nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, they hit towers for 400 damage, and you've got double Solar Crest on your supports, and you have an AC on the Nature's Prophet. So they've got extra, like a ton of extra attack speed, and the towers have negative armor. So you're just, or not negative, but they have reduced armor. You know what I'm getting at? So it's the value of that level 25 talent was just unbelievably strong. And the time it took them to kill the egg, they had already taken a full lane of barracks with the treant on the backside of the fight. Like they're like jumping in, trying to kill these heroes, and there's just a little Nature's treant just slapping the barracks, and they're both gone. Like, it's ridiculous. How, like, he did 30,000 building damage, over half of which was in the last minute of the game.
Yeah, I will say, though, that I think this is one of Unknown's better performances from what we saw today. This was a very close game up till like maybe 30 minutes. It wasn't too clear. Like, it felt like Apex Genesis was in control, and yet like, oh wait, this hero just died, and like, oh, this hero just died, right? So Unknown actually made it very close, and I think they had a shot to win it there with maybe if they didn't get countered so hard by that Monkey King, which they did try to address by bringing supports, but then it hurt your side lanes a lot, right? They had a pretty rough start and then kept it quite close despite that. So I think going into game number 2, adjust the draft a little bit. If you can have a little bit easier lanes, like at least one of them be a bit easier, then, it looked like they could actually take a game, maybe the whole series off of Apex Genesis.
Yeah. It's a really cool game one from Apex, though. They kept their cool. They played their lanes. They played their game exactly kind of like what we expected, just sticking to their own strats. So we're going to go to a break, everyone. We'll be back with game 2 of Apex Genesis versus Unknown in this lower bracket elimination series. Stay tuned. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody, here to the lower bracket elimination series of Apex Genesis versus Unknown here for the North American qualifiers. We've got an interesting game one. I mean, they still believe it in the Lycan mid. It looked okay, but this time, I would say properly addressed with something like the Monkey King, right?
Yeah, I think that monkey pick was really good. It put so much pressure on the Lycan. And if you don't bring the supports over, maybe both your side lanes go a little bit better, but your mid Lycan just won't have a game. And I'm not really sure what mid Lycan does after falling behind. Maybe he does the same thing, which is just like farm in the jungle to eventually hit some timing, and you play around the alpha wolves. But I do think if you keep picking Lycan mid like this, I don't know. It's a little telegraphed, and I think there's enough responses to Lycan mid that I don't know. There needs to be this is why you can't just like run the same draft again and again. You need a little bit of variety, unless a hero is super broken. But is Lycan super broken? I'm not so sure.
I'm not so sure either. I think part of this was they maybe got a little bit lost in the draft, thinking like, oh, I mean, they're surely running a mid Lesh, right? Like, that's probably going to be their mid laner. And I don't know if they just haven't seen a lot of Lesh support, but you and I we've seen the hero get flexed a decent amount with Misanthropy. And I think they may have just like baited out the Lycan pick. It's either that or they're still just very confident in it and they picked it anyway, like with kind of little regard for whatever the counter pick was going to be. But Apex feel very confident clearly against this hero, and I don't think they're going to care about banning it. They're just going to kind of hope maybe they go for it again and address it later in the draft. Some differences though this time around: no Enchantress, no Nature's Prophet, some heroes that typically are banned but made it through in game number 1.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it means we're going to see one of the other supports like Omni, Naga, Tusk. Okay, now with the Sand King ban, we're probably going to see both of them picked up, like Naga and Tusk. You get to pick which one you want.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
There it is. Okay, they get the Tusk.
Do you want Omni as a response? Or they seem to have liked Dark Willow a lot. They seem to also like Rubik a lot.
That's true. We have seen a decent amount of the Rubik, but
Log in the Lycan. Let's do it. Okay. Just move it up further and further in priority.
dude, what if they did actually? What if they were just like, whatever, we'll pick the Lycan.
I promise you, Apex Genesis is not competing with them for it.
They go back for the Brood actually, which is nice.
They actually did this to Difference Team in their last series. The Tusk opener into the Brood response.
Yeah. Tusk is just such a good hero though.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out for them in that series.
Mars.
We'll see if they can do better on it this time. Yeah, I think like Mars is still something you have to consider.
I think you just ban it. I think it's worth banning right here.
Yeah, I do too. Last time I think they banned what, like Bristleback, and he's already banned out.
Bristle. And we just saw Fade play it last game. Like, he's already warmed up, ready to go on the Mars. There is no reason to let that hero through the pool. It makes the game way too hard for a Broodmother.
10 seconds remaining.
I think so.
5 seconds.
The other option's the Monkey King. If you want to run this mid lane and they want to put the Monkey King in mid again, it would cause quite a bit of problems for this hero.
Yeah,
I think you have to ban one of the two.
Yeah, if you give him the Monkey King, that definitely counters your potential mid Lycan later, because there is a world this is a carrier offlane Brood and you go back for the mid Lycan. I think you're leaning a little bit too much into the same thing, but I mean, sometimes that works, right? If you come out of the lanes and you just have this overwhelming push, they ban the Kunkka. I mean, you could take the Mars yourself. No, they go for the Rubik. I mean, I think Mars +1 sounds good.
Oh my gosh, Wind Ranger's in the pool. Okay, well, that's
She's
pretty
been
good.
kind of ignored for a bit,
Yeah.
actually. We kind of forgot about her.
I think she was getting banned first phase in most of these games.
Were they? Okay.
Yeah, she got banned, but like a couple times she slipped through and got banned later. They're gonna go for the Pangolier. Now, this is actually one of the classic counters to a Brood Mother. This hero ruins the Brood, like in almost every stage of the game. It's similar to the Mars, where he has great ability to clear out the spiders, but also the ultimate of Pangolier is such a pain for a Brood Mother to deal with. So I like this a lot. If it ends up being a mid brood, you can just put the Pango there, but you can still put the Pango off lane. And that is one of the nice flexes here.
Now, there is a Rubik, though, so he can also steal the role, which is a very good steal. Probably the best one right now. Maybe Shackle Shot's also really solid. We could see something like Primal Beast, I'd say is like pretty good versus the Pango. You do need some, well, I don't know if you still need to flex a lot in response, so much as like just focus on your own draft, but Apex Genesis, like Wind Ranger and Pango can move around, so it is kind of hard to try to like pick a counter in the lane to that hero and then they just move. So I think it's more about like the game counter, you know, like Primal Beast will be good versus the Pango at some point. I don't know, maybe like Omni still feels okay to me. Repel and the ult are really good.
Yeah, I would like to just see a strong 5 picked here, maybe, or a flex. Like, I'm with you on the Omni. I think that's okay. But I also would be down to see just like a nice flex hero.
How about a Magnus?
Guess that's a flex hero. I mean, we don't really see it that much, but it has been getting picked somewhat recently. I think in Eastern Europe or in Western Europe earlier. I'm pretty sure OG like last picked this
10 seconds.
in one of their games against Passion, and yeah, they did, and then they ended up winning that game. So it's got some like some experimentation, I guess. And not like a traditional core pick at the moment, but I think for the most part, it still has its place. Just not
Can
as
you
strong as some others.
imagine empowered Alpha Wolves?
Oh
My God.
So with these picks, the Phoenix is kind of a cool idea against the Wind Ranger because she wants to whirlwind in the fight, and you can't just attack the egg when you're whirlwinding. So that's super annoying. So you're gonna have to pick a hero that can 100% jump in, deal with the egg, because right now both your cores cannot attack it while they're ulting.
Lone Druid's in the pool too, and Phoenix, the max HP burn is kind of nice for stats. So in case you are worried about the Lone Druid, you've got the Phoenix for it.
I'm down for just the Mars pick, to be honest. And then you're like last picking a support, which is kind of weird, but okay, they go Beastmaster. That's a decent one. The attack speed aura should help. Very good in lane as well against the Phoenix. Alright,
So
I'm
is
okay
it a
with it.
last pick support, or you think they're maybe you run Wind Ranger for?
5 seconds.
That's an option now, actually, with the Beastmaster pick. That's true. I didn't really consider that because Wind Ranger is just so good as a carry. Like, we just pretty much never see this hero flexed anymore. But it's possible that they would be willing to move it to a support role.
10 seconds remaining.
They're going to ban out Batrider and the Omni. So they're thinking that this is going to be a carry Wind Ranger. I tend to expect that as well. Morphling and Alchemist removed from Apex. They have to go ahead and kind of reveal their hand here, see what they're going to go in this last pick. But in terms of supports that are left, Mirana. Okay. Well, this could be a core Mirana technically. Like, we have seen it. But from the support role, this is a great hero that can still kill the egg. I was actually going to maybe consider Snapfire because she was still in the pool. but they go for the Mirana instead.
Remaining.
Yeah, I think Mirana herself can kill the egg, but also even if she's not there, Solar Flare will help her team get to the egg. And although Pango's probably rolling and Beastmaster's damage a lot comes from the eggs, both of them are universal heroes who hit pretty hard if you give them some extra Solar Flare attack speed.
Carry Mag.
With reverse polarity? Question?
Nah, he's definitely swapping that. There's no way. I don't think anyone... Well, when you have an egg, actually, reverse polarity is not bad. But then it comes
Surely
at the
the
same
carry
time, it's
does
like,
not play for the 5.
Well, it's like, surely if you just had a regular RP, it also kind of serves the same purpose because they're just stunned under an egg. So I feel like, yeah, he's going to go for reverse polarity.
I would be up for a support Magnus with reverse polarity because it hits a bigger area. But for a core Magnus who's definitely building damage and you want all that cleave, like it has to be regular reverse polarity.
Your team just plays around it very well, right? You have Abyssal, Horde, Underlord, who's got the, Pit of Malice and Firestorm, a lot of damage he can dump into there. And Rubik can steal something as well. I mean, there's definitely a lot of options. It's not the best Rubik game in terms of like ease to steal some spells. Like a lot of the Tusk spells are not great to steal. Beastmaster, I guess the Axes isn't bad. The best thing you have really is like Starstorm from the Mirana or Power Shot from the Wind Ranger. Neither of which are like easy to get.
I think... Yeah, I mean, like Starstorm, Arrow, Power Shot, Shackle. I think there's like variety, but like you said, the ease of getting them will be a little tricky. But if you can get any of them, it'll help so much with protecting the egg. Like they're trying to stand still, so you throw the arrow, and you'll at least make them move for a little bit so they can't be auto attacking. Or you Shackle Shot 2 heroes trying to hit the egg. Right? There's a lot of powerful potential there, but you do have to actually get the steal and then use it.
All right.
All
Well,
these iron branches.
dude, is he actually doing the same thing to Necrotic Webs as the first time?
He didn't learn.
He just
Missed a
doesn't
question
know.
mark indeed.
He doesn't know about this.
Or it's the ultimate bait. He's like, ooh, what lane am I going? I've got a web in every lane.
Yeah.
Where am I?
I mean, I'm sure. I don't know. I'm sure you have to be aware. Maybe it's just to visually annoy the people in the lane. Arrow actually connects. Great shards as well. But this is a deep dive. Shield Crash comes in. Yamsun's fallen low first. He's going to give up first blood as Wish goes really deep under the tower to secure it. And he's going to die as well. Double kill for the Phoenix. That was a 4v5, but you're playing into Phoenix, Underlord. Like, those are some hard heroes to dive next to a tower. Look at that damage.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bold choice to go under the tower. Fortunately, Phoenix is the one that picked up the kills and not the greatest hero in terms of making use of that money, but could maybe get like what, I don't know, early tranquils for infinite spell spam. Just buy a bunch of regen to share over to the Magnus. I'm really not sure how that top lane will go. It's been a while since we saw Magnus carry, but you always do have to be careful of Skewer under tower. Beastmaster has no mobility. Otherwise, I think it's just like farming, axe spam, get some stacks going, and, Beastmaster gaming as usual.
Yeah. I'm a little bit curious because I don't think the Broodmother got any experience from those 2 kills because he was too far away. So that ends up kind of salvaging this mid lane a little bit because I think if Broodmother's like a half level ahead right away, it ends up causing some massive problems. Doesn't actually get the camp block there, but he will find a courier. That is a full salve gone. Very nice. Can he get this? I mean, the Tuscanade is really good at trading, and he has shards in 10 seconds. He might just follow Heaven forever. Top lane, Fade finds a kill onto the Phoenix, but those shards, they're coming off cooldown any second here. Oh, the jukes, Yamsa, no! I
One
cannot
more?
believe it. The one place that he can juke to survive, and you got baited.
Very nice from Heaven, at least.
Yeah.
Will survive and waste a lot of Tusk's time. Cloud will be doing okay here. Getting poked, which is very annoying by Wind Ranger, but it's got good damage, so has some solid CS, as we can see on the board. The Phoenix kill that happened in the meantime, though, is a little bit surprising, considering he started with an extra bracer. But I guess this is the downside of Phoenix, right? Like, your abilities use a percentage of your HP, so
Yeah.
you'll still lose a big chunk even with the bracer.
What does it, Jensen?
I feel like this mid lane matchup is going to end up being very similar to what we saw earlier with the Lycan. Like, the first couple of waves will be fine for the Pango, and then suddenly you're going to have level 2 webs, Insatiable Hunger, and Incapacitating Bite, and you just can't, like, CS against this hero anymore because the Spider's Milk plus Insatiable Hunger is just way too much sustain. So, Wish,
I think
he's going to
so.
go... Ooh, ends up getting the deny there. That's nice. I was like, he's going to have to go bottle this lane. And because of that, it'll help him like sustain a little bit, but he actually loses the water rune there going for that last hit with the swashbuckle. Actually hurts him quite a bit.
Yeah, he went bottom. He got that one, but it did take a little extra time.
That was a nice play there from Janssen. Just
Nice,
shard blocks
yeah.
off Cloud so he can get the Lotus.
They're trying to reach his arm over the shard. He's like, I can almost grab it. It's so close.
He's got little arms, dude. He's like a dinosaur almost.
Big dinosaur, though. Very scary one. Teleporting dinos, man. That's a fear I didn't know you had. Watch Jurassic Park, but they can blink around.
They can use portals. They're so smart. Dude, if dinosaurs had opposable thumbs, they would have taken over the Earth.
I think they were in control of the Earth for a while.
And I know, that's what I'm saying. Imagine if they also had opposable thumbs. It would have been so much worse. They would have
Turned the
survived
meteors
the
around.
meteor. Yeah, they would have survived the meteor. It would have been that would have been it. GG for humanity.
It's a Broodmother with 13 denies. I will say, even as Pango gets maybe kicked out of lane,
Oh, that's
he
a
has
nice
AoE
teamwork.
spells, right? So you can jungle a little better, but also kill spiders a little better
Yeah.
than
Yeah, exactly.
something like a Lycan.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying is like it is one of the other like classic counters, so they're gonna rely on the Pango instead of going for something like the Mars to counter it. That's why I was also thinking maybe the Monkey King. It's similar, right? It wins the mid lane. You can boundless strike the spiders at any stage of the game, and they immediately die. But yeah, Pango is similar, but it gives you this really nice team fight hero that can initiate for you. So it's just a different idea in terms of how they wanted to play it.
Yeah, I wonder if this lane is going how they expected, though, because this Broodmother really does have quite a few denies.
Yeah, he's owning. The spider's milk, man. It's so good.
Beastmaster, earlier we saw go for Helm Dom. Not this time. Doing the classic, Arcanes into Ags. I think this is better. I kind of get the idea behind the Helm Dom last game. Saw it, saw some merits to it, but I don't know if it was worth it in the end.
This is a
I
really
don't know
nice
if it was like
fort.
the only issue.
They're going to chase top side here, look for the Magnus. He just gets him on the skewer, but it just brings the Tusk with him. And now the Phoenix going to go for the dive. Snowball ends up pulling in the Marana as well. That won't actually connect onto the stun, but the Blood Grenade is out in Bignum. He's got a Leap Starstorm doing his best here. The arrow connects as well, and Yamsun will be the one that connects the kill.
Did he pull in that ranged creep?
Yeah, he did. He pulled in an extra creep for the extra move speed and damage,
I
I
didn't
think.
know you could do that. I didn't know you could pull in creeps. I thought it was just heroes.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it the range creep or was it a boar?
I swear it was a range creep that popped out afterwards. I'll look again later.
Oh.
Heaven in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, tried to go for a rune deny, but Wish manages to get it. Gets the kill as well. That's fantastic for him. And we can see here, right? Like the Broodmother Spiders, he wants to try and build up his army here, but it'd be pretty easy for Wish to pop these.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane. Phoenix is back. Drinking Buddy's out. Looking for the bird. I don't know if they're going to find him, though. Yamsen's going to walk right into him. They got him. The dive away once again into the Roche pit. No, yeah, that's unfortunate. Right on the edge. Big no bash Roche.
That would be hilarious.
Just doesn't get to go grab the 7-minute wisdom.
Tower is under attack. Dire are
Yeah,
scanning.
okay, we're reaching the end of the laning stage. We're seeing a lot more movements, and it does look like this carry Magnus has not really panned out. 2,000 behind the Beastmaster. That's not all just the last hits. It is some of these aggressive plays that have been happening.
Yeah.
But still, that's not great. That is definitely not what you imagined when you were going for carry Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, Fade is... I think I mentioned it earlier in the tournament, maybe sometime yesterday, but like I feel like he's one of the most underrated players on this team. Like he is exceptionally good from the off lane, and yeah, you just give him a matchup. He's comfortable, like winning, and he just takes over. Like it is 7 minutes 45 seconds into the game. He almost is sitting at 5k net worth. He is absurdly farmed on this hero, and he is going to have like a 10-minute Aghanim Scepter at this point, which. Running after this Broodmother here. Shards can't really do you a whole lot, so he just walks away. But is protecting his 8-minute rune, and that's the big thing. Gets the amplify damage.
Fade roared the Phoenix trying to get a solo kill. Ends up finding the Magnus there. Doesn't get any kills, but he's essentially 1v2ing the enemy out of their jungle.
Oh,
what a shackle.
You love to see that. Great setup too from Yamsen to try and pull the Wind Ranger out of that initial stun with the snowball. So really good stuff there. And I mean, they bring this Broodmother down here, and Wish is just ready to brawl. He's like, man, I will follow you around the map to the ends of this earth to make sure that you do not get to farm anywhere. And Hitamalis is down. They're gonna go ahead and get another really nice shackle. There's gonna be the Rolling Thunder. He just goes up onto the high ground. He activated the amplify damage. It actually misses on this Underlord. And Wish is gonna continue to look for this Pangolier. I don't know if he's gonna find him though. One more attack from Sammy will find the kill onto the Rubik. Stake hobbling through the mid lane. Barely. He's under vision. He might go down to the Mirana. She leaps after him. The arrow. It doesn't connect, but the shield crash does. He's so low. Loses his courier. Swashbuckle. He's got him. Wish finally takes down the bug.
I gotta say, Yamsen, a lot of times we see snowballs and they don't actually bring any allies, but almost every snowball I see him throw, he does grab as many allies as he can, and I like that. You get the extra stun, extra damage.
The clown car, man, like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
The potential Aghanim Scepter.
Honk, honk.
You know? I want there to be just an absolutely ridiculous like clown/circus theme that plays when the clown car comes out, and it's just like hop on in everybody, and it just starts playing like a circus theme.
I think they should just reuse the TI song they wrote.
Yeah, exactly. Yamsen goes down here at the bottom rune. Wish should be able to TP out. They do not have anything to cancel this, so they'll make it back to the base. And that is kind of one of the problems of their lineup at the moment. The supports between the Rubik and the Phoenix, you only got one stun, and there's not really any other stuns to take in this game unless you can get the arrow or the shackle shot, which is not easy.
Yeah, you also don't have a Gleipnir builder, which we often see help out with the crowd control.
He should be fine. He can just swashbuckle through, clear the creeps. Yep, does exactly that. Takes a decent chunk of damage, has the Rolling Thunder. Will use it. Gonna bonk the spider a few times, and Tusk coming through. Snowball, another blink. The shards come out. They get the kill. Okay. Have you seen the interaction with Mirana and Broodmother once Mirana has the shard?
No, but I do see Fade killing the carry Magnus on his own with his recently finished Aghanims. Okay, but tell me about this interaction. What is this?
So essentially, well, is he gonna dive this?
Fade's
Surely
not done.
Right? I mean,
He's
he
so
has
powerful.
Axe. He actually can. Yeah, they're just gonna set it up for Wish to come in, help clean this one up. Axes stacked up to 4, and Big Num will chase him down. All right, so The way shard works, when you jump in and you hit someone with the leap, it casts the secondary Starstorm, right? Now, if you Starstorm and leap at the same time, it kills all the spiders, and all of the secondary Starstorms will look for a new target. So if you have like 20 spiders next to the Broodmother, and you pop all the spiders on the first Starstorm, the secondary all retarget to the Broodmother, and it does like 3,000 magic damage instantly and kills the spider.
That's pretty funny. I did not know that happened.
Yeah, so they will automatically retarget. It's kind of cool. Ooh, arrow just off the mark. So it's one of those things I'm going to keep my eyes on. If he gets the shard, he's got level 4 Starstorm now. Like, I have seen support Miranas just, like, leap Starstorm, like, brood next to the spiders and just instantly kills the Broodmother. That's, like, double your net worth. It's very funny, and I want to see it once this game.
I want to see Wish build a Battle Fury and cleave off every spider on a Q and kill the Broodmother that way.
Does it actually cleave off Battle Fury?
Yeah, it'll cleave. I mean, it's a really small amount, you know.
Yeah, isn't it like 80 damage or something? Like,
but it does it for every spider, you know. So it's a lot.
That's true. It's true. All right, blink on the Magnus. This is your one position Magnus here with a blink dagger at 13 minutes, looking to find an opening.
It's kind of strange though. He's not gonna do any damage.
Yeah.
You usually see like Echo Saber first.
Yeah.
He's gonna need the Brood to do everything. Smoke broke.
You're gonna find Yamsun here, but yeah, is this really what you want? They're just gonna do what they can here to find the initial kill. Snowball's gonna go over to Cloud, but here comes Rolling Thunder. It's just gonna stun up everybody. Nice shards to block them off. They've already taken down the Phoenix, and in comes Yamsun with the Whirlwind. They've just trapped this Underlord. He cannot leave. I mean, talk about no damage. You went onto a Tusk, and he just snowballs.
Yeah, this
Tusk. He's also just one of the tankiest heroes in the game.
Yeah, he has a really high strength gain. I'm sure that's one of the things that will be nerfed about this hero. Kind of depends. I don't know. Well, without drinking buddies, he wasn't that meta, right? So I feel like you should just nerf drinking buddies because I think health will... The health looks ridiculous because bracers are also broken, but I feel like those are separate things. I don't think Tusk is broken because of the bracers. I think it's the drinking buddies.
Yeah, I think drinking buddies are definitely too strong. I will say, I think health per strength is going to get nerfed. I think it being 22 is too much. I think it's going to go down to like 20. And it's going to be... Yeah, I think it got crept up so much over the last like 2 years for no reason. It used to be like 16 at one point, and now it's just 22. Which just is insane to me.
That's because they took away 100 starting health that every hero had.
Yeah.
I don't remember why they did that, but that's why they did that.
Oh, there's your RP. It finds Fade, but he gets the roar. The Axe is doing work. The egg goes down to the backside. The Snowball saves them all, and it's just an ultra kill for Big Gnome.
A Big Gnome?
That's the Starstorm Spiders, dude.
They just call it, dude.
14 minutes.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was the Starstorm off all of the spiders. It hit like 30 times.
But that's not even the shard.
But like the main Starstorm will still look for a secondary target, doesn't it? Or is it just one?
It's only, I thought it was only one on the closest.
Okay,
I thought
maybe it was just
the
leap
is the one that provides like the secondary strike on everything.
Shard? He might not have
Dude,
shard.
they
Yeah,
GG'd before 15 minutes. I don't think he can have.
Oh yeah,
shard.
you're right. It's 14 minutes and 50 seconds. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. It's just Murata Solar Flare with drums. What can you do?
GG out.
That's it. GG out, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think that Magnus pick worked out. Yeah, we waited longer than that game pick. But sometimes that's how it goes. You pick some like creative stuff. And I hate to be the one to say it because I love creativity, right? But there is a reason that there is a meta, right? And you can try to be creative and you might find something new and broken, but if it's not, I mean, sometimes you just lose really quickly to what is meta, and that is kind of what happened here, right? You get the Beastmaster, Pango, Wind Ranger, just very, very standard stuff. Amazing Tusk performance by Yamsun. Big Gnome kind of sealing it there with 4 kills at the end somehow. I don't even know. How much damage
Solar
did you do? Let me
flare.
go check.
Like,
Guess so.
just solar flare, I guess. Pops drums, pops solar flare, gets start like level 4 Starstorm is still a lot of damage, right? Like his breakdown on the Mirana in that game in terms of his damage dealt, like 5,000 of it is just auto attacks, and then 2,000 is Starstorm. So pretty good stuff. Love to see it. Well, that is a 2-0 for Apex, so they will continue to move on in the lower bracket, where I believe they will be playing Fart Studios lost 2-0. They'll be playing up against Grin Esports, which I don't think the two teams have met yet in this tournament. I think both of them got knocked down to the lower bracket by different teams, so that'll be a fun one to watch. That's going to be happening in about an hour and 45 minutes. But you and I will be casting the upper bracket finals, the main event of Shopify versus Nouns, in an hour and 45 minutes, which should be a blast.
Yeah, I think that's probably what a lot of people would have expected, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Apex Genesis take another crack at them, but maybe Grin Esports instead will be the ones. I'd say they're the underdog in that matchup. But yeah, I'm curious which one will make it to face who I imagine might be Shopify. I think Nouns is looking a little better than them, but I'm excited for it. We will have a little bit of a break before then, though.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, everyone, stay tuned for more here in these North American qualifiers for Dream League Season 34. We're going to a break, an hour and 45 minutes. We'll be back. We'll see you for that upper bracket final. Stay tuned.
where she's from. I flew back to the city by the lake. When I got there, she was gone. Found her at the coast by the avenue under the trees. She
Hope you all enjoyed the break. Welcome back here to Dream League Season 24, the North American Closed Qualifiers. My name's Cryptic here with ZQuixotics. We've made it to the main event, man. It is the upper bracket finals. It is Nouns versus Shopify for the 35th time this year, I'm sure, at this point. So excited to see how this is going to go because it is a whole new Shopify, but is the same old Nouns.
Well, Scam's still on there, and I believe Bulba is still coaching, right? So, Yopaj also kind of back, right?
Yeah.
Kind of, some old stuff, but some very new stuff as well. They have Mangekyo, brand new offlaner, so he's very young. I was checking out his profile. I think he's like 19. This is the first team he's been on, and he's a pretty high MMR player. But pubs are very different from the competitive scene. However, I do think there's a lack of really quality offlane players, right? Not only in your pubs, but in the pro scene. So it seems like Shopify maybe trying to grab some new talent, a young up-and-comer, and try to help shape him into a competitive player. Might take a little bit of time to get there. We'll see. But that does, I feel like there's a winning formula lately. It's like some old experienced players and then the hot young new talent, that they got all the fast finger pressing and everything. So we'll see if that works for Shopify as it's been working for some other teams.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things that like they are definitely just trialing a couple new players, like specifically Hellscream, which you and I have actually seen in several other tournaments. And he's looked pretty good, but he hasn't been tested, I think, in as intense of a roster. So for someone like Shopify to pick them up and give him the opportunity to play at the tier 1 with some of these other big powerhouse teams, I really like. So we'll see how it goes. I have faith. I have faith that this team can be pretty good. But again, it's Shopify, but then again, it's Nouns, a team that has been proven to be very good. They have steamrolled their opponents without any issue. And Shopify looked a little shaky in one of their games, so it's possible that Nouns is just still a more consistent team, but we'll see. I think the draft is going to decide a lot for me in terms of the game plans for what these two teams think they can do. And then I'm really going to keep my eyes open for that like 5 to 15 minute mark, which is when Nouns really start to get active.
Yeah, I think draft-wise, we should see some of the stronger heroes because Mangekyo, he's a Brood spammer, I was seeing. Everyone's banning Brood versus Shopify Rebellion. And that means Brood's not typically a first phase hero. That means something like the Naga Siren, the Shadow Demon, the Tusk. One of them is slipping through, which I've actually noticed. I was like, how is Shopify Rebellion always getting one of these broken supports? And I see you're having to start banning some unique stuff. Hellscream, right? You mentioned we have seen him play for some of the Eastern European teams, and he is someone who's willing to play some weird support. I do think some of them have died down, such as like that Tinker support. He was one of the first people I saw play that. The Morphling support when that first debuted, and actually that one never really picked up. I think it was too scary for a lot of people. Didn't have the time before it got nerfed a little. But he's willing to try some of those wacky supports, I'll say. And, that means maybe it won't happen right now, but I do think that should open stuff up for Shopify Rebellion's draft in the future where you have to start worrying about the specialist picks, but also like, it could be some crazy flex for Hellscream, and like now you get caught off guard by like some other surprise pick. So it could be a future strength of Shopify Rebellion, but as a very recently formed team, maybe you're following a more standard draft first. Like, let's just play together a very basic strategy, get the feel of like what's it like to play as a team, and then after you get that, then you start doing some of the wackier drafts.
Yeah, I could be down for that. I'm always excited to see how this is going to play out. In terms of the bans, everything looks exactly like what I expected for these two teams. The Sniper, Monkey King, all taken out.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm curious what this last ban is going to be because Tusk is... Oh, okay, never mind. Tusk, Shadow Demon removed from Nouns. The Enchantress is still in, though. As well as the Lone Druid, which they do like quite a bit.
They're not banning the Brood, or they didn't on Nouns. So Nouns, one of their strengths as a team is some pretty clean drafting. You and I feel like they often prep really well. They come up with an idea, And I'm pretty sure Shopify Rebellion right now is thinking like, wait, they're giving us the brood. That means they have a plan for the brood. But do we just believe in our brood mother enough? Like, who should we ban then? I'm really excited to see what Nouns has for it, or if Shopify Rebellion was preparing for that as well. And they're like, okay, we're not going to pick the brood. We're going to trick you, pretend we're not thinking about it, and then grab it later when you've already got a bad draft against brood mother.
Expect it.
I'm going to take the spiders out. I feel like they're caught off guard here. They really expected a brood ban because a minute of reserve time in the banning phase is
Ooh, interesting bristle.
strange.
And there it is.
All right, Nouns, what do you got? You knew this was coming. If not, you did no prep. I did very little prep and I saw this coming. So Nouns, show me your high-level draft plan here.
10
What do you
seconds
got?
remaining.
Their natures is available, though
I think-
the matchup into brood is maybe not the best. The
There you
Marana.
go.
Okay, so you were just telling me about a cool
They're gonna do it.
interaction. You want to share it again?
Yeah, so they're doing the Marana here because of the shard interaction with the Broodmother. And basically what ends up happening is when Marana has level 4 Starstorm and the shard from Leap, if the Broodmother is ever next to her spiders, the Marana can one-shot her, essentially. It's pretty spooky. I am curious how they're going to like manage it, because
10 seconds.
if the Marana like leaps in and Starstorms, it one-shots all the spiders, and then what happens with the shard is all of the Starstorms that were supposed to come down and retarget, essentially, or that were supposed to come down and hit the spiders, essentially retarget Broodmother directly. And so you take like 30 instances of Starstorm immediately. It's a really cool interaction, and I wonder if that's the idea behind this pick, but it is also something Yuma plays a lot as carry, so it could be still a flex, like a pretty comfortable flex pick for them as just in general.
10 seconds
Yeah, that's
remaining.
another thing, right? Yuma was, I would say, he was one of the best Marana carry players when this first started gaining popularity. He was an early adopter, and even when it started dropping off, they still played it. Then, having said that, they kind of stopped playing it for a bit, but it's back potentially against this Broodmother, and I did not know about that interaction. You told me, but if I had to guess, if someone were to know about it, then Yuma, who has played so much Marana, I bet he would know about it, and maybe he's telling his teams like, "Hey, you know what? If they want Broodmother, it'll be hilarious. Let me play Marana carry. I'll get the shard, and we will handle that Broodmother easily."
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm curious to see what they do with this. I think there's also just the potential for this to just be the standard support Marana instead of the core Marana, and you can still get that interaction later in the draft or later in the game. Because carry Marana likes to pick up the shard fairly early, but I'm curious what else they want to do, because you can't just rely on the Marana to be your Broodmother counter. You're gonna need some other stuff as well. So that's going to be things like, typically it would have been the Monkey King. It's banned. The Mars, but that's banned. So you got to kind of dip into some other options here in ways of actually dealing with the Broodmother. We saw Pangolier as an option as well. Works out pretty solid in lane if you want to match it into the Broodmother itself, but also gives you a really good way of clearing out the spiders at any stage of the game. All right,
I was
Underlord.
thinking that as soon as I saw the Underlord or the Rubik ban. Rubik not often banned, but if you're thinking about Underlord, that's one of the main reasons you'll see it, just because the Stolen Firestorm, Stolen Pit, they're just so good. So you usually see it banned out before you grab the Underlord, who will be very annoying for the Broodmother, right? He will get a ton of damage when the Spiderlings die near him. He has the AoE Firestorm, the Pit, which is very annoying for Brood and her spiders. He also has some global rotation, which we've seen Nouns play very well around. That's kind of the idea behind the Nature's Prophet, but that same global rotation idea works with the Underlord. It is being picked up pretty early, so if you were thinking about potentially Broodmother carry, which is something they could have done, I don't think that lane would be that great for you. Well, maybe it's okay, but I think you want something else, so you could potentially pick your carry fairly early now.
I mean, that's got to be Batrider 5. This is a hero that can actually deal with Underlord fairly easily. especially if you pick another hero, like you said, that can play well into the Underlord lane, which there are a few options. But I really like the Batrider here. I think this is super cool. It's not super common that you see like a double ranged lane, but into an Underlord, I could definitely understand wanting to go for something like a Batrider and then another ranged hero. There are a lot of options.
Nouns Esports turn
Okay, not a
The Omni
Batrider
Knight.
5. It's going to just be an Omni. So potentially Yopaj Batrider or just 4-position Bat. So we'll see what they do with it.
I do think the Omni Knight is nice. You get to throw the repel on whoever, and now they can just run through the pit without caring. And then when Solar Flare, I assume Solar Flare will come out, the main facet for Marana cores and even supports. You can pop your ult on Omni Knight. Solar Flare does last longer than Guardian Angel, but you waste a huge amount of that time being immune to physical damage.
Nouns Esports turn to
All right, a Treant. All right, tanky boys. They are leaving themselves open to a potential Timbersaw pick here. That's kind of nice.
Be a little scary, but maybe to dissuade against that, you could pick someone fairly mobile, because right now it's all on the lasso. There are 2 more picks to adjust to that, but Brood and Omni don't actually have any lockdown. And if you were to think about a Timbersaw, then that would just be another hero. Yeah, so there you go. You got a Puck. So if you do want that Timbersaw, I mean, how are you ever going to kill this Puck?
I mean, you don't. And we've seen Copy do some wild things on the Puck lately. So I think, yeah,
He's really good.
You need to be a little bit worried about what he does with this hero. You know what? Pick up the Tiny. Classic mid counter to the Puck. We saw, however, some teams run the Tiny against him, and he still owned it. So we'll see if Yopaj has a better time against Copy's Puck. But overall, I think this hero super elusive this game. And unless they can find like the Avatos out onto the Puck, he should be able to dodge almost all of their spells.
Yeah, I do think, though, Yopaj is a very good mid laner. I don't think he will misplay this matchup that we kind of saw in the past, where I feel like Pucks were just kind of outplaying, outskilling, you know? I think this mid matchup is even enough that Yopaj should be able to play this matchup and slow down this Puck. It's not a complete stomp, just because you do have all the regen from Puckish. You have your AoE spells to catch up and farm if you need to, and you'll be able to make plays with the coil into like Underlord ult. So Puck will still be able to get stuff done. That's why they felt comfortable picking it when there was a counter pick. But I want to see Tiny win the early levels.
Absolutely. I agree. If you don't win the early levels on the Puck, you're in for a rough time. I was actually thinking Shopify could go for the Shadow Fiend into that Underlord lane, because, like I said, you want a ranged carry to be there. You don't want to play a melee into the Underlord, and now they have the Omni Knight to sit behind you. Yeah, good ban. I think that makes a lot of sense. At this point, we're probably looking at an off-lane Broodmother. The Wind Ranger almost slipped through the draft. I can't believe I didn't see that one.
I think, what are the other popular carries? Maybe an Alchemist? Could you fit him in here? Ooh, the Respect Meepo ban. Oh yeah, Luna, of course.
Dude, I mean, I talked about it the other day that, like, he was calling for Meepo multiple times, and they wouldn't give it to him. And he's like, come on, guys, let me play Meepo. And they're like, dude, Meepo sucks. Like, don't do it.
10 seconds remaining.
And it looks like Shopify actually still afraid of his Meepo. So they actually ban it. They get the Luna themselves. Now, there are a few carry matchups left that you could go for into this Broodmother lane that also pair well into the Luna. I'm just curious what you want, because you don't have, like, a great hero right now at killing the spiders, right? Outside of the Marana interaction, which some people are saying it was patched. I don't think it was. I don't think it's... Oh, that is a good one. I don't think it was patched. But yeah, this is a sick Alchemist pick.
He'll just try to do his best to farm the spiders. Currently on Feeding Frenzy facet, I think you're going to change that once that
Yeah, he'll go Necrotic
Once you
Web.
see
He
that
has to against the
Alchemist,
Alch.
they're not going to live very long. But also the anti-regen will be very good. Actually, there's a lot of healing coming out. Passives from the auras from Gunner, the heal from Fly, puckish regen, I guess, right? He actually gets a good amount in fights.
And this is cool. I like this a lot. Well, we'll see. I think you have a pretty good tempo draft from Nouns, but Shopify's draft is not super greedy either. Like both of these teams can play pretty early off the back of a couple auras, probably a pipe picked up on Gunner early with all of this magic damage. We might be seeing the Broodmother go for a pipe early as well. So I think we're just looking at pipe rushes in the off lanes and then whether or not which carry is going to join first, right?
Yeah, I'm excited to see Mangekyo, what he can do on this Brood. He's new to the scene. You know, they had so much faith in his Broodmother. They kind of knew Nouns was expecting it. They still went for it. So I want to see what he can get done. He will have the help of that Bat Rider into the tree, which I think should be, support-wise, it's good. But can you actually shut down the Alchemist? Probably for a little bit, you can slow him down. But once that Radiance comes online, that's where it gets pretty tough. That's why I think you do just go Aura Broodmother and you don't care too much about your spiders. But also the spiders will live a little longer because you gave them so many auras. Play around this Luna. Maybe we'll see a fast Scotty come out, which is really good versus the Alchemist.
I could see that. Scotty does seems kind of sick this game.
Maybe like
Have
third,
fun.
fourth item.
Teams, you know, PMA and good sportsmanship between the two teams that have, like I said, the orgs rather that have played constantly all year for qualification spots. This time, with this new roster for Shopify, we'll see how they fare against Nouns. Because for the last few times they met, it has been Nouns coming up as the victors. I like the Brood. I do. We'll see how it ends up playing. Which right now he's double webbed in mid. So, I mean, I'm sure he's not going to stay there, but he's just planting some webs for the moment. The thing is with Brood, like, the cooldowns and mana costs early are basically non-existent, I guess, right?
Yeah, they're pretty cheap, and these webs will help you contest the bounty runes, and you can kind of like scout out what the enemy's up to. So I think it's fine to throw them out here. Okay, he's really thrown out a lot. Are we doing like a mid Brood? What's happening here? This is a lot more than I would expect.
There's no way. I mean, he's spent a decent chunk of his mana, but it's whatever. He'll be fine.
You're not really going to use that much mana in the lane, though.
By the time he gets back to his lane, he'll be almost full mana.
He's blowing through them, man.
he's role playing, bro. He's the web spinner, you know. All right, it's just gonna be 2 for 2 on the runes, and he heads bottom. He's just mind gaming them. He's like, all right, you got. Maybe they think I'm going mid, you know. But I mean, you want the tiny matchup into the mid lane anyway. This is the one that actually gives you a favorable matchup into this puck copy. Gonna have to pull out the stops here to try and snowball in his puck like what we've seen in previous matches.
Yeah, I think Tiny could have a good time, but Copy will just play the lane till he can get his level 6, and then we'll start seeing some plays. In this case, you could make your way to gank the safe lane just because you know your Underlord will be able to show up as well with the ultimate. Maybe not right away, but eventually you'll have it. And you do want to slow down the Brood.
Dude, this
you don't want to give her free
reign
reign.
in this lane.
Yeah, it's going to be very annoying.
Double melee. I mean, Tree Protector is a pretty sturdy hero, and if Batrider tries to get aggressive and they have the level 2 on Nouns, they could actually kill the Batrider. The concoction into Acid Spray with the Leech Seed and like Nature's Grasp, it's a ton of damage. Like, they will kill him, so he does need to at least respect the level 2 timing a little bit. I guess we're having some FPS issues.
Too many webs.
I don't know what
placed
that's
down.
like after I built a new computer. Holy heck. 260 FPS Dota, dude. Oh, man.
I just got a new graphics card. My FPS is at 80.
Wait,
jump up to 100. Dota is maybe not the most optimized.
I did cap my Dota FPS at 165, but When I was uncapped, I was getting like 280, 290. And I was getting,
Look at this guy.
I didn't, which I realized I also don't have a FPS limiter on the menu, and I accidentally looked at it and it was sitting at like 490 to like 600 FPS, like going back and forth. I was like, this is gonna break my computer, so I had to quickly go into the config files and throw an FPS limiter in there. But we good now. But yeah, playing, this is the first time in years I've played Dota at a decent frame rate. And or watch Dota at a decent frame rate. It's beautiful. What a good game. Gunner on his big old space slug top side. Just having a good time on the Underlord. I don't think he's going to struggle too much in this lane. The Omni Knight obviously is annoying as he just pummels him with a hammer, but I think Lelis should be able to offer a decent amount of support to this lane. Now, earlier in the tournament, we saw Mirana get absolutely bottom lane. Hold on. They're only level 1 on the Bat Rider. If he's level 2, this is such a kill. Dang, that hurts so bad.
Hey, he's just a little short of XP. I think from when he went to go block the small camp.
He's trying to concoction here. He's going to have some fun. I mean, I don't know if you want to go on the Broodmother. The Bat Rider is the real scary damage dealer. And just like I said, the Treant Protector, he bops, man. He's going to try and just throw a concoction. One more auto attack, and there it is. First blood
And the
for
courier.
Fly. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, I think the Bat Rider's an easy kill for these two once they have their 2 spells. So he needs to be very careful on Hellscream.
Yeah, he also took the Arsonist facet, which I'm a little surprised by. You see that on core Bat Riders. I thought he would take Stoked for...
Oh, he went Arsonist?
For the lane. Yeah, well, it looked like they should be able to get Yuma here, who stuck around just a little bit too long. Thought he was going to try for the self-deny, but just going to get in a little bit more damage to the Broodmother before he dies. Just stuck around a bit too long while Fly went to go do a pull.
That's like my carry shake my head. When you're like, hey, I'm backing to pull, don't die, and then they immediately die.
Fly gonna have some words for him later.
One, right? Gunner, topside though, taking a beating. Nice arrow. Only connects onto the Omni, but it gets him out of range of the degen aura, so Gunner will survive. Good aggressive plays from Shopify in this top lane.
Yeah, this is a strong lane. The Luna and the Omni Knight. Gotta be careful of them. Skem's chasing Gunner.
Oh, he's wrapping around.
Though the arrow connects.
Lelis, the arrow from the tree line. He did not see it, and now he's just looking for a Lucent Beam. The tree plant Gunner.
Eat your tree.
I mean,
is he doing this? Okay, wait, Lelis is gonna die now instead.
He has plenty of wand charges here, though. His name is Yamato. Shout out Deadlock, I guess. That's what that is. Thank you, Tomato, for renaming yourself to Yamato. That's going to confuse the heck out of me.
Just wanted to match Mangekyo. Just get a bunch of Jap. Oh, actually, Mangekyo's going by Amaterasu here. I don't know.
Yeah.
They got a theme going on.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I wonder if he actually mains Yamato and Deadlock, or if Tomato's even played the game. I know the Liquid team plays the heck out of it, but that's about it. That's how they won TI, in case you were wondering.
Just work on their FPS skills. Yeah. Pick sniper.
They're at the aim trainer, dude. That's all it was. They're like, that's how we never miss last hits anymore. The aim trainer. Mid lane Copy has completely bounced back. 23-6 to the 21-7. So he is doing perfectly fine in this counter match. He did go the curveball on the puck, which he's been opting for quite often. He's just so good at min-maxing this hero in his lane.
Did something change about Tiny? I feel like this is supposed to be a Tiny matchup, but you and I just keep seeing Pucks win. Is Puck just too good with Puckish?
Bro. I think it's just Copy.
Yeah, because
Yopaj denied 3 of the 4 creeps on wave 1. So it's like that's what happens. Like Puck gets heavily denied the first 2 waves, and then somehow Copy just manipulates the lane to get last hits. It's just he is insane on this hero. It'd be nice. It'd be cool to do like a lane analysis of it at some point and see exactly what he's doing. And maybe it is that the Tiny matchup isn't as good as we thought, but you can't ever hit him with toss, right? He just dodges it, and then Copy definitely abuses the puckish on the tower, like whenever he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, we saw there Yuma had a dream camp stack there. It's so many mud golems.
I think Yuma got it. Nice, he does. Gets himself the Lotus. So far, Nouns starting to see us fairly well in their side lanes now. They're struggling a little bit on the Underlord, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think he'll be okay once, like I think he said they're getting some stacks set up for him, right?
Yeah, he cleared some behind his tower. Lelis already has the triangle stacked up, though. Maybe go to the Underlord, because Underlord is struggling a little bit, and you do want those auras to come online. You could probably clear them and then do them again, because Alchemist doesn't really come up here until later.
They need to protect these stacks. That is an amplify damage Tiny coming over.
They want
They
the
have
Wisdom
a ward
rune.
that sees this. Oh yeah, you're right. They're going for the Wisdom rune. I
Yeah,
think
they're
you
just
just
giving
give
it
this up because they see it. Fly's going for the other one. The Dire scans it out. They're like, wait a minute. You can't do that. That's illegal.
Only we can do that.
So yeah, Nouns avoid the disaster of losing their Wisdom rune thanks to the rotation from Fly. A good read from them early, but a good movement from Shopify as well. Now, if the Tiny takes these stacks or finds the Underlord, it's massive, but looks like Gunner just TP's out.
That's a
In the
very
tree
nice
line.
TP. Fortunately, they did place this ward to protect the stack, so they saw the Tiny coming in. He knew, I can never walk home. I'm going to get tossed back. I need to TP out.
don't even
Lelis
lose
also
Lelis
going to
either.
TP out.
Wow. So this whole rotation, it connects onto nothing, and you can see Copy in the mid lane. He's just been farming. He got tons of space. Just chilling. Wait, did they
Underlord
take
went ahead
the
and
stack?
cleared. Underlord cleared the hard stack there. Make sure he
Okay.
secured it while they're gone. The ancient stack is still available, but that's pretty hard for Shopify to steal right now. Luna's not quite strong enough. You need multiple heroes to steal that stack.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Did they block the ancient camp there? I see the sentry, so I'm guessing it is blocked.
Yeah, it looks like it's blocked.
Fly bottom lane here. Gonna get chased down. Drops in Nature's Grasp, but plenty of damage in from Yopaj as he gets the second power rune. And one more auto attack to do it, so nice pick off. You're still not finding the Alk, who is level 6 with a Soul Ring on Radiant side as well, so he's gonna take advantage of all of that extra mana. If he has to get pushed deeper into the jungle, he's never gonna have to worry about that at all.
Dire's top
Also has raindrops. I like this a lot. I think one of the things we saw in the Alchemist game earlier is he skipped the Soul Ring, and it really slows down this hero's farm.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
Tomato rotated through trying to find the Alchemist. Instead, they're just going to grab this tower really quickly, start to restrict the map versus the Alchemist, who so far has been farming quite well. They've been very diligent about the stacks, clearing them with the acid spray.
Yeah, Arsonist actually making a lot of difference there just because this is a support Batrider getting a bunch of extra tower damage.
Maybe that is some of the idea. You want to try to start taking towers early. Batrider, Arsonist could help with that. Though I kind of think the spiders are probably enough. I guess there's good wave clear, right, between Puck,
Yeah.
Underlord, Starstorm. Actually, like every hero has some kind of like AoE to kill spiders, so maybe that's some of the idea behind Arsonist.
We'll see what ends up happening with it. Mid lane, they're going to make a rotation here. Avalanche toss, goodbye. Fly goes down
Tree
again
toss
on
of
his
another
treants.
sort.
Yeah, right. Well, that's a massive kill. He just, I don't know how he gets found here, but a quick Fiend's Gate to the bottom lane. Yamato goes down, and now Yuma just gets to free farm this bottom side of the map, and Gunner, he's completely recovered on the top.
Dire's structures are
I
fortified.
think maybe he was trying to connect to his team mid where they were killing that Treant and didn't expect so many heroes to come in.
And he
But
just
that
walked
is the
in
strength of that
alpha.
Fiend's Gate. He's close to a Sacred Relic. Just like 400 more gold. Yuma's very farmed.
Yopaj, I mean, Yopaj is also farming really well. To be honest, a lot of the cores
True.
are having a great game. It's just like the
The top
15-minute
lane.
mark for Alk is when things start to get really scary.
Mhm. Tiny blink just like 30 gold away. We'll
That's
farm
huge.
one
That's a
more
really
camp and
fast
finish
blink.
it up. And that'll help you kill the puck, right? The avalanche is so fast, puck doesn't have a chance to dodge it. And having gone Witchblade, he's a pretty squishy hero. You can maybe get the spell combo off to kill him. Not the easiest follow-up, though. You don't have a bunch of burst damage from the supports. Just a purification, actually. Maybe that's enough. If you're able to purify the Tiny as he's bursting the puck.
Yeah. That'd be cool. That would be a way to do it.
Well, let's see if it happens. They're smoking up with the blink. They have lasso as well, so you can blink avalanche, toss to the Bat Rider, he lassos.
Dude, Lelos is so ready to break this smoke.
Has really good positioning. Looks like they want to get the Alchemist. But it's going to take a while. You're going to have to walk around this tier 2 trance here as well.
I mean, ideally you want this gank to result in a mid tower, right? And it looks like they're just gonna... Oh, he dodges it. The lasso's there. Does he get the coil to get away? Or not the coil, the orb to get away, but no. Great toss back into the lasso. They do take down the puck. Very well
I
done.
totally would have screwed that up. I would have blink avalanche toss, but Yopaj, smarter than me, tosses back to the Bat Rider, knows the phase shift is going to come out, throws the avalanche on top of that, so that puck can't immediately jump, and they get the lasso for the kill. That's very nice. That is exactly what you want from that blink reveal. But it does mean the Alchemist is left alone a little longer, and he has actually finished farming the gold for the Radiance. He just needs to buy the components. So maybe you don't feel too bad if you're copy.
I mean, they're clearing the Ancient stack, though. This is kind of big. Like, this was like a 5-stacked Ancient, and they're going to clear the whole thing.
It's a nice steal. Tiny's actually rotating. Oh, wait.
Coil onto Tiny. The Underlord's going to be coming through. He gets saved by the Omni Knight. A very nice repel. As Copy trying to chase for more here, but won't get it. The Witchblade proc wasn't quite up for the Bat Rider, and that's the Omni Knight effect, man. Breaking those early initiations.
And great positioning by Skem. Their repel will be very good, but that's also what Puck will be good for later. The high mobility silence. If you can find that Omni Knight, even if you can't kill him, but you can get the silence off. It'll take Omni Knight a long time to buy a Dispel if he chooses to go for that.
Yeah. Avalanche. Looking for Fly, but I think too many heroes. He actually TP'd on Yuma to the Ancient camp and realized that all of the Ancients were gone. He was like, oh, well, that sucks.
You guys told me there were stacks.
Ran completely across the map. Like, as a result, he's like, I just wasted my TP. Unlucky.
I think he at least could finish his Radiance while he was there, so not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But was hoping to probably pick up the Radiance and then farm that huge stack.
Yeah, exactly.
Gonna feel a little sad.
Shopify doing a really good job at slowing down the game at the moment. Hellscream bottom here. Pops the drums. Will Yuma get vision? No. So cannot throw the stun. And Bat Rider just cleaning up these stacks. Top lane. Avalanche. Toss. Takes down Lelis. Yopaj getting really aggressive early, and he absolutely needs to. So good stuff from him. Yamato's got himself the Dragonlance Mask of Madness, and we have the Guardian Greaves is actually going to be the first item from the Broodmother. I wasn't sure if it was going to be Pipe or not, but how do you feel about the Guardian Greaves instead?
I did think it was going to be Pipe, but maybe the idea is the Dispel is really good. Not only is there the silence from Puck, but you have the root from Underlord, you have Overgrowth, right? Maybe Brood's looking for the Dispel first from the Greaves, and then we'll go back for the Pipe. In the meantime, I guess you have like Omni Repel to try to protect you from some magic.
That's true. That actually helps out quite a bit. Fly, once again, found by Yopaj. Avalanche Toss, drops the tree, trying to keep himself alive. He's a tanky boy now with the raindrops helping out quite a bit. They're going to immediately deward the Skem. As they're still looking for an opening. Avalanche. Toss back. They found the puck. He gets the jump away. There's going to be an Overgrowth. They do have a coil as well, but Skem is so close nearby. You don't want to commit the coil and just instantly repel it off. And they'll be able to get the D ward as well from the cliff. So Good moves here from Shopify. Yopaj walks in, another avalanche, the toss back onto the Underlord. This guy's tanky though, and in comes the Alk, but he self-stuns, coils out, the repel's gonna be able to save Hellscream, but Yopaj, the bigger target. In comes Yamato, a huge eclipse, the lasso's there, Copy's gonna go down, Gunner on the run as well. Yuma gets another concoction out, the Starstorm coming through, they're trying their best to hold themselves in this, but now it's just a double kill for the Luna. Nouns lacking the damage here to take these engagements, and they just dive for more. Fly's gonna go down, 4 dead, and now even a tier 2 tower likely to fall.
A huge win for Shopify Rebellion here. It says 3k gold lead, that's true, but it is against an Alchemist, right? So that's actually really good for Shopify. Tips over to Hellscream, who has managed to lasso the puck now 2-3 times, right, in these pickoffs? 2 times, I guess. Puck's died twice. So really nice, because if you don't get the lasso, I mean, you don't have any other kind of crowd control, right? You have maybe Avalanche Toss and then Lucent Beam. That's not nearly enough lockdown to kill the puck. So very good to save the lasso for the most critical target.
And he has the blink now. Like, Hellscream is absurdly farmed at this point. He might catch the Underlord or eventually pass the Underlord. Yopaj running around with an Invis Rune looking for an opening. I also don't think Gunner had the pipe in that fight because he took the Fiend's Gate in, and I don't think he had time to go into the base to get his pipe, so I think that also really hurt their team fight. Gunner hold in here once again. The Avalanche, the toss, he's going to try and Fiend's Gate towards his team, does not make it out. There's just too much damage coming in from these heroes. They get the tier 2 tower.
I think you're right. He was missing that pipe, but also just the way the fight broke out, it didn't quite line up like Firestorm in the coil or in the overgrowth, right? And that's where you're getting like a lot of damage from them staying under there. It was just a little bit discoordinated off the tossbacks from Yopaj, who is looking for another one right now on Delelas. This is a very dead Mirana. Doesn't even get to touch the ground.
They're playing so fast on Shopify, and that's exactly what they need to do. Like, the Mirana has to try and follow this Broodmother around the map because she just one-shots the spiders. And this is kind of what I was talking about. Is if you let the Broodmother first pick come out, you need to have more than one hero that can address it. And I don't think they've done that, right? You only have really the Mirana, Starstorm, and the Shard to kind of clear up these spiders. Treant Protector can't really do it. Underlord's too slow. I guess you have Puck, but Puck doesn't want to be following a Broodmother around the map.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe we'd see the cleave facet from Underlord as a way to, you know, maybe like Firestorm and then cleave once on the spiders. Maybe that's enough to get him killed. Maybe it's not worth it. He still went for the Abyssal Horde. Alchemist will eventually be able to do it too. So I don't know. It's like sort of answered, but currently Shopify looks to take another tier 2 uncontested. It seems like perhaps giving up the Broodmother was not the play.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Early gem on the Omni Knight.
That's actually really scary.
Yeah, it's good for finding the Treant, but also just remove the vision, right? They're feeling very in control. They don't want Nouns to see what you're up to, where you're trying to sneak over to. Make sure you make it as hard as possible for Nouns. For example, they see the Brood trying to steal their Ancients.
Oh, instant repel from Skem. Doesn't take the stun. They will find the Brood, but there's no follow-up here. Like, they actually threw everything to try and get this Omni, and it's not going to connect.
Mirana has the Shard, by the way, so let's see if that
I'm trying to see the interaction
comes in.
It's very good for farming on this hero. Like, that's the main
Lasso on the
reason.
puck in the bottom lane.
Ooh, that is big. He is just dead.
Double ults. Space for Tormentor? Question mark. It's taking a little while. These supports, okay, barely living. Oh, it goes for the copy. I guess because Mirana already bought hers.
Yeah, Mirana already bought hers.
Oh, Treant did too, actually. So it was always gonna go one of the cores.
I mean, both of those heroes actually like to buy their Shard almost as first items, right? It's not that surprising.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Especially if this interaction works. Unless it was fixed.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping to get in to see it happen once, but he's actually been microing or moving around the map really well in the Broodmother to avoid it. Almost all the outer towers have been taken. 21 minute, the Wisdom Rune snagged by Yopaj. This is going to be the first time we've seen Copy on the puck not in control of the game. Typically, he doesn't really have to build defensive items. Like, we've seen him in situations like this, and he just goes like an Octarine or like eventually like a Parasma, right? But now he's realizing he's behind. He needs to get a Lincoln Sphere, which Yopaj, he's found the Alchemist. He has been up here farming on the enemy side of the map for quite some time, looking to maybe get the deny here, but not going to happen. They finish the job. Oh, the pipe actually prevents them from dying. That is massive. Dang it, I want to see the interaction, but the pipe saves them.
They try to at least get a return kill while their Alchemist is dying, but all those auras keeping Brood off. Very healthy.
Dire's bottom tower is
Very nice find.
Double wisdom? That's huge. What the heck? How is that still there?
Well, they've been winning for a while. They've just been playing,
That's true.
trying to restrict the farm from the Alchemist. I guess no one ever went back for it.
They are really wanting this puck, and I can't really blame him. He's gonna break his last or his blink, but he still gets lassoed. Copy in trouble. Will be able to make it through the trees for a moment, but you're not getting away from this one. He did not respect the range of the lasso there. Does he have a cast range item?
No. Yeah, he just let him get too close. I was surprised by that. Oh, bit of a mistake there is going to open up the Roshan for Shopify Rebellion. It'll take a moment, but with the Luna and the Broodmother here, it will fall. And you've already got 2 tier 2, so maybe make your way top, finish off that last tier 2, and that way if you manage to win another fight in front of the enemy base, I mean, you've got a Luna and a Broodmother, right? That entire base is going to fall. Oh, you got the Bat Rider with Arsonist as well. He was waiting for this. He's ready to take the entire base in one go.
Even Tiny, if he decides to go back for a shard, which is not uncommon for a mid-Tiny, like you can get your Phylactery and like Echo or Condo, whatever you want to do, and then getting your shard is always like the next step, right?
Yeah, it can be quite nice to have. We'll see if he needs to get it. For now, he's going to work on the Condo, which will be a lot of burst versus this puck, or really anyone he finds.
Yopaj about to find a Treant, maybe. Oh, hold on. The Alchemist
That's rude.
Jumps up onto the high ground. They're like, we can't let him get away. But guess what? Skem's there to get him out. And now Yuma is stuck here forever. I mean, he has no way out. He's going to have to pop the concoction and throw it. He has a blink dagger in 1 second, but they've got the damage on him. He can't get down. Yuma is just dead. They leave him to the fishes. In this case, the spiders.
under attack.
That's a terrible way to go.
Yeah. They just do not have damage. They can't not. They have to find this Omni at this point, because clearly every single time they've tried to make a play, Omni gets there, gets close enough to hit the repel, and then your whole damage just falls off. Puck is just dead.
That's that Conda burst from the Tiny.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, his team is just taking the bottom racks. There's 15 seconds without an Alchemist. I think you just head mid, repeat this. You can get yourself 2 lanes. Don't think there's really enough time to end the game yet.
Yeah.
Well, maybe if you get another kill.
Well, yeah. I mean, he gets the pipe off, but there's so much damage from these heroes. They don't care. Nouns just bleeding on their own high ground. They lost 1 lane of barracks, but it might just be the game. We're 25 minutes in. You have an 11,000 gold lead. Avalanche toss. The Conda burst will take down another. Yopaj absolutely owning this game, and that's it. They just GG out. Yopaj crushed this game.
I also think it's this Brood, right? You
Yeah.
know the Brood's coming. You come up with your idea of how you want to address it, and it didn't feel addressed, you know? Sure, Alchemist had a decent time in the lane, and he farmed, but Brood picked up the auras, picked up the tempo. Yopaj does manage to make great use of that blink. I actually really like the way they played that. The supports just followed around Yopaj. They had some great kills onto Copy, the Avalanche Toss plus Lasso. That's actually such a hard kill to get, but they did it at least twice. And then later he did it on his own with a Conda. So really great play while you let your Luna catch up, who had a bit of a rough time. The Broodmother pick up those auras, and then just really nice plays from there. Just never let Nouns get the space they needed.
Yeah. It's a super cool idea. The last pick, Alk, like it almost worked, right? The idea behind it to kind of get an early Radiance BKB, but your other lanes were kind of a disaster. And the fact that Yopaj got like an 11-minute Blink Dagger on mid, he just fed off of everybody in this game. Like, he just sets up so much, so many kills. Like, Batrider also being involved in a ton of kills early on gets him a really fast blink as well. Even after, like, drums, if I'm not mistaken. I think he went the drums first, didn't he? Let me see. So he gets like a 12-minute drums and then a 16.5-minute blink dagger. So that's not bad. That's pretty dang fast for a support. In general, getting a 16-minute blink dagger, but to pair a drums on top of that, that's nuts.
Yeah, I think thinking about it, they had similar ideas where the mid would be the playmaker. And to Copy's credit, I actually think he handled this matchup quite well, right? He had a good start. He had a 6 at a reasonable time. But then when we think about how you actually make these plays, this tiny Avalanche Toss combo with Lasso and Purification Burst, really easy. We saw it work several times. From Puck side, you have to coil someone, but you have pretty tanky targets in the tiny. You've got the saves from the Omni Knight, right? And then they're not actually stunned. They're free to move. So the Mirana has a really hard time landing the arrow follow-up. Treant doesn't really do a lot of damage. Underlord is still ulting in, at which point the coil's over. They're like walking away, right? So the actual ganks were much harder for Puck and Nouns as a whole. I think in particular because of this Omni Knight. So maybe if you want to leave the Brood in, that's something to consider. Taking out that Omni Knight, preventing some of your plays when you have these kind of like low damage supports. Maybe you swap one of these supports for something a little more high damage, easier to work with your playmaker. I think the easiest answer is just take away the Brood. Like, you tried it, you knew they were going to take it, you gave it to them, here was your plan. Don't think you do it again when the plan didn't work. But this is the upper bracket, and you know there's a very decent chance you run to Shopify again. So, I mean, if you really want to try to solve the Brood now, you could let it through a second time.
Good. Yeah. The thing is, I look back at the first pick impact for both teams, right? One was Brood, the other one was the Mirana, and I just don't see the Mirana impact being there. And maybe they thought like, okay, yeah, we'll just trace the Brood around the map with this. We'll get an early shard and see if that's enough to kill this hero. But it's in a vacuum, maybe it's a good idea, but I think you just need a stronger opener in that pick. So it could have been something like the Mars if you want to direct counter this hero, or just go for like an early Pango. You have some options, but I don't know. We'll see. We're going to go to a short break, everybody, and then we will be back with Game 2 of Nouns versus Shopify in this upper bracket final. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the North American Closed Qualifiers in DreamLeague Season 24. I almost said 34. Can you imagine?
In just
Hopefully
10 more seasons, yes.
Just hopefully, just next year we'll have we'll be up to 34. Many more years of great Dota. Shopify versus Nouns, the upper bracket finals. We all kind of expected this to be the upper bracket finals. Maybe a little bit unexpected, though. Shopify grabbing a game 1 victory, and quite convincingly, a very slick draft.
Yeah, I was worried, not really worried, just like the realities of bringing together a new team, a new group of players. Mangekyo's like first professional team, right? Usually there's some coordination struggles you got to get through. You got to learn each other's play styles, how you guys communicate, right? And that seemed like, oh, well, that's clearly a disadvantage, but like a team just has to work through it. But it seemed pretty good, right? They were pulling off some difficult stuff like avalanche toss plus lasso on a puck, right? It felt good for Shopify Rebellion, and Nouns, they tried to make those similar movements, but it felt like it wasn't connecting the way that we usually see Nouns.
First real competitive team. It's actually something very similar with Hellscream as well. Like we covered him when he was standing in for a while on Liga Team, which Liga Team, if I'm not mistaken, is kind of on a burner right now. They're doing actually very well. I think they were the ones that ended up qualifying for Eastern Europe in another tournament recently, but both of these players getting pulled into Shopify and having like so far pretty good performance. I mean, you got to be happy with the results, right? If you're the org, whether or not they can keep these results going, we'll see. And if they manage to beat Shopify, or if they manage to beat Nouns currently in this series, but also in the grand finals, I think they'll be really, really happy.
I think so too. I'm already pleasantly surprised with how the team's coming together. I'm sure, there's more they want to improve on, of course, but I personally didn't really expect this mix of players, right? This is a left field for me. I don't know what brought this team together. I'm sure maybe we'll hear more about it in the future, but does seem to be looking good so far. Yeah, as we go into the draft here, there's the adjustment. Okay, guys, we got broodmothered once. We thought we could handle it. We could not handle it. Take it out. Ban out some other stuff. Looks like they're going to take out a Timbersaw, though, which is pretty interesting. I wonder what they're thinking of so early.
I think that's one of his other heroes, plus Yopaj plays it a lot. And right now, because of this, Shopify's adjusted their bans to also just be all cores. So pretty much every support is available right now. The Shadow Demon, the Tusks, the Naga Siren, the Omni. And it's going to be the Tusk as the first pick for Nouns. I think this is probably the strongest of the remaining 3. I think the Naga Siren is probably the best. But you could go for the Omni still if you really want it.
I like Shadow Demon, I think.
Yeah, I do too.
But either of those at the least. I guess maybe the new idea here is, okay, he's the new guy, target him, right? Don't let him play his comfort heroes, push him into something new, and see how he does. See what Shopify Rebellion's got in store for Tusk. I feel like Shadow Demon is good.
It's just a good hero always.
Yeah, it's just like good. Maybe if you want like Treant, you can go that.
They might just go with a Marana as well. Like, there's a lot of options in this draft, right? Yeah, it's just a Shadow Demon. So at this point, I don't think either team's really looking at an Omni. Probably don't need to ban it.
If any team's going to consider it, it's Shopify. I don't think you can take it on Nouns now that Shadow Demon's already in the pool.
Yeah.
You can go for like a double save lineup and then pick very aggressive cores on Shopify. I've seen that work, but it can backfire where both your supports are defensive, right? But it's if that's your strategy, you can do it, and it's very difficult if you're like in the spot you want to be. So it's something Nouns can consider, but I agree, like going for something maybe a little bit more aggressive than Shadow Demon for your second support would help give you a more balanced support duo. You can take out Dragonite. That was a classic pairing, the Shadow Demon Dragonite. And actually, Tomato is so good on that hero. That guy farms like nobody else with that hero.
Yeah, he's a beast with it. You also have to consider the Alk here for both teams because Tomato is also an all-star Alk
That's
player.
true.
So with a Shadow Demon, it's something that they could consider.
I bet Hellscream would play support Alchemist too, if you want that potential flex.
Do you think they ban out his Bat Rider? Do you think they're worried about that again?
I think part of the reason it did so well is because it played against Treant Protector, which is not great for Treant. I think if you see the Bat Rider come up, well, they also picked Treant into it, didn't they, actually, now that I'm thinking about the draft order.
Dude, the Wind Ranger is still in. They get rid of Luna Dragon Knight, but Wind Ranger's on the table for both teams, which they could take for Shopify at their next pick. Otherwise, they might want to consider banning it because Drinking Buddies with Wind Ranger is very good.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, although you don't love playing into Shadow Demon as Wind Ranger, so I think it's more likely we see Shopify Rebellion consider picking it up.
Radiant team pick.
They get rid of the Doom. Okay.
Esports turn to
I was okay.
Ooh, steal the or the puck.
I was wondering if we were going to see Yopaj's puck because I was like, yeah, maybe they're not going to ban the Tiny, and Nouns probably aren't feeling comfortable going back for the puck knowing that the Tiny is available.
10 seconds.
But
remaining.
they just pick it straight up. And so now I'm wondering, does Nouns just Uno reverse it, pick the Tiny themselves, or are they going to go for a different type of hero here for Copy?
We definitely know Copy can play it. They could also consider the Visage. Very strong pairing with Tusk.
True.
But you don't quite know your matchup. Like, you could put Shadow Demon as a position 4 and pick a new 5 and carry that would do well versus the Visage. For now, they're going to grab the Void Spirit as the counter matchup into the puck. Pretty stable hero too, so even though you don't see the rest, you just know that's going to be an active playmaking hero, which is typically what they want from Copy. And since you already know your mid matchup into that puck, I think it's okay to grab now.
Yeah, good at diving and silencing the Shadow Demon too. So, and you were right. There's your Visage. So this is a pretty cool offlane duo for Nouns. The question is, do you want to run the Shadow Demon in the 4 or the 5?
Radiant
And do you want to go back for something like the Omni or something to deal with this? They go the Bristle back. Okay. That's a cool tanky hero for the lane. Very fragile levels 1 and 2 though.
That is true. Wonder, I mean, you can run it as the off lane as well. So you probably just pick another support here and keep that Bristleback flex
Agreed,
available to
yeah.
you. You have Puck. Kind of the issue Nouns had last time is not enough combos with the Puck, which I think Shadow Demon's like a little awkward. So something, okay, there you go, perfect. Dark Willow plus Puck, that's a classic. Just throw the ults, easy snapping. Bedlam is a lot of extra damage. Throw down those brambles, which will be very annoying for Tusk and Void Spirit. I like that. I like it a lot.
It's a good pick. I agree.
10 seconds remaining.
You need a little bit of damage out of this next support. It could just be the Enchantress for Fly, which I think gives you a lot of pressure as well, potentially into the mid lane. You don't really have a hero that's great at dealing with it, and it does give you some scaling. Otherwise, more of a direct counter to the Dark Willow in lane would be another option. Or you could pick a new 4 that players well with the Visage and run Tusk as the 5, but it's typically the Tusk Visage lane that we see often.
Yeah, it is such a strong pairing. But like you said, it is flexible. So I'm trying to think if there's another 4 that you could go for, but nothing better is coming to mind.
Oh, they go for just the Morphling early. Okay. That's kind of cool. Because if this ends up being an offlane Bristleback, this is free farm for the Morph. And right now, there's not a lot of lockdown that he can't pretty easily dodge or get out of. Or you can waveform during coil, can't you? Or can you not?
I don't think you can as part of the way they change leashes, right? Can't you just not do that
maybe
anymore?
You can't. I don't remember.
I think actually even before, I don't know if you could. I don't think you can.
Yeah, you might be right.
But you can shift to strength so that when you do pop it, you're like, I got 7,000 health anyways.
Yeah, I guess you just start morphing strength and just walk to the edge and it snaps. And you're like, oh no.
Yeah. Or maybe if you like Manta's pretty common to build on Morphling, you can go for like a
Yeah.
cool Manta snap play.
Okay. They banned the Enchantress, they banned the Beastmaster. In terms of Morphling heroes that you don't like to play against, I think about what the last like remaining heroes are. The other one would be like a Centaur if you want to like leave the lane and put something else and like move the Dark Willow around. I don't see that.
I think you're okay with that as the Morphling, though. I think you're fine to leave that in. I'm trying to think of who else can bring the tempo. I do think Beastmaster is a good example.
Primal Beast, maybe? Or you just put the Bristleback there and pick a carry that is also high tempo. It's just a lot of them have been removed, right? The Luna, Dragon Knight, both out of the pool. You could run an Invoker carry this game if you're familiar with it. It's actually a pretty good Invoker game, but there's always a Medusa.
Druid? If you're worried about being tempoed.
Dream Protector ban.
All right, 2 strong supports who would help Morphling get through the laning stage.
I like the Lone Druid ban, actually. Now that you mention it, because I don't think it really deals with Visage Tusk well. But maybe they just killed the Lone Druid's bear. And if you do that, that is a lot of golden experience and taking away the strength of the Lone Druid in the lane.
Nouns Esports.
Tango ban. Okay. That's cool. What is left for Fly? You're going deep into the support pool here. Do they just grab the Omni themselves? Like, is this where we are? We just circle all the way back to the Omni Knight?
If you take the Shadow Demon out, Omni is a good pick, but that's just the problem. It's just such a hard counter against the Shadow Demon that they already have. I think you don't want to. I'm open to Clockwork. It does mean your actual lockdown for Puck is kind of lacking, but you could maybe get to the Shadow Demon, prevent him from doing anything. Trust the Void Spirit, who will probably pick up an Ags, right? Some silence for Puck.
It's either that or you go for something like a Lion, but I feel like Lion Morphling is not a super strong lane. And I don't think I've really seen Fly play a lot of Lion recently,
Yeah, but Fly's been playing so long. I'm sure he can.
Yeah, I'm sure he can play.
Bring out like some of those heroes. The
okay.
Chen.
Interesting.
Take away his Enchantress. He goes the Chen. I mean, they have a pretty sick aura building lineup coming up here, right? Like Visage and Chen are gonna max out on auras instantly, give space to the Morphling to hit a couple items, and then just go. And these supports are not good at dealing with Chen or just like that tempo. So I think this last pick really needs to come online early and probably build auras that you're really lacking right now. Some kind of offlaner with like maybe just really good wave clear that you just park and farm up until Bristleback's ready, and then you clash against them while Morphling is still farming.
It has to be an offlaner. I don't think your Bristleback can go offlane and build like Crimson Guard, because then it just doesn't do anything this game. Yeah, so there's the Primal Beast. This was the only other hero in the pool that I think it was pickable. There was nothing left. So yeah, they go for the Primal Beast, and it's gonna do decently in the lane. Like, Chen doesn't have enough damage to zone this. It's gonna basically play out kind of like how Centaur Morphling plays out, where they both eventually just stay here and farm. I like the Satyr convert for the Chen, though. I think this is going to do some good stuff. Being able to mana burn the Primal Beast is super annoying. He doesn't have a lot of mana to play with.
Though, okay, here's an interesting idea. Two of them, actually. I'm coming up with ideas. Oh my, look at me.
I like ideas. Yeah, go.
So Satyr convert, strong in the lane, and you just listed the common use, right? Like burn the mana on your lane. We have sometimes seen the Satyr convert go to the mid lane, and this is a skill matchup between Puck and Void Spirit. Both can come out ahead. Burn Puck's mana, give your mid laner the advantage. Kind of cool. Then he rotates around, helps you out. But maybe with Death Toll, you really want to get kills in there. Maybe you send the Satyr up there to help them out and get some early kills for Gunner. That could be another really cool usage, but pretty tough for Fly there to like micro 2 different lanes.
think the easiest thing would be to send it mid and burn the Puck's mana. I think that's actually a really good idea because bottom lane, your Morphling should be okay unless he waveforms aggressively. He's not really like under kill threat of the Primal Beast. Like whenever Primal Beast wants to go for a trample onslaught play, he should be able to just waveform dodge it. So it's kind of like who uses their ability first, right? If onslaught comes out first, waveform comes out and he's just fine. If he waveforms first, then you can kill the Morphling. So you kind of got to be careful on your spell usage. And I'm kind of with you. I think if you're Chen, just throw your summon to the mid lane and just burn the Puck's mana.
For now, they're smoked and they're running straight over here. It's pretty common when you play against Chen to try to block some of his camps. I think it's not as necessary nowadays that you have like this one free convert, but still some teams do it, and it seems like that's what Nouns was hoping to catch to find a quick first blood. But Nouns, or Shopify Rebellion, is actually in that bottom half of the map. We'll see if a first blood ever ends up happening. You love to push for a first blood when you are playing this Visage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't get a lot of gold out of it at levels 1, but it's one of those things that the Visage can snowball really fast. And it's really that like level 7 timing on the Visage where you just want to group up with the Tusk and a +1 and start killing people. And I think they have a lineup that can do that pretty well. They're going to get the D ward immediately on the high ground here. So really good stuff there. Good read.
The battle begins.
Question is, will Lelis go for a D ward of his own? He's like, is it on this side somewhere? No, he's not gonna risk it. He's gonna save it for the lane. I like what you were mentioning earlier about them going to the top side to protect the Chen camps, because that happens all the time where like a support will walk all the way up there, block the small camps or something behind the tower, and Nouns rotated 4 up there to see if they could catch someone doing it. So a nice idea. But Hellscream also gets the D ward and the block.
D wards blocks from the high ground to see that. That's like a very high evolution of like where you place your sentries. And Hellscream moving over there thinking like you don't want Fly to have these camps. That's exactly what he's going for.
Yeah, that's actually kind of huge. It's a really well play. Really big play there for him. Fly blocks the hard camp as a result of him knowing there's no more sentries on Hellscream. Loses his small camp, right? So needs to be a little bit careful with the Satyr Convert. Just loses it immediately. And as a result, no more mana burning for this lane. That's going to actually hurt quite a bit.
Yuma? Okay. More strength. He's good.
Yeah.
Just putting the fear in him. Don't you dare morph too much agility. I'll get you. Can Visage and
Oh, he gets it again.
Tusk find a kill, you think? I mean, it's a little scary to go on a Bristleback in the early game.
Probably only on the Shadow Demon, to be honest. Like, Bristleback, he's weak levels 1 and 2. After that, not so much, right? So I think it's probably going to be Yopaj mid lane needs to be a little bit more careful here. All right. Gets the orb to safety. He's going to go ahead, bottle up that water rune. But doing pretty even in the lane at the moment. Few extra creeps, though, for copy. So he's a slight advantage. I was gonna say, I don't think you have kill threat really on the Bristleback once he has like level 3. It's mostly going to be onto the Shadow Demon, but Gunnar has 4 stacks of Shadow Poison. Now up to 5. He's going to be careful. Yeah, pops a stick. Trying to reset at the moment. The Soul Assumption stacks just expired as he was about to cast. All right, lane's looking pretty stable for both teams at the moment. Gunnar's got the wave in a really good spot as Lelis. I don't know if he blocked that or is he just... No, he didn't block. He was just going to make sure the pole wasn't coming through, I guess.
Slow start this time. We're just farming up, trying to hit their timings. I think maybe the mids hitting 6 is when we'll start to see some actual action. Because it seems like the side lanes right now, neither have been able to make anything happen. And I don't think that really changes. Like, Morphling getting more levels just becomes harder to kill. Primal Beast gets even tankier. That bottom lane, you mentioned it. Like, the Bristle, the first couple levels maybe. Now he's level 3, getting higher. Right? It just gets harder. So it's really going to come down to these mid lanes rotating over and providing that extra damage to finish up any of these kills.
Oh, he recalled the Satyr. Okay. I was gonna say, I think he should just send him mid at this point. And that's exactly what he's doing. It is walking towards top lane. He's gonna maybe contest the rune, but he came a little too forward on Fly, and he's just dead to the trample onslaught. That is first blood into the hands of Hellscream. Yuma trying to find a return kill, cannot do so. That is a big win in this top lane. He was definitely microing, I think, the Satyr towards the mid lane and got caught on it for that split second.
And unfortunately, he didn't even get the water rune denied. Puck ended up grabbing it anyways.
Yeah. Compy's doing quite well in this mid lane now.
Yeah, he should hit 6 first at this rate. And
Yeah, absolutely.
that's kind of the skilled matchup part where, like, if you get Coil first on Puck, he just can't get away from you on the Void Spirit. But if you hit 6 first, then you can chase down the Puck, and he has no way to really stop you.
Ooh, that's a really good fort here. He was going to get 3 creeps with that orb. And now he gets to instead get a couple denies. That's a sick play from Copy. He's actually going to go do the puckish trick on the tower to try and get a little bit of regen, and he kills Copy's courier for it. That's a cheeky play. Gunner, bottom lane with Lelis. Drinking Buddies out. Going to start throwing a little bit of damage here into this Bristleback, but...
Fly's wrapping around. They might be able to dive.
Do they have any other creeps with them?
Oh, they cancel the salve.
That's big.
Okay. Maybe don't kill him, but that's going to keep him scared of walking up. It's going to miss some CS for that.
So the more I look at this Chen pick, the more I like it. Fly is actually going to come to the mid lane and contest the 6-minute rune. Lelis is at the bottom rune as well. Copy is level 6. So is Yopaj on the puck, but Yopaj is low. The rune, it's going to be bottom, and it's a shield rune. That is really unfortunate for Nouns. As Lelis, well, guess wrong. Went a little bit too far forward in the lane. Not really. He was looking for the puck to try to get vision of him, but Yopaj dodged it with a really nice ward there.
Drops a sentry. They eventually need to come high ground to see it. It's actually catching this observer, but it's on the high ground, so they haven't dewarded it yet. Very low kill game. Just 1 kill at 6 minutes. It's like we're League of Legends now.
Dude, true, actually.
Invading down here, trying to make sure he doesn't get these stacks for free.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of stacks.
Tusk and Visage are actually horrible at doing these stacks. Though.
Yeah, I was gonna say these are like the worst heroes at it. What?
Mid, Puck in some danger here. Fly's looking around for him.
He's gonna find him. He's got the little ogre coming over. He's gonna get the bounty rune for this though and reset on the bottle. Okay, Yopaj getting a little luckier that this rune is still up.
This goes back to what I was saying in the draft. They don't have the best catch for this mobile Puck. So, Yopaj has been low, but he's pushing his limits, getting away with it so far.
The saving grace for Nouns right now, I'm going to come back on the Chen here. It is a pretty sick Chen pick in the fact that your Morphling should never really need help top anymore. So as long as the Chen is farming, I think you can hit a really fast tempo. But Fly, I haven't really seen him do that yet. He spent a lot of time trying to rotate, and it hasn't really returned anything. So I kind of feel like I just want him to pick up some CS in the jungle here. Bottom lane, Copy gets the regen. Nicely done. There is a coil potentially coming out as they're bringing some heroes. There it is. The Primal Beast coming in.
Regen rune, though.
Yeah, it is. Saved as well, thanks to the snowball. Stun out on the Yopaj. Does have the orb to get away from this, but Copy, he wants to chase. That regen is running. Great disruption, though. As they look for the ward, they will not find it. I mean, this is a huge TP rotation in mid from the side of Nouns, and they don't get anything for this.
Yeah, well, they're still looking. I think that's been some of the idea. Like, to go back to your point, like, we did used to see Chens just do that all the time. But I suppose when you have this matchup... Okay, Skem looks to be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah. Disruption comes out, but body blocks from Lelis. They have drinking buddies, and he jumps in, gets a nice amount of damage from that astral step, but Copy, he just needs to TP now, yeah. There's no other stuns available, not yet level 6 on the Dark Willow, so nicely done. Get themselves a kill anyway.
I want to say, oh yeah, Fly, maybe prioritizing, like, this is a skill matchup. I got to put some emphasis there, and it's working, right? Like, Void Spirit is ahead of the puck. And then also, Death Toll kills would be so good, so we went down there to try to find some kills. If you just farm, you don't do either of those, but you would pick up faster auras, right? So, not sure which was worth the most, but it seems like he's trying to prioritize the more active play, and we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, I think he is starting to farm a little bit more now than he was previously. Like, he got a little bit of time to stoke the mid lane. Puck was just getting double mana burned off cooldown, but he had 2 Satyr Tormentor. So Yopaj is like, fine, I'll TP base, okay? Like, 10-minute rune's coming. He knows he needs to be back here for this. Chen's going to hold the top one. It's going to spawn bottom. You've got the Tusk in position for this. And I don't think Puck's going to want to make this play. Astral step on in. Goes for the rune anyway. Gets massively punished. An orb, though, is available. He drops the coil, and he's going to get to safety. But you just came back in the lane for this, and you have no TP for 30 seconds, and you're down to half your HP pool. And Copy continuing to play aggressive. Ooh, great Bramble. Have to pop the Dissimilate there to dodge out some of this damage. Nicely done. Good punish there from Hellscream. All 5 heroes are from Shopify near this mid lane as Bristleback's trying to take some stacks in the triangle. See an early Vlad's from Yuma.
And it's a lot of stacks here. I think there's like 5. Which is kind of necessary
1, 2,
because
3, yeah, 4, 5, yeah.
Yuma has been left alone this whole time. He's at the top of the net worth with 5,300 gold on a Morphling. Bristle will catch up as he finishes that stack, but you expect Morphling to be having a harder early game compared to the Bristleback. So the fact that Morphling's actually ahead, and I would say is probably the greatest scaling hero in this game, that is going to be a little scary for Shopify if they can't connect on some ganks in the next, like 5 minutes.
Yeah, he just picked up like 300 gold from those remaining Ancients, and he's still got the hard camp. So probably another 200 gold there. So, I mean, a pretty big boost in his economy. But like you said, you're not slowing down this Morphling. I think the Vlad's pickup is something that we typically end up seeing in matchups like this when he is just kind of left alone. Well, I mentioned it earlier. If you have to wait for him first, typically you can find the kill threat. But he's just full shifting. The TP is going to come through. They're looking for the Primal Beast, but Yuma's going to be just fine. And thanks to the Vlads, we'll just be back at full HP in no time.
I also like the Vlads because it's also good for your Visage, right? And now you free up your Visage to buy a pipe or some other item first. In this case, went drums, pipe. Yeah, so ultimately your team is going to group up and push with a lot of auras, and just being able to pick up the Vlads on your carry to contribute to that aura push is quite nice. And it's not even like a huge deviation for Morphling. Like, Vlads is still quite good for him.
And I'm kind of surprised about that because I thought Chen would go build the Vlads because of this, right? I was like, oh, well, Vlad's on Chen into a mech or something, but he's just going to have an early mech. They're looking for an opening onto the Primal Beast. Copy is so far away. Does get the Remnant to connect, but an Onslaught is still available. Great Snowball to dodge it. The Walrus Punch.
No way.
It's not there, and he just Onslaughts away.
We are at 1-1. This is the lowest kill game we've seen in such a long time.
Yeah, what is this? Oh. Chen's farming. Like I said, at some point, Fly just needs to commit to farming, and I'm glad that he's doing it. The mech will be out in, I don't know, about 1,000 gold, but...
The Aghanims for Yamato, very close.
Yeah.
Just like 500 more gold. Pretty nice timing.
Bottom for Gunner. I like this gank a lot. Coil should be a death sentence for the Visage. If they manage to find him, he's going to be able to see them now. Drops the familiars in a moment to try and stop maybe a little bit of this chase. And yeah, 1-2 into Yopaj. The silence is out. Oh, what a return from Yuma. The one hero that can kill the Puck is Puck itself. And just like that, they're going to try and turn this into 2. The Walrus Punch is there. They get Hellscream, a fantastic potential bait even from Gunner. And maybe they read this because that was really fast TP responses.
Yeah, and a good stun by the familiars as well to make sure you get the silence in. And yeah, Puck is a very low health hero, so just a little bit of time where you can't use your elusive spells is often enough to finish the kill. Look at that, we just doubled the amount of kills we had in this game. And those were death toll kills, let's not forget. That's going to speed the pipe along. Yeah, Visage just jumped to second on the net worth.
Yeah, I was going to say, Visage suddenly giga farm. A whole jungle of creeps running around here with Fly in the bottom side. Doesn't really have the best creeps at the moment. You have a couple auras, right? From the Tormentor. And then I guess you've got like the healing aura as well off the Troll Priest, but I think maybe he's actually holding on to the ensnare intentionally for the Puck or something.
It does help to have some extra lockdown. I think you should try to find a magic resistance creep at some point.
Yeah.
I think that'll be really nice against Puck, Primal Beast, Dark Willow, even Shadow Demon if he gets a lot of poison stacks on, right? I think that'll be a really value creep. Maybe sacrifice
just makes your pipe more useful too.
Yeah, maybe sacrifice like the heal creep later. Though actually, this heal creep's also cool, right? Because there's
15%.
It's a heal amplification aura.
Yeah.
And you have Hand of God. You're gonna have Mech.
You have
You're
Vlad's.
gonna have all the Vlad's healing. It's a cool idea actually. So I'm not sure which creep you want to trade out.
It's all right.
If
I'm sure
any,
he gets,
maybe
he gets another one eventually, doesn't he? I don't play Chen.
I think you just get the 4 unless there's a facet for it or talent. I mean, oh, you get the 4 plus your.
Yeah, it's like I thought you get the 4
think.
plus the convert, right?
Oh, the Tormentor's his convert right now, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a Chen player. Don't ask me.
Yeah, I'm not a Chen player.
I've played this like 3 times in my life.
Who is this hero?
All right. Down the mid lane we go. They're going to use these auras to get to work on the tier 1 tower. Gunner with the familiars. Doing quite a bit. The mech is done. Drinking buddies onto the familiars. How many times have we seen this? Very good. Tower is gone. Minimal commitment as well. They're going to go in. He gets the double drop just in time. Not wanting to lose those quite yet. He could... Oh, that's nice from Yamato. He gets 1. The resummon, though, prevents the second. He's massive now on the Bristleback. He has skyrocketed in net worth since picking up that Aghanim Scepter.
See if that's enough. Going for an AC right away on the Visage, that armor aura will help a lot versus the Bristleback. Yeah. I don't think there's a break you can pick up easily this game outside of the creep from Chen, if he can find that. If he wants that.
Yuma's coming.
I'm not sure if it's worth it.
The silence once again. Is it enough? The familiar drop, it is. Dude, what a good read from Copy. Just forces the orb, and Yuma was ready and waiting with the TP already into the outpost. Super cool read there from Nouns. And go straight into Roche, yeah.
Right for Roche.
Oh, the boys are here. Double Centaur now. So
we were saying they didn't have lockdown.
Now you do. So I was going to say with the build from the Visage, I actually really like this because I want to see Gunner start to build a little bit more damage and aggressive. I think you already have like you have enough auras at this point. I don't think you really need a Crimson Guard of any kind, so you might as well just pick up some more damage. So AC, maybe a Scythe of Ice after that for the control, I think is probably the ideal build.
Smoke up, see if they can find anyone. Oftentimes after you do Roche, you kind of split up, and you're getting some information from the Void clearing out mid. Maybe they saw the Tusk. So they're headed up here. Looks like Gunner and Fly are already twin gating out, though.
Well, Gunner's going to TP, it looks like. Yeah, he's TPing over to his outpost in mid. Doesn't have a resummon for 3 seconds, so I think he's just hiding his familiars right now. Oh, no. Just getting recalled. Never mind. He's fine. I honestly forgot that that was even a thing.
Not a Visage player either.
Yeah.
Who do we play in this game? I play Dark Willow. That's it.
I mean, I play most of the other heroes. I'm a big Primal Beast fan, Dark Willow fan. Played a good amount of Void Spirit. I guess I'm not a new Visage player. I used to play Visage, but I haven't played it in quite a while.
I haven't played Money Printer Visage.
Yeah.
Who's so far only been able to get, I think, 3 death toll kills, and one of those was really early, so barely even counted. It's 1 to 4, 20 minutes in. We're gonna get a couple more kills here now.
Kind of a cool play, throwing the Disseminate on, or not the Disseminate, the Disseminate on your Bristleback as he walks onto the high ground. Like, we dare you, go on this guy, you know? Just returns so much damage in AoE around him. Gunner might get his birds out of here. Yeah, he's gonna be fine. They're up to a 5k lead, though, so Nouns probably feeling pretty good about their state of the game at the moment. Chen is getting big.
Yeah, and you just got to amplify damage on Morphling, so I think you can push for at least a tower here. That mid tower looks like, well, Copy just went top. I'm not sure. I guess they just want to get top lane pushed in and
puck again.
Yeah, trying to connect up here.
They have the Ags now on Copy. They see the orb. Yeah, they're going for him. TP, he makes it. That's a really good read from Yopaj.
They caught sight of him just a bit too late.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, well done.
That's a pretty good one, I guess. You can throw that on your puck, and now you won't be so scared of silences jumping in. I think that's the main thing this game that the cleanse will be good for.
I was looking at... Ooh, Lelis just yoinks the rune. He's going to trap Yamato here inside these shards, but he's going to pop the Bristleback. Snowball to safety. Hand of God comes through. Not the most healing, but they need to be a little bit careful. You do not have the damage for this Bristleback quite yet. Meanwhile, mid lane, Visage, he might be dead. Drinking buddies to save him? No way, he's out. And now Yuma, he's looking for the puck. He's going to get him on the silence. Great dodges on that
Death toll?
Terrorize, but do they get him? Gunner's trying his best to just offer what help he can. They get the kill. Very sick turnaround there from Nouns. Huge save from Lelis.
Gunner, so he was actually on the enemy's half of the mid lane. That was a 3-man gank onto Gunner. But with all the auras he's got, double bracers, actually still holding his Seeds of Serenity as well. He was just so tanky. He lived so long for Lelis to finish what he was doing top, and then TP in, and then drinking buddies the Visage out of there.
I really like the creeps Fly has switched to. He managed to grab the Foreman and the Alpha Wolf, so you have a ton of damage and mobility that you're adding into your team. A little bit less control, right? But I think these are really, really good pickups at the moment, especially with the Alpha Wolf like aura being as strong as it is right now. Right? Like 30% damage is wild.
Yeah, really good with a Morphling. Just 30 seconds left. Doesn't seem like Nouns will do too much with it from this point. Got some tier 2s, so not bad for a first Aegis that they picked up pretty early. So the second Roshan will respawn, and you'll be able to maybe finish another aura or two and look for the high ground push off of that. Shopify going to try to make use of this Aegis expiring time. They are smoked up, looking to invade. 10 seconds left on the Aegis.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, they
No
get the
Tormentor just got
Tormentor.
finished. They're going to be looking
Yeah.
for heroes stepping out.
This is a really big find, but Fly is here. Aegis is going to pop. They see the probably still like, oh god, get out. But he's going to jump on in, hits that nice trample, but a
Hurricane
good
away.
hurricane out from Fly. In comes the silence, but Yuma, he's perfectly healthy still. The Terrorize will fear off the backside, and can Yuma get out of this is the question. Waveforms down to the low ground, he's fine. You're going to lose the Dark Willow first. Gunner low on mana. Is going to onslaught back through this team fight, but Copy's here on this Void Spirit. They trap the puck. He's able to get away, though. And now, do you turn your attention to this Bristleback, or you just ignore him? And it looks like ignore him. They're looking for Skem now. Trapped on the side of this fight. Pulled back in once again from these Hurricane plays. And Nouns dodged what was going to be a pretty scary gank and end up getting 2 kills out of it.
And fortunately, they still have their tier 1 tower here, so Shopify otherwise can maybe make a clean escape, but with that tower there, they get scattered around awkwardly. And now it's nice to just settle for the Shadow Demon, not chase too hard. But you don't feel too bad about that because you have that death toll. Any kill is 210 extra gold for this Visage, who has recently just finished that AC, has Bongo Boots queued up next. Like, the Aura lineup is getting crazy. Puck manages to blink away. Pretty good
Nice
escape
movement.
from Yopaj. Just gonna TP out.
It's going to continue to get more difficult to catch this puck. He barely dodged out the Waning Rift and the Resonant Pulse in that last fight. Otherwise, he would have died. So Yopaj, a very clutch play from him. But it's going to be scary as they pick up some more items here on the side of Nouns if they decide to go for something like the Scythe of Ice. They still have to deal with this Bristleback. I'm starting to watch him in these fights a little bit more. He never gets, like, they don't even bother trying to deal with him. They just know that they can't.
Yeah, you need to clear up the rest of the team and hope that that Bristleback hasn't killed you. I don't know. Is anyone gonna ever pick up a Silver Edge? I think Morphling's got his. I didn't even notice. He's got a full Silver Edge.
Oh,
Snuck that
okay.
up on
He was
me.
sitting on a lot of money, but yeah, looks like he just bought it
Alright.
straight out. So that's
There's
cool.
the break they might need.
It's also kind of sick against the puck. If he finds the puck, he can just like surprise him out of silence, which... Ooh. Orbs away. Hold on. Everybody. He saw the Prowl Beast, was like, hold on. They're looking for more. Oh. Wait, what just happened there?
I think he's trying to hide the fact he had the Silver Edge, so he dropped it and then created the Mantas.
Top tower is under attack.
But I think they should have seen him because his invis just popped on those heroes, didn't they? They were just hoping they didn't notice. Or maybe there was
I
a
think they
misclick.
saw him on the ward,
Radiant's
but
top tower
yeah.
is under attack.
That's one of those like really high skill plays of like, oh god, I gotta. But like, if it backfired at all, this game might just be over. Yamato bottom gets broken here by the Morphling. Maybe he didn't know, falling incredibly low. Skem will be able to help, but in the jungle instead, a 3-hero silence out from Copy. The barrier doing some work. They pull back in on this puck. The second silence is there. Canny John's away. It's going to be a save from Skem, and he makes it out. Nice blink, but they've got the Bristleback. That's the big one, and Yuma is turning his attention for more. Double kill for Gunner as the Soul Assumptions just chew through the sides of Shopify. 4 for 0. Nouns are it's 11-1. They have 1 kill. What is happening?
I mean, to be fair, like 7 minutes ago, it was like 1-4. So it's more just this recent fight has now gone really bad and doubled the amount of kills in the game to a Visage who has the talent for Soul Assumption hitting 3 targets. So Visage has actually claimed the top net worth spot now off of that fight. It was a very scattered fight, and Nouns was a little slow to rotate to it. I think a TP got canceled early, but Shopify just didn't have the damage to get through all these auras and like snowball buying time, assimilation or dissimilate. It just buys times for the auras to reassemble. And at that point, the Silver Edge had done its work on the Bristle.
Yeah, and Gunner's now got the shard done as well, so he's going to be even more difficult to try and surprise in these fights. The AC with these Boots of Bearing is super sick in terms of getting him in and out and maneuvering in these fights, but The Scythe of Ice will be his next item, which I agree. I think this is probably the best thing he could go for, the optimal build, right? That instant Scythe Hex into an important hero like either Yopaj or say he finds Hellscream or Skem on the backside. It's an easy kill. Well, I say that Skem has triple Bracer and like 2,300 health or something because it's Shadow Demon.
It's going to get found
Good
by Copy,
ward.
though.
They do find he has a shield rune. Great save here by the Tusk. Does he the snowball? No, a great terrorizes out. He's gonna need some space. Does Copy make it out? Dissimulates there. Jumps up on the high ground, gets his silence onto that Dark Willow. She just melts, and here comes Yuma once again, just going back and forth across these fights, role playing as this Puck. He can do whatever he wants. Gunner is full health. The rest of the team just healed up by this Chen. Yuma wants to find Scam.
Praying they check the wrong direction.
Yeah, good dodge out. It's a 2-0, but again, Nouns, like, being able to keep everybody alive in these fights is huge. So much damage coming through from Shopify, but none of it sticks.
Yeah, it came close to killing Copy. The Shadow Demon ult removing that shield rune. Ooh, Q just missing that. Yuma maybe
with the
catch him
break.
off guard, though.
That might be enough. He pops the Bloodstone, but again, he can't proc the Bristleback. So 50 seconds without your carry. Yuma's Morphling is on something this game. Here comes the rest of the boys. Fly with his new shard. I mean, he's got...
Look at these
He's
buildings,
got the
man.
dragon. He's got the Time Warp aura now. They're ready to go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay, I have a complaint while we have a second here.
Okay.
I want them to recenter the buffs. There are so many, it's leading off to the right side. They got to recenter it in the middle of the HUD.
Has fallen.
Dota was never designed to have this many buffs.
It's real. They're
know.
pushing like 10 different buffs at a time. This Silver Edge paying off big. It's really won the last two fights because Bristle was their most farmed hero. He's supposed to survive through this fight, stack up all these quill sprays against the auras, and eventually just do more damage than the auras can protect you from. But not when quill sprays are not coming out because you're broken. And unfortunately, before he saw this Silver Edge, I think he'd already started to build something else. So he's not working on a BKB.
This is the desperation smoke. This is the last prayer, the last effort from Shopify, but this Roshan falls way too fast. They're still going to go in. He just jumps in, pops the Pulverize. He finds Copy, which he doesn't seem to really care all that much. Jumps down to the backside, just silences up Yopaj once. Does get a lot of damage out. Your Primal Beast is gone. Yamato sitting on the front line here with this Bloodstone, trying to do what he can, but the Shard's just blocking him from being able to rejoin his team, and Yuma gets him with a break. The BKB just goes right through him. More likely to see the G's drop here any moment. Double kill for Gunner, and there it is. Nouns take game 2 17-1. You talked about it in the draft, too. This is a Nouns textbook draft.
Yeah, it was a very slow opener, and I really wasn't sure who that favored. Such a low kill game, but it seems like Nouns hit their stride. Just, okay, we didn't get those early kills. Fly, go back to farming, right? Go finish that mech and Greaves. We've got Pipe on the Visage. They finished all their various timings, even like the Vlans and the Morphling, and then they just started connecting on this. I think finding the Puck kills, especially by copying Puck,
Yeah.
very, very good kills to get to set things up, because without the Puck coil, that's kind of what allows you to catch some of these really fast heroes. Like when you see the other hero is like Primal Beast, but you got a Void Spirit, you got a Morphling, you're telling me they're not going to react to the onslaught coming in, right? Of course they are. So it has to be the coil if he's alive, and if he's not alive, you can't really take these fights.
And Probeast is not a hero that plays well from behind. This is someone who needs to kind of snowball, because in the aura meta, once heroes just get tanky enough and you have a Pipe and, you know, Fly's making things exponentially worse by having like a Glimmer Cape as well as the Guardian Greaves. But once you have like the enough HP in the Pipe, Primal Beast's damage falls off a cliff. So he needs to get ahead in the game, and he needs to be like kind of like the same net worth as, say, like Gunner on the Visage. So he can go in with like BKB, the Aghanim Scepter maybe, and just do some damage, but it just doesn't work here. And yeah, really well played from Nouns. Really, really sick draft. Really good itemization, I think, is the key here.
Yeah, I think they'll rethink picking Puck so early.
Yeah.
I think it kind of made sense because it's a great hero, and they saw the Tusk, and the coil is really good versus Tusk because you can't snowball save. People have been coiled, but Chen, you and I weren't sure, like, oh, should he just be farming the mech? But it did pay off, right? Him putting pressure on that mid lane, helping to slow down the enemy safe lane, that Bristleback, by just rotating in. They didn't actually get kills for quite a while. It was a very low kill game, but he did slow them down. He made sure, like, he's burning mana, he can't farm as efficiently, like canceled a salve bottom, right? All those little things helped you to hit your timing while Puck is like just trying to recover, reach that point. So it seemed, believe it or not, Fly knew better than us.
Yeah, apparently. I'm shocked.
Actual Chen player knew better than 2 non-Chen players.
Yeah, amazing. Now, it's a really cool game 2, and I'm excited that we get a game 3. I really wanted this series to go 3 games to see how these teams were going to draft and kind of experiment here in the upper bracket finals. So, I'm just going to go to another break, our final break of the evening, everyone, but stay tuned. We got game 3 of Shopify versus Nouns coming up soon. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. It's the final game of the evening here for the North American qualifiers in the upper bracket as we have Shopify taking on Nouns. Currently tied 1-1. Both teams looking pretty good. Game one, Shopify pulled out a sick draft. They got their Broodmother. It took over the game. Nouns said, we're not doing that again. Ban the Broodmother and run a kind of like zoo draft of their own in game two to turn it back around.
Yeah, I think Nouns had a very nice aura draft in that game number 2. And that was kind of the question. I feel like they were testing the Brood game 1. Like, can we deal with it? No. Okay, take Brood away, target Mangekyo as like the new up-and-coming player. But how does he do if you take away some of his comfort heroes? Primal Beast in that particular matchup, it didn't go great. I'm not fully blaming him. I do think Morphling Chen was going to be a tough lane. So maybe you need to pick his hero a little bit sooner. Maybe it doesn't have to be the perfect matchup, but just something strong. Because as we get into the draft coming up here, I mean, it worked out for now, right? They're following a very similar path. Just focus out a couple of his best heroes, and that means a lot of the broken supports will be left in. So just run it back, grab that Tusk.
Okay.
And grab that Shadow Demon in response.
A little bit of deja vu. We'll see how this ends up developing. This is the exact same opener, if I'm not mistaken, right? All 7 bans are the same.
Yeah, quick double check, but yeah, okay. Everything's the same. Yep, Dragonite Luna. So, do you still want to ban Doom and then pick Puck? This is where we're likely to see Shopify start to change things around. So, they're going to ban the Morphling and actually steal the Visage away from Nouns. Now, I don't think Shadow Demon's a great pairing with Visage, so I think you're looking at a Shadow Demon 5, and then you're going to pick a stronger position 4 to go with the Visage.
10 seconds remaining.
It will be into a Tusk +1.
5 seconds remaining.
Not the easiest, especially if they end up picking a very strong carry. Trying to think who maybe they could go for.
I think.
Could you Lone Druid?
Hey, actually not a bad idea. I was gonna say, I think you pick something that like hard counters the Visage lane. I kind of like the idea of a Lone Druid. It's interesting that they actually go for the Visage themselves on Shopify. I mean, we go through the same set of bans. They get rid of the Morphling, however. So I think that's quite smart. That might be enough for them to consider going back for the Puck here on Shopify, but I really do like the Lone Druid idea. And with how much Nouns have played Visage, I'm sure they have a plan for this as well. But a slight adjustment in the draft here from Shopify definitely kind of throws a wrench in this.
Nouns Esports turn to pick.
Mars. Okay. Good team fight hero. How do you bring in something like the Phoenix? Or do you hold off on the Phoenix and go for more of a flex pick right now?
10 seconds remaining.
That would be a classic combo that kind of settles your team fight, but I don't know if it's
okay.
Like without knowing more laning information, you might have a tough time. I think Snapfire is much safer, just a generically good laner and still a really good combo. It's different the way it functions from Egg, but either Mars initiates and you Snapfire ult, or Tusk, who has the snowball stun, the punch, and then ice shards. That alone can set up the Snapfire ult, which is really nice. When your support duo can do that for you, it frees up your cores to do whatever they need to do. Okay, I forgot about Marcy, but that is a pretty strong support to go with the Visage, and then you can buff up the Bear, or I guess maybe the hero now with the Bear Necessities build.
I think this is very cool. I like Lone Druid should crush the Mars lane. I think Snapfire is not a bad pick to have in lane with you, but this is going to be so strong. How many times have we seen like Lone Druid with like any steroid just like take over a game?
Yeah, it's looking scary. Maybe you can outplay, because if you can cookie over, like you jump over the Bear, get to the main hero. At the start of the game, the main hero is still easier to kill compared to at least later when he's got tons of items with extra value, and then he ults and gets like another 1,000 health, right? Then it's really difficult. But in the early game, maybe if you have a good start and go for like a level 2 timing, you try to get a kill to set yourself up. But from here, who do you pick that? Okay, the Weaver. I was gonna say you have to have a good matchup versus Lone Druid, but you also can't get wrecked by Visage. I'm a little scared that Weaver might get wrecked from the Soul Assumption Burst and Marcy, but he is a good pairing with Tusk. Maybe you just have to build like an early Bracer and a lot of cheap stats.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
This is going to be cool. The Weaver is pretty damn strong in this lane. I'll give it that. It does have kill threat as well. They ban out the puck. I like that call because you don't really have, again, the catch for it. And you don't have like a Morphling that can bring you an easy silence. You also don't have last pick. So you can't really respond with something like a Void Spirit. To get rid of the Storms, you could look for an Invoker this game on the side of Shopify. I actually like that quite a bit. Another steroid to potentially drop in your Lone Druid.
That would be cool. I think right now, really just any playmaker in the mid lane that has a decent matchup would be good because you can just enable the tempo of this Visage and Lone Druid. And Nouns on their side, I don't know. This is such a scary tempo from Shopify. Like if they manage to pick up some early kills, even if they don't, you just have a decent lane, right? I mean, it's essentially what Nouns just did in the last game, but maybe with a little less auras and more the strength of the bear. So I think you need a mid laner who can come online early and either hunt down the Visage and Lone Druid, or you just slow down their pushes when they're trying to run you down, and you look to outscale, get Weaver a bunch of farm, and then he can eventually like get to the back lines and do all the damage.
Man, they are taking their time on these last bans.
Nouns easy.
Everyone
There's
always
the
just takes
Invoker ban.
Puck.
Huh.
They don't know. They're like, wait, Puck's already banned. Who do we ban next?
I guess it would have been decent enough for Nouns as well. I think you still need a pretty big Lone Druid counter. Like something that can dump in a lot of damage. Because right now, Snapfire doesn't do enough against Lone Druid. Mars is a particularly like kind of low damage offlaner that typically relies on like others to follow up his arena. Weaver's super high damage when he gets there, right? He does eventually scale really well.
Mm-hmm.
But I would
Takes a
like
while,
to see
though.
something from the mid lane that can respond to this Lone Druid pick.
It also has to just have decent matchups, though, since you don't know what you're playing into. Maybe you could do something like Pango.
I just think Pango would be a safe pick for the most part. We are running out of reserve time. I think you banned the Huskar, honestly. Oh, they actually banned the Pango. Interesting. Okay. And they'll go the
Who are
Queen
you
of
going
Pain.
for? Queen of Pain.
That's cool.
Okay.
That's a super high damage mid hero. Works well with the Mars because you can't just bonk them into the arena walls.
And they don't have the best lockdown on Shopify
Yeah.
Rebellion. Disruption's like an awkward thing to use. Rebound is potentially dodgeable. Familiars, you see them coming. Maybe get first hit rooted by the
5
bear.
seconds remaining.
But otherwise, Queen of Pain shuts down a lot of playmaking heroes. Many of the playmakers from the mid lane tend to be melee. And Queen of Pain does well in those matchups.
Ember
You
Spirit.
may now select your heroes.
Going for the Ember, who can try to dodge out some of Queen of Pain's abilities.
We don't see it that often. It is good against a lot of the heroes on Nouns. There's, again, not a lot of lockdown. Similar. I think it should be okay in the lane. Queen of Pain typically is going to max the Scream, so Yopaj might need to put like 2 points into his Flame Guard to try and reduce some of the damage coming in from Copy. But I'm mostly worried just about the auto attacks. Like, I think Copy just right-clicks this guy to death. So we'll see.
trying to think through this. I'm a little worried for the fact that this time Nouns does not have the best aura builders, and Amaterasu over there, Mangekyo, he can just build whatever his team wants. I'm thinking like he'll get the pipe to start, and when you group up and you're just trying to take this straight on fight, you just have the auras that Nouns does not. It sounds really simplified, but I mean, that's just, we see it so many times, right? Like the lanes start okay, and then suddenly you're all bringing 4 heroes to a fight, but one side's got a pipe, and that decides the fight.
That's too hot for television right there. Queen of Pain. gonna be in the hands of Coffee. I'm excited to see how he plays this. He's balled out on this hero before, but it is up against Yopaj's Grandmaster Ember Spirit. So we'll see. I think he's very comfortable playing this Spirit into the Queen of Pain. Obviously, the double impact is a little bit cool in terms of the harassment he can get out of it.
All right. They place some aggressive wards. I think you really want to know where the Visage is, because you don't want to get surprised by a Shopify Rebellion attempt at a First Blood. So they rush out, place these wards. They know where the Visage is. Curious to see if they try to engage in it or just completely dodge it, try to enter the lanes at a just even footing.
30 seconds to
I believe this late smoke was scouted by the observers.
I think it did, yeah. I mean, the line is drawn. Yuma's trying to break it. He's in a decent spot to do so. The smoke's going to pop.
Yeah, and it was still an observer. Yeah.
The bear is bottom. Could they actually find a kill onto the bear here? Fly is going to get to work on it.
I think it's a little too tanky by the time they catch up.
Drinking Buddy's level 1, so no shards, nothing to lock it in place. Ends up just being an even trade for the runes. Nothing too special there. I mean, last game was 1-1 at like 7 minutes in the game. So hopefully we get more action this time around. We'll see.
Yeah, in particular, I'm looking at Weaver. Very low health hero. He's going to have to be very careful versus these Soul Assumption burst. Already has a Bracer queued up. He wants that for his first item. There's going to be a Sentry War in this lane too, because you can dodge it out. But they got to do this quickly, because otherwise you're going to lose your Sentry. Okay, they both kill each other's Sentries, but that favors the Weaver, because he's the only one with actual invis in this lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Gunnar trying to hide from his own illusions.
Don't you hate when you beat yourself to death?
Oh, that's a nice dodge. I was going to say, you need to be very careful, because Weaver is fragile against the Marcy hero. And Tusk's going to lose his courier here. He's going to need raindrops fairly early on Yuma as soon as they become purchasable. Well, Compy in the mid lane having a pretty good time.
Fly getting really low. Very suddenly caught off guard by the rebound, or sorry, the dispose, and then just Soul Assumption damage. First blood going to Amaterasu.
Who needs Tusk? We have Marcy. Same thing, you know?
It really is. At least in the laning stage. Good on Hellscream to come over. Both supports are going to have to depend on manually blocking the camps, since you want to win the Sentry War in the lane against either with a Weaver or against a Weaver. The two sentries will not interact this time. They're too far apart. But he knows it's there. He's like, okay, I didn't quite catch it. It's got to be a little further in. Mid lane going pretty well so far for Copy.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised. Like, he had to go 2 points in the Flame Guard early, and Copy can, again, just press the E, put out a ton of damage, push the wave back in his favor. And Queen of Pain's like attack damage is pretty good. Like she can CS, deny, and harass pretty easily. Top lane Yuma does have a salve at least to fall back on, so he's gonna hide in the trees, pop that bad boy.
Yeah, you want to buy salves early if you're ever worried about dying, especially versus a Visage. Right, you can't let yourself slowly regen; you'll be burst to death. So, both Nouns players in the top lane bought early salves to make sure they can stay healthy. Mars is also struggling a little bit, but that's not too surprising considering he's laning against the lone druid.
Man, I'm really worried for Yopaj on the mid Ember. This hero, I guess, doesn't need the most farm to get active. It's mostly just levels. But when Queen of Pain gets like level 6, she might just commit to kill him if she has any help. Ooh, nice movement from Scam bottom. Copy does get the bottle refill though. Does need to be careful. These Shadow Poison stacks are absolutely going to start to matter. The Scream, it's enough to finish the job. That's huge. So Copy gets a kill. He's going to take a decent chunk of damage from the 3 stacks there, but between the Shadow Demon auto attacks, and if he gets like a 4th or 5th poison attack, he could have potentially found the kill onto the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, without Lelis rotating in, I think that would have worked.
Yeah.
But good on Lelis to follow in on that. And Copy probably able to get his bounty rune and reset himself unless Yopaj heads over right away.
Uh-oh, Lelis, careful. Gunner, however, actually getting a decent chunk of damage. All right, Lelis is dead. Yeah, that's classic Shadow Demon right there, baby. Copy. Playing on the edge. He accidentally dropped a ward. I think that was a little bit of a misclick. He just dropped under his tower.
They'll never find it here, man. The ultimate sneaky ward.
He's going to get a quick bottle refill into the mid lane.
All part of the plan. Lelis did not die to the Shadow Demon by accident. All right, Fly's coming into the bottom lane, and actually Yuma's already here.
Yuma.
Let's see if they can find anything.
I told you, man. They do these 5-minute rotations. They bring the whole team bottom. They do this all the time. They are looking for Yamato. Did they sniff this out, though, is the question. The Cookie's going to connect. Here comes the Weaver. On to Skem. The Bug's also going to connect. Gunner looking to connect onto Skem. Copy's here as well. They just have 5 heroes at the tier 2 at 6 minutes. Hellscream going to get caught out as well. This is just classic Nouns, dude. This is what they do all the freaking time.
Shopify suspected it might happen too. They actually placed an observer on the twin gate, but
They bolted, but they still get caught.
yeah, they just could not get away in time.
It was really
Well,
good
this
positioning
was-
from the Snapfire, I think. That was the main thing. Because they couldn't
Yeah.
just TP out, because he made a huge rotation around the backside to hit that 2-hero Cookie, and if they had just tried to TP out, he would have been ready and waiting.
Yeah, and this was a really nice play, especially because Gunner was the one struggling the most. But by coming in here, helping to get some kills, and now a very early tower, Gunner's game is saved. He's going to get now just like a normal level 6 timing. And he's one of your big playmakers this game. Arena into the Snapfire will get a kill on most heroes, maybe not Ember, since he probably has a safety remnant down. Click War!
Ooh, Yuma gets it. Oh, that hurts so much. Hellscream's going to be fine. He shouldn't die here, but you really needed that Wisdom Rune, especially after that dive into the bottom lane. Like, your supports are really starved for XP.
Yeah, this can have cascading effects as well because you have the Visage. You want to take these early fights, get these kills for the death toll, but now that you're underleveled, it makes it even harder to find anything, which means Visage's game now struggles.
Yuma? Oh, just barely dodged the rebound. That's a good heads-up play from him. He knows Visage does have kill threat. The only way he dies if he gets caught while his Sakuchi's on cooldown. Copy.
They're looking for Yopaj.
Continuing to bully Yopaj here. I mean, if he goes to his remnant, he is so dead. So he has to just dodge this out somewhere else. Copy's going to blink to safety. Nice pullback here from Hellscream. Yopaj almost dead. A snowball into the mid lane. Might get fly out, but Lelis will be the sacrifice as Amaterasu joins his team mid.
All right. Finding a death toll kill there. It is
That's
a pretty
nice.
big rotation, but I think it's okay because it's death toll.
Yeah. I think right now, one thing you could potentially do is try to take advantage.
He was looking for a solo kill.
He's not going to get that, no way. Gunner, however, he's coming up here. Arena, it will not catch the Marcy, but he's got a spear, and the bigger kill will be that Visage. I was going to say, I would like to take advantage of the Mars Arena. I was thinking they might go bottom onto the Lone Druid, but no, they just come top, and now they're looking for Yopaj. The Remnant will get him to safety, but Copy's ready and waiting. Blinks forward, again, just forcing every Remnant out. Just with the threat of that Sonic Wave. And they're still ready and looking for him.
Still get him.
How many they got him finally. Every single
Finally.
time. It's so hard, but it's really well played from Copy, knowing that all he has to do is be patient.
Yeah, in a way, like, let's say they don't get that Ember kill. Ember is only really going to be active if he has at least 2 remnants, and it takes, what is it, like 30 seconds? 35 seconds per charge. So every time you fake him out and he has to keep panic remnanting away because he doesn't want to get quap ulted, you're kind of like buying time. Like, if he died with 3 remnants, he respawns in 30 seconds, he can go make a play. But maybe he lives, but he has no remnants. You just bought your team like a minute of time that he just has to wait for the remnant recharge time. But you then get the kill anyway, so you're now winning on all fronts.
Zach, you so smart. Those
I'm
are all.
just making
I mean,
things
that's.
up. I don't play mid, dude. I don't know what goes on in this.
I
lane.
mean that is a really big point. Yopaj respawns. He still has no remnants. Like, it hurts. He is gonna find a power rune here, though. The illusion. It's not the best, but it could potentially get you out of a sticky situation. There are so many stacks being made for Copy, and I mean, 4 points in the Scream. He's got the Voodoo Mask plus the Masochist. Like, he heals so much off of this ability. And that is it. Dagon is done. So that is typically the first item we see on the Queen of Pain, amplifying that spell regen, and then eventually he's going to go for the Kaya, which I like a lot.
Okay, when Ember sees this mid observer die, he's gonna be like, "What the?"
He's like, why is this there? When did that happen? Skem just gets popped, but a nice snowball save to get Copy out of danger. And he's thinking, he's like, I'm just going to go in and let that ult rip. But Disruption dodges a lot of damage from the Queen of Pain. We've talked about that before. Hellscream TPing out at the last second top.
Radiant structures are
I want to point out we're 11 minutes in. Marcy is 5.5, a little past that. But poor Skem, he's still level 4. He's close to level 5, but this is that under leveling. I don't know how to describe that. They're under leveled based on that Wisdom Rune steal earlier, and some of these fights not working out in their favor.
Oh, that was close. Yopaj on the run. Get out of here, buddy. I mean, can you force his remnant? They just TP Sonic Wave. He dies.
You can just kill him.
I was gonna say, yeah, force his rent, but yeah, you just kill him instead. Copy is crushing this matchup. He is more than double the net worth.
Got
Or
scouted
almost
by
double
that
the net worth
Watcher.
at this point. Yeah. Betrayed by the Watcher. Dude, he's just not done. Copy is so farmed. Hellscream's looking for help. He's like, someone get down here. Give me the rebound.
fallen.
He just doesn't get there, though. Gunner to secure it. You have a Queen of Pain problem.
Tower is under attack.
Bottom lane, there's a shield rune as well, waiting for this guy.
As if he wasn't diving enough already.
Yeah.
He's gonna get an extra shield to work with. Well, I guess it is. Well, I was gonna say it's into the Shadow Demon, but the Shadow Demon doesn't have his ult yet, so
Yeah.
he cannot dispel this shield rune. Extra
The one,
800
like-
health to work here.
Yeah, the one like questionable blink that Copy has had, Fly was there to bail him out with drinking buddies, right? So it's just, he just feels so unstoppable at this point, and he just knows that he can kind of get away with doing whatever he wants.
Was it questionable if he knew Fly was there to save him?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it would have been questionable, I guess.
Oh, okay,
Ooh.
yeah.
Drinking buddies
Drinking
to
buddies
safety.
away.
No big deal. Copy. Okay, I guess Yamato is somewhat farmed, right? Jesus, the damage.
Yeah. And I mean, that Tusk getting away right there, that's why Tusk is so good. Drinking buddies completely free. That would have been a Tusk kill in the past, which would help you recover, set you up to now have a numbers advantage to go make another play. But just these situations where Tusk gets to live or save an ally by repositioning them, like, I honestly feel like the base damage is secondary. It's just the repositioning that Drinking Buddies gives you. And I think if they took away bonus damage, there would still be people who consider, like, you know, Drinking Buddies is still the better facet. I'm still going to do it.
There we go, baby. Smoke up from Nouns. Did Gunnar go blink this game? What's he got? What's he packing on the Mars here?
He does have a blink.
He does. Okay, that's what I expected. Is like if they're gonna smoke up like this, it's probably around the blink timing. It's also around that 14-minute rune timing. And Amaterasu here on the Visage, he's gonna get tapped. They actually see Hellscream as well. The arena comes out. Your Marcy's the one who survives, but only for a split second. Is now you've got to be careful. Yopaj will get that Wisdom Rune, which is a nice win for him, but Fly stuck into the trees onto the side. Big
nice
Sonic
angle.
Wave. The Cookie's gonna connect. He gets the Drinking Buddies away. Can Fly even die? Great Searing Chains, but no, not enough. And now the backside, it's Copy as well as Yuma just taking over the game. They get the Lone Druid. That's the big one. And Yopaj, he's out of everything. A nice dodge there against the spear from Gunnar, but it's only a matter of time before they close the gap here. Blink dagger cooldown. Where are we at? Yeah, blink. Remnant, yeah, it's available. He's gonna take it. Gunnar holding the spear, knowing they. Ooh! Ah! Oh no! The Cookie.
All right, a little bit of a misplay there.
Unfortunate. The Cookie canceling his ability to throw the spear. All right, Yopaj gets a little lucky on that one.
He did that out of desperation. He's like, I guess I'll give it a shot. I know this won't work. Gets to live. He's like, I cannot believe it. I am so lucky.
I mean, look at the damage from the Queen of Pain in that fight, man. This hero, so scary. Copy. Does he have the Kaya now on his way to, I'm guessing?
Yeah, he's already got it.
Shivas. Yeah, okay.
Working on his Shivas next. That's really nice.
You
Not
just
only will it amplify his damage, but the scouting of it is very nice to find some of these heroes, and also just the armor.
It also just does a lot of damage on this hero when you have this.
That's true,
this
yeah.
facet. Like, you just pop the Shivas, walk in, and just, like, kill a hero.
His health is gone.
Oh,
wait.
He's in way too deep, and Fly is not there to save him. Okay, that is a massive kill going their way. They will go ahead and grab Amaterasu, however. And Yuma going up onto the high ground. They see the disruption. Should be able to pick this one up pretty easily. So, double kill goes the way of the Weaver. Backside of the fight, though, the rest of the team's kind of coming in. They've already popped the ult here on the Lone Druid. He's going to run back across the fight. It looks like Fly's just going to be the sacrifice here. They're going to buy back on this Visage. Oh, Gunnar, did he get the kill? The arena? Is it enough damage? Just needs one more auto attack. Try to play around the tree. It's not going to be there. I mean, you have to get Gunnar now, right? Does he have a TP? He does, but he's actually slightly short on mana. He's just going to have to pop the Soul Ring in a moment. Rejoin his team potentially. I mean, Queen of Pain's back up. The spear back to Lone Druid. That being said, your Weaver is really low. Does he get the ult off? He does. At 1 HP, Copy the Sonic Wave. It misses the Lone Druid, but it just deletes the backline. They've got to leave. This fight is cooked. Copy. The Queen of Pain
finish the Weaver?
Just owning. Nice Searing Chains out, but they got him. Okay, really well played. This actually is going to turn out quite well for Shopify if they can get this Lelis, but they jump in on Gunnar. They delete Amaterasu again. Scam doing what he can here on this Shadow Demon to kind of just offer what damage is left in the tank, but man, oh man. A long delayed fight. Getting Queen of Pain twice is quite good, but you're still so far behind.
Yeah, it looks like as the dust settles, it was a slight gold advantage going towards Shopify, even though it did cost a buyback. I think he must have gotten the kill on like the Queen of Pain or something. Oh, actually, both of them. Shadow Demon got the kill on Weaver and Queen of Pain, which is maybe a bit unfortunate. You'd like that to go to someone else, but it is going to give him the money he needs to finish the Solar Crest, which that's pretty good with the Lone Druid. You know, maybe there have been some pretty aggressive plays by the Weaver and the Queen of Pain, and they just barely live. With a little bit of boosted help from that Solar Crest, maybe you can get an extra root to finish him off, or just do the damage. Hopefully, because otherwise you'll be a little sad that Shadow Demon picked up both those core kills.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Shadow Demon is a hero that can get stuff done with gold, but you really need a stimulus here for Yopaj on this Ember Spirit. Like, he needs a lot of help to get back into this game, to not be... Like, he can get like Searing Chains off, he can buy a little bit of time, but he's not doing the amount of damage that we typically see an Ember Spirit do at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he's a bit underfarmed, doesn't have that extra item to depend on the on-hit effects. That fight did give the gold for Mangekyo to finish the pipe. He's just grabbing one more CS. He's gotten on the way. So that will help with the fights. That's something we mentioned earlier at the start of the draft. Like, once these auras start coming online, you do not have aura builders. And this is that point. We finally have an aura. I mean, there were drums, but now there's a pipe. Maybe that's what they need to start winning some fights. And with Death Toll, you really just need to win one decent fight. Oh, fast blink out from Gunner.
Very quick blink dodge. They see this Ob Sentry get planted, so they're going to plant a Sentry on the backside. Maybe they'll be able to deal with this, but this tier 1 tower, it's getting bulldozed down. That's a nice play, but the jump in. However, the Queen of Pain gets rooted. She's going to need to save the Sonic Wave. Is there the arena just to save her? Not the fight you want out of Nouns. Like you said, the pipe doing a lot of work at the moment. And they
would
get
have
out on
finished Ember.
Shopify.
Yeah, Remnant out just in time, so that Sonic Wave doesn't actually get a kill. They get themselves a haste rune as well. All right, something going the way of Shopify Rebellion. Are they close to any other big items? Diffusal just finished on the bear. That'll actually help a lot. Queen of Pain and Weaver live or die by their spells. So if you can burn that mana, maybe just finish off the kill from there. At the least, you can reduce her damage output if she can't use any spells. See, Tormentor over to...
A really good take. Goes to
Hellscream. I think you'd probably rather have it on Shadow Demon.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least you're securing it for your team.
I'm going to trade the Tormentor for the Roshan, it looks like. So this should go the way of Nouns fairly easily. Well, they are TPing down like they want to contest this. Your Visage can get down here pretty quick as well, but... And the bug... Quite a bit... Okay, yeah, they're not getting it fast enough. I think they know. They need to just bail out. The scan's going to connect. They know that this is happening. Yopaj... He finished a Mage Slayer. It took him a while to get some items, but the Mage Slayer will help quite a bit. Counter smoke from Nouns. They're looking for the opening. Scan's going to connect. Does Gunner go in? They're going to be able to find the Lone Druid, the arena, the spear. It's actually going to just miss, but Yamato's trapped here on these shards. Gunner's going to BKB. Hellscream trying to get out of this fight, but here comes Copy, the Sonic Wave, only onto a support. This is not a great opening. On the backside, your heroes are getting deleted by this Lone Druid. Yuma's got to get into this fight. They just can't do it. Double kill on the side of Yopaj. Gleipnir is out. Double stun here onto this Weaver. He's going to be able to pop the time lapse, but he's rooted in place, and this fight is over.
I would like to note...
Shopify own this one.
And I'd like to note the health bars of the surviving heroes are all about 1 pipe's worth of health. This is where the auras start mattering. And some of it's the execution, too. If they had vision set up, they actually found the Lone Druid first, and if you jump him before the ult comes out, you can probably just take him out of the fight, win it from there. They didn't quite have the vision. His smoke broke, and he realized, like, oh, they're right here. Like, drops his ult right away. Even though he does get trapped in the arena and the ice shards, he's got his, like, infinite health pool in his Lone Druid form. And now they've stolen the Roche. there was an 8K gold lead that has immediately dropped down to a 2K. A huge win for Shopify Rebellion.
No, absolutely. And part of this is, I guess, the decision. Like, Copy just blinks super deep into the back line, trying to find these supports, and he finds them, but this is like the third time this game we've seen the Shadow Demon dodge this ult or have someone dodge the ult with that disruption. So, really good stuff from the Shadow Demon in this game, and we'll see if he can keep it going. But I agree with you. If they had a ward, it should have been planted pretty much immediately, but
I don't think Nouns thought that Shopify would come contest. So they started it, and then as Shopify was missing, they're like, oh, wait a minute, what did they do?
He's dead. Just picked off in the mid lane. Really good setup there from the Visage. The Gleipnir comes out from Lone Druid to pin him down long enough for the team to close the gap. And with that, I mean, your Queen of Pain, who once towered over this game in net worth, has been surpassed by the Lone Druid, and it's given space for this Visage and this Ember Spirit to catch back up.
With those bongo boosts, this tower's destroyed so quickly.
Nice wave cut there from the Weaver.
Amplify damage, Rune scouted out for Yamato.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
For now, Nouns just trying to avoid directly fighting. They don't want to fight into the Aegis. Oh, Gunner trying to finish his bottom tower, but they rotate in just in time. He's going to BKB, just TP out of here. Kind of a painful way to use the BKB, but I guess the first charges have already been used.
I think they need to get a tower too. Like they were struggling to get a lot on the map at the moment. Yuma, nice Gleipnir and Bugs here, and with the Sakuchi, should just get to safety.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
You now have Lone Druid problems. He's got that Disperser up. On his way to Butterfly, it looks like.
I think he just bought a shard.
I love the shard. I mean, the shard's absolutely necessary because you want to have it with your 15 talent. It's incredibly good.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
All right, Shiva's is done on the Queen of Pain, which will help quite a bit, but you still need a BKB this game. They're just going to go straight for the high ground. They're going to challenge Nouns. They say, you got to defend. You got to back if you want any chance of staying in this game. So, Disperser to get Yamato out for the moment. And Nouns, they might just be sacking this tier 3. I don't know if they're going to come back to defend. The Bear taking a decent chunk of damage. If you can shard block it in. Oh, just barely off the mark.
It's tough. The Bear's so fast.
So bad. You did get a tier 2 top, though, from Yuma, so that's kind of nice.
And this did buy enough time for Yuma to finish the BKB. I'm wondering if that's the item they were trying to delay and drag this out for. Maybe Scythe of Vice. It's still kind of like 1,000+ gold away. "40 seconds more on this Aegis. I'm just going to head out to go cut the wave. As long as you can clear out this one creep wave. Unfortunately, I think that creep wave is enough to at least finish up this tier 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a full lane of barracks. This bear is piped up, ready to go. They've got to bring the numbers to try and bring this thing down, but the barracks fall so fast. Gunner, spear back, does manage to get the Lone Druid
12 seconds
hero.
on Aegis.
The BKB is there. Oh, you're right. Can they hold the Aegis? No. They just claim it. Copy, distracting the backside as well. Gunner, a spear out once again, has the arena. There is no bear. There's the disruption, but the Sonic Wave whiffed again. Yamato, can he stand his ground? He's going to make it to safety. Yan Yuma chase after him. Copy in as well. They get him. Finally. Elena Barracks will survive. Amaterasu will be next to go down as they look for Scam up on the high ground. They don't have a way to cancel. Instead, they look for Yopaj, who has no remnants. This is a massive kill. Gleipnir out preventing the drop of the familiars as well. They clean up big.
Why was he TPing? That seemed like a long TP. Maybe I just missed the start of it. All right, great find from Gunnar. I thought they should wait for the Aegis, but actually just get him killed off, stuck in the base, so that even as he respawns and just has to slowly walk away without the bear, they're able to run him down with the newly bought BKB from Weaver. And off that fight, actually, he's pretty close to a Daedalus. I guess he still needs to finish this Demon Edge, so maybe not that close. Fake hype. But that's going to really up his damage. We were talking earlier. Weaver does a lot of single target damage, can certainly kill the bear and all these heroes, but needs time to get there. Well, that time has arrived.
Yeah. Also, Queen of Pain is about to finish an Aghanim Scepter, and
that'll be really good.
That's a massive boost in damage for this hero as well. The other thing about this fight is, like, the Queen of Pain ult basically didn't hit anybody, right? Like, imagine this fight a little bit different with, like, Copy getting that ult onto the Lone Druid, or even just hitting the backline with this as well. Like, there's a lot of damage that was missed. The Shiva's Guard is amping a ton from this Weaver, just in terms of the Gleipnir as well.
And also the Mortimer's Kiss is helping out a lot. This Ags on Queen of Pain will also be great, because the bearers are always next to each other, so if nothing else, you'll at least hit the two of them. You'll hit all the familiars, right? Very helpful to get a lot of extra damage in. Can they chain stun Ember? Okay, I was going to say, I don't think you have much else, but
does
at least scaring him a little. Who?
Copy? He does not. Okay, look at the silence on the blink. I was wondering.
Yeah, not yet.
They're going in aggressive here. Oh, they find Copy. Drinking buddies. Will buy him space, but a great dispose back. Oh, what a disruption as well. Fly cannot save his Queen of Pain. She is dead, and now the Tusk is going to join him. That being said, your Weaver is taking some damage, or taking some base damage on the bottom side. They don't manage to finish it, but he's going to buy back on the Tusk here. Yuma, he has no mana, actually, at all.
Yeah, he can't get back. Okay, he's got it now.
Maybe 2 lanes?
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
You've got to do what you did in the last fight. You got to arena down this Lone Druid, but your Weaver, it was taking a moment for him to get here. Gunner feared off. They're trying to bring him down quickly, but they can't. Here he comes, though, going aggressive. Great Searing Chains out from Yopaj. Clean disengage here from Shopify. Oh my goodness, they get it out.
They at least got the bear. Did resummon already. Aegis is up. I think that might be the deciding factor. Despite taking a lane and a half of barracks, the gold is dead even, kind of showing the extra farming speed from Nouns when they kept splitting up over this map. I'm pretty amazed considering there's death toll in the game.
Yeah. They need a big fight win here on Nouns. The next Roche could be potentially the deciding factor here. And the last time they went for a Roche fight, it did not turn out so well. So we'll see what they end up doing. Atos picked up on Ember.
Weren't set up last time.
Are trying to set up this time. Aggressive positioning here on these two.
Cores are nowhere near their supports.
Oh, they're gonna see them now. They smoke.
Okay, they see the smoke. You gotta run. You gotta get out of here.
The smoke does pop a little bit.
Nouns has some wards set up. Not gonna make the same mistake as last time. They're gonna try to just start it. They didn't get it last time, so no roar will come out. But as the scan connects, I think you might back off here. Well,
the question is, does Shopify think they are doing it, is the thing, right?
They do not.
They do. Holy heck, yeah. They managed to bring it down just in time. A little bit of a distraction play from Fly on the backside. Now, Lelis does get down to the low ground for now, and they're trying to chase him with the bear. If Nouns get out of here, or maybe only lose one, this is not bad. They're going to be able to get a nice arena spear. Hellscream cannot move. Shards will actually buy Lelis a little bit of space. He has a Lotus Orb to play with as well. The nice save with the snowball. Yuma on the front side, though, trying to bring down Amaterasu. He's just going to pop the BKB and try and finish the job. Meanwhile, Tusk is in deep. They grab Hellscream. Gunner in some trouble. The quick time lapse as well from Yuma, but his BKB's expired. Copy's gonna come in, throws the Sonic Wave. That's a lot of damage and a lot of space for this Weaver. Gunner, nice spear, double buyback coming through from the side of Shopify, trying to find these additional kills, and they will. So Nouns have to get out.
Double support buyback for Shopify. The supports from Nouns just lived so long, from the snowball saves and drinking buddies moving them around, Cookie, all their Solar Crest drums running around. Just wasted so much time. Yuma was free in that fight, just constantly attacking, and we saw very few soul assumptions pumping in damage because he was zoned out by that Weaver. So they're going to try to capitalize on these death timers if they can at least get this barracks. Looks like it's going to go no contest.
I mean, that's your last fortify. You got to be very careful. Now, the one thing that's interesting, too, is anytime you dispel the dagger, it triggers a Scream of Pain. So, like, whenever he pops his roar or anything, it's going to connect and just send more screams out, which is kind of funny. So it's something to be a little bit careful of.
Tormentor got stolen. Who did that go to? Skem this time. So now they do have the Demonic Cleanse. Kind of nice to remove the Shadow Strike, though. Like you just said, it'll actually just proc the Scream right away. Anything else nice you can remove? Gleipnir Root, I guess.
Yeah. 2K lead for Shopify despite Nouns getting that Roshan. They need to be careful on Shopify, though. They need to wait for their buyback timers, I think, to come off.
Yeah, they'll be a little sad their Tormentor got stolen, because I know I'm sure they want Copy's Shard, but he doesn't quite want to buy it because he needs to get this BKB. So he's hoping to get it for free from the Tormentor.
You're going to need a little bit more True Strike to kill this Lone Druid. The Butterfly gives him like 53% evasion. So without True Strike, it's pretty hard to bring him down. You do have a lot of spell damage at least, and like you could maybe leave it to the Queen of Pain, but I think your Weaver is going to need an MKB at some point.
For now, I was going for the Nullifier. Maybe depending on the Gleipnir True Strike, Pseudo True Strike.
I don't know what the Nullifier is for.
Yeah, it wasn't... I guess Solar Crest and the Ember Shield, but it won't remove the pipe. Can you remove Disseminate? If they use Disseminate on an ally and it's reflecting too much damage, can you nullify?
I actually have no idea. I don't know if that's dispellable or not.
It does not say on the ability.
Of course not. I would imagine it's not dispellable, but...
Is there something on Lone Druid?
Ooh, that is... Well... It's awkward because it's on cooldown now, but... Actually, was that hiding in the BKB? He just bought this, didn't he?
Yeah, he was probably moving it around in his inventory and accidentally clicked it.
Sorry, no one saw it? They don't know you don't have the BKB
exactly.
cooldown?
Now you intentionally reveal you bought it to make them think like, oh, be careful. He's got a BKB.
Yeah. 10 seconds on the Aegis. He's got to respect the movement from Shopify here.
We are reaching the late game Queen of Pain where this hero gets kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, she gets very scary.
Yeah, you got to appreciate her scaling, and she is quite farmed this game at that top 3 net worth spot.
There's so many freaking barriers in this game. It is insane.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke up from Shopify. Looking for a kill. It's really funny. Despite there being a lane and a half of racks for Shopify, it does not feel comfortable at all. It's a very close game. At the same time, one big winning fight near a base, that could just be the end of it, because both teams take buildings really quickly at this point.
Yeah.
Some very
Smoked
tense
up
movements.
here in the mid lane. Yeah.
They're pinging bottom. See if they can rat it, maybe force a rotation back. Ember's going to go, but of course, that doesn't mean too much.
Bottom tower is under attack.
The longest
Yeah.
game we've had today.
That's
Like
true.
all the games have been pretty quick, but this is potentially going the distance.
Not too surprising. These are the 2 teams we thought might be fighting it out for that top spot. Closest series and games we've had so far.
Yuma is almost level 25. That is a massive talent for the Weaver. The extra Geminate attack is wild in terms of the damage output. He has the full Daedalus, the Nullifier, and the Ancient Guardian now. So maybe their game plan is just ignore the Druid, let the Queen of Pain like deal with him. If Queen of Pain goes back for something like a Parasma, you could always just like kite out the hero or something. But it's not easy. Gleipnir on Gleipnir action. Clean up the bugs. Speaking of which, what is the Queen of Pain going after her BKB?
Doesn't have anything queued yet. Probably thinking it through herself.
More Dagon levels. Ended up getting the best jungle item she could find.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, Shopify's getting ready to poke.
Wards immediately plays. Both teams scout them out. They're going to know. Ooh, they get one of the familiars. Second one's going to go down as well. Okay.
Dire's middle tower.
As they trade the wards. They do force the whole team of Nouns back into the base. Looks like Lone Druid's got the Scotty queued up. That one's not super abnormal.
Yuma is
Still
so
finding
close to
amplified damage
25.
Can I give it to Yopaj?
They just want to
Okay.
stall this out. Okay, there we go.
There it
Actually,
is.
with that last camp, he's finally got it.
This talent is crazy.
He also took the Ancient Guardian. We are in that point of maybe a lot of sitting in the base, so that extra 50 damage times 3 value with the Geminate and that 25 talent.
Yeah. Very long roach respawn. 2 minutes and like 40 seconds. So that's still going to spawn a Radiant side, but plenty of time for a team fight to happen and people to respawn. Look at all them bracers. Very cool. Gunner finishes up a refresher, though. That's a big item for them. Double Hex, double Arena, double Spear. Finding the immediate Blink Hex into the Arena is the best thing that you can hope for. So we'll see
Radiant are scanning.
who they find. Smoke's going to pop, scouted out by the Bear. They still have the vision advantage, technically. But they have to know that their Gunner goes in, gets the Hex. They get a huge fear off the Bear, though. The Spear doesn't connect. He gets the Disruption. Gunner's going to pop the BKB. He has a Refresher available. They're trying to just bring down the Bear. Copy doing a lot of work. Has the BKB jump away. There's the second Arena holding down the backside, but they're on to the Tusk. Yamato trying to survive. He can't do it. It's going to be Yuma cleaning up the Shadow Demon, but does he have a second life? No. Time Lapse is gone. They've got the roots. This Bear is unstoppable. They're looking for Gunner, and it looks like they got him. Oh my goodness. How many buybacks? 4 total?
5 total.
5.
The funny
Wow.
thing is, Roche actually isn't even spawning for another minute, but you do need to buy back to defend your base, which as they scout out, there is no Roche. They're going to walk it down, see if they can force any more buybacks, at which point maybe then you'll back out. Now, it's been so long, there is a Fortify back up. I don't think you can use it for this bottom barracks. You can maybe use it for the top lane, but as soon as you Fortify, they can think about ending this game.
They'll just go tier 4s, yeah. I mean, they
Does
are just going to go
do
tier 4s
anything?
here. You know, it will eventually when your
The Ancient
towers
season, the
die.
whole base.
Copy goes in. Shiva's as well, going to do a little bit of damage here, but with the Weaver buyback, you got to respect his damage. It is a little scary. He's on to Yopaj, the Lotus to protect him for now, drinking buddies as well. He is doing an absurd amount of damage. Has to time lapse though. Big Sonic Wave in. They've got it on top of the bear. It's going to be the first death. He's dead to blink in with the Dagon. Copy's got him. And the jump on top of the Visage, that's going to be a second kill. Now, buybacks are available. Yopaj, he can't escape. The daggers just bleeding out these heroes. They get out on both supports. But Roche is up. Will Nouns find it in
turn.
time?
Do you go Roche or do you try to force buybacks? A big difference there is that you were fighting in your base, so much better vision. But of course, the Ancient Guardian on the Weaver plus Drinking Buddies, he was hitting for 550 damage per attack, which then of course Geminate, you know, one auto attack is like 1500 plus damage. And then if any of those crits, like who knows how much is that? So it's very scary to fight in that base. You did get a lot of buybacks. Okay, he's gonna just solo Roche with his damage now.
I mean,
And
this
it's
is such an
Refresher and
essential
Cheese.
Roche.
What do you swap out? BKB for Aegis? Yeah, he needs Fly to come over. He doesn't have enough inventory slots. I'm too rich, Fly. Come over here.
All right, Aegis picked up. Fly will be his team's courier and grab everything else. He's like, God, how many items do I
Also
have
has
to drop?
too much.
He's like, I don't want to drop a bracer and a wand, guys. This is messed up.
This is like a riddle. It's like, how do you cross the river when your courier can't enter Rouge Pit?
Yeah, right.
He's drop one at a time.
The Blink Hex, nice disruption. They're thinking about going for Hellscream. That's a lot of magic damage to come out from Copy, of course, but they do not want to dive the base as the rest of Shopify is coming up. Your team is just not here yet either. And he is maxing out the Dagon charges.
Yeah, you were joking about it, but he did do it. I guess the spell Lifesteal does go up, some extra stats as well. Maybe the burst too. Like if you can burst this Lone Druid before he ults, right? That's a very different fight. Still no True Strike though.
I mean, they're just leaving it to Copy, I guess. He's doing an immense amount of damage to the bear, which is quite huge. If you can actually kill the summon, like the Lone Druid bear, and leave the hero up, it might be enough to slow down his damage and his healing in these fights, but...
Maybe. I
Oh,
feel like the bear really is so much of the damage though. So if Weaver could help take it out quickly, I guess I just don't know what he replaces though.
I mean, at level 25, you go the true form cooldown, right? I'm pretty sure you just want that up constantly.
Seems good to me.
He'll go, up to like permanently 5,000, 6,000 HP. So Nouns need to find a way to start cracking this high ground, but they have been unable to for the entirety of this game. And you have Aegis, Cheese, you've got Refreshers. At what point is it enough?
I don't know if you should. You don't have buybacks. I think it's really about waiting out buybacks and finding a pick-off. Because ultimately, if you win a fight somewhere on the map, the death timers are so long, you will make it here to take buildings. Okay, they're going to drop the banner to counter the Fortify.
Yuma pops the Satanic to try and get back into this. Nullifier onto the Visage. He's going to have to pop the Stone Form immediately. Yuma... with this banner, luckily, they'll be able to grab themselves an eye opening. The Blink, the Hex, the stun isn't coming out. They get a nice disruption to save him, but the Visage in a rough spot here. Can they find him? The Refresher's out. The second arena is there. Gutner pops the Cheese as well to try to heal himself up. Copy with a nice ult on the first, but he's got a second one to rip. The whole side of Shopify goes down. Yopaj trying to hide into the fountain, but what an ult from the Queen of Pain.
That combo there was so good. That was like every hero Shopify Rebellion in there. None of them have buybacks. I don't know. I think you know that. They used it earlier. They might be playing it safe, though, just going for the megas.
The Visage just doesn't have the gold. They don't know that, but the support's definitely bought back earlier. They're going to play the safe route, go for the mega creeps here.
I think as you see no buyback, you're getting a feeling.
No refresher ult for Copy this time around, so we'll see. Can they close this one out? One fortification remains for each of these teams. Gunner, with the Blink Hex, might be able to find an opening. The Mega Creeps are going to help out a lot. Lone Druid trying to just shove the top side of the map. He's trying to get Mega Creeps of his own. He's like, guys, I'm going to shove this wave. If we can get Megas, maybe we can get back into the game. But they've got Yopaj. That's a huge kill. There's no Shadow Demon to help him, and that one is 100 seconds without the buyback. The banner dropped on the throne. They've done it. No fortification available. Nouns might be taking this series finally at the near 50-minute mark. And that is it. GG comes out. What an explosive end to this one.
Oh, that was an exciting one. That final combo was very fun. I think this lived up to the battle for #1 NA spot, and this isn't even it, right? This is just the upper bracket final. So Shopify is not out, and I think this was a good learning for both teams because first Nouns gave them the Broodmother, right? Yeah. They lost to it, and I was worried. It's like, oh, is Shopify only going to win games when they get this cheese brood that he's a specialist in? But even though they lost this game #3 here, I think they showed that it was pretty close, right? He's not just limited to that Broodmother. He has another offlaner, at least in the Visage, that looks very scary.
Yeah, this was... I mean, it's one of those things where this works out for Nouns because Copy had such a good start to his lane. Like, Queen of Pain is not a hero that plays super well from behind, and he even had some really costly deaths in the mid game that are only kind of bailed out by Tusk like once or twice, but then also from his massive net worth advantage that they built. So this could have been a very different game if they were able to slow down Copy's Quap early, but the fact that he finishes this game with almost 70,000 damage, a lot of it just from that Aghanim Scepter and the Sonic Waves. Like, shout out to, of course, the Shadow Demon for dodging a ton of them. He dodged like 5 or 6 of these ults in that game, but at some point, it's going to connect. And when you have 2 ults with from the Refresher Shard of Roshan, I mean, that was the death sentence.
Yeah, the first Roche is where Shopify started to come back. Like you mentioned, Nouns was having a good start, but they finally got some aura timings and then found a couple kills, death toll, right? Got them all the way back into it. And you also see that's why Lone Druid's so scary, right? Just off of that one fight, they opened up some barracks, which that made the game so much harder from Nouns. So that is something for them to, maybe be worried about if you're focusing Amaterasu's hero pool too much, that offlane hero pool. You're kind of giving free reign to these, like the Lone Druid to come out, which proved to be very scary this game.
Yeah. This was a super fun series. Definitely lived up to the hype. I'm hoping we get to see a rematch in the grand finals, but for now, Shopify will drop to play the winner of the lower bracket match of Grin Esports and I believe Apex Genesis, right? So, yeah, a little bit of revenge potentially for one of those teams against Shopify, but if Shopify wins, we're just going to have the rematch of the upper bracket finals for like the 30th time this year between these two teams, so should be exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We'll be back tomorrow with those games. Lower bracket final first, then the grand finals. Don't miss it. Who's going to be the new top NA team?
Or the same.
Maybe it's Apex Genesis.
Maybe it's Apex. Maybe we're all clowns along the way. It's just Apex. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a long day. My name's Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.